Board of Supervisors meeting to order. First item, roll call.
Supervisor McGordy?
Here.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Here.
Supervisor Hashak?
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Here.
And Supervisor Williams?
Good morning.
Okay, Supervisor Mulhern, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so next agenda item is 2, public expression. I invite members of the public to provide comment on items of interest. Members of the public in chambers shall line up at the podium with distance between you. And members of the public joining via Zoom shall utilize the raise hand feature by clicking the raise hand button on the button portion of their screen. Bottom portion of their screen, or by pressing 9 if they're calling into the Zoom meeting via telephone. Is there anyone wishing to make a comment on non-agenda items at this time? Please state your name for the record.
Excuse me, Mark Donegan, self-healing practitioner and educator, ordained minister, aka Goldilocks. Gratitude and appreciation always. This time with the board, Supervisors Mulhern, Williams, and McGordy. You brought agenda items forward on the cannabis, whether it's good or bad. You brought something forward. What have you done for me lately? Thank you. I noticed today we're talking about money that we're spending in the future. Have we checked the budget? Is the budget closed? I don't want to poke anybody, but just want to throw that little reminder in there. And then my last thing for today is, again, the event this Friday at the Conference Center, put on by NCO and Fit Pros. It's a workplace wellness event, and all of you should go. I've been looking around lately about workplace wellness with this coming up, and it seems that everybody has a budget for it, and I've been out pushing it for the last couple of years, and nobody's spending their money on people that know how to do it. I don't know where that money's being spent, but it's not on workplace wellness. So I hope to see all the HR people there at this event this week. Maybe you can keep some people. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the room who wishes to make a comment at this time? So we have one caller who wishes to make a comment. Go ahead, caller.
Good morning. My name is Stuart Rogers, and I am calling in to express my opposition to the ordinance regarding the cannabis amnesty program for tax amnesty. To me, it just appears to be a misguided
caller,
attempt to...
do you want
Hello?
to do that at a time when we actually have it on the agenda? This is for non-agenda items.
Oh, okay. All right, well, I just wanted to express my opposition, so thank you for your time.
Okay, you bet. Okay, so moving along, if there's no other public expression, we'll go on to agenda item 4A, which is, oh, I'm sorry, consent calendar first. I should be following my checklist. So, clerk, have you established proper public notice?
Yes, proper notice has been established.
Are there any items that board members would like to pull for separate consideration or comment? Okay, well, if that's the case, is there any public comment on the consent agenda?
Good morning, Chair McGordy, members of the board, CEO Antle, and County Council Curtis. My name is Gina Connor, Department of Social Services, Family and Children's Services Deputy Director.
And I would like to speak briefly on consent item 3Y, the proclamation recognizing Social Work Appreciation Month in Mendocino County. March is a time nationally to celebrate the great profession of social work and educate the public about the contributions of social workers. The national theme for Social Work Month 2023 is Social Work Breaks Barriers. The social work profession has existed for more than a century, and the need for social workers is greater than ever. Social workers play an important role in addressing complex social problems, improving human well-being, and helping individuals, families, and communities address personal and systemic barriers and overcome issues that prevent them from reaching their full potential. The Mendocino County Department of Social Services has dedicated social workers and social worker support staff who work tirelessly to provide services to those in need across the lifespan from newborns to the elderly. They assist individuals in accessing treatment services to promote healthy parenting, self-sufficiency, and well-being, obtain housing, and live independently or in assisted care settings. They also ensure the safety of the most vulnerable in our communities. We are a better place because of the care and dedication of our social workers and support staff. I would like to thank the board for recognizing March as Social Work Appreciation Month and the very difficult work that your county social workers do 24/7, 365 days a year. And we have some representatives from each of the 3 social services divisions, which employ social workers, who would also like to speak briefly on this item. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is John Fleming. I'm a senior program manager with Family and Children's Services. Social workers and Family and Children's Services can be found answering the county's 24/7 child abuse and neglect reporting hotline, investigating reports of child abuse and neglect, placing children in alternate care settings to support their care and safety when they cannot be maintained at home, helping stabilize children in placements to prevent placement disruptions, supervising and caring for youth in our offices until a foster placement can be found, connecting individuals and families to treatment resources, community programs, and services to promote safety, permanency, and well-being, supporting parents to address substance abuse disorders in our family dependency drug court program, helping to reunify children with their families when it is safe to do so, finding permanent homes for children through legal guardianship or adoption, preferably with relatives, when they are unable to reunify with a parent, recruiting, approving, monitoring resource families who provide foster care, assisting young adults in foster care to successfully transition into adulthood, and keeping up with state and federally mandated requirements, documentation, and court reports. The work is exhausting, often dangerous, and increasingly complex and regulatory driven, but incredibly worthwhile and fulfilling for our dedicated staff who are passionate about helping our county's children, youth, and families and caregivers. We appreciate our social workers and support team and thank the board for recognizing the hard work they do.
Hi, good morning. My name is Jesse Van Voris, Senior Program Manager, Adult and Aging Services. Adult and Aging Services employs over 37 social worker staff, which includes social worker supervisors, social workers, and social worker assistants. These staff work in the programs of Adult Protective Services, In-Home Supportive Services, Public Administrator, Public Guardian, and the Bridge Unit. For Adult Protective Services, staff remain available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, responding to reports of elder or dependent adult abuse and self-neglect. They are often faced with some of the most difficult cases and challenged by the voluntary nature of the program. One of the tools available for APS is the Home Safe program, which supports housing retention. A success story that comes to mind is an elderly person who had faced eviction from a local mobile home park due to unpaid rent. The person was on fixed income and unable to afford back pay for rent, even though she owned her own mobile home. The report came to APS as a matter of self-neglect. Using HomeSafe funds, we were able to pay the back rent, keeping someone who would have faced first-time homelessness at the age of 90 from ending up on the streets. In IHSS, our social workers work daily visiting applicants and recipients in their home to determine eligibility and level of need. Services offered help valuable community members stay in their own homes, which leads to better health outcomes and can be more cost-effective than expensive long-term care facilities. The public administrator manages estates for those with no next of kin, and public guardian exists to allow for an option to provide conservatorships for those elderly individuals who no longer have the capacity to care for themselves. Staff work daily to ensure that clients are treated respectfully and with dignity. In the Bridge unit, the social worker works with customers who have a disability and need financial assistance. The social worker helps to develop medical evidence and navigate the complicated disability application process. These efforts help to overcome barriers leading towards self-sufficiency and permanent housing. Our staff provide a vital service which touches persons from all walks of life in our community. The work they do on a daily basis is invaluable, and we want to take this opportunity to recognize their successes and appreciate them. We ask that you take the time to thank a social worker and show your appreciation throughout the month of March. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Rachel Ebel Elliott. I'm the Deputy Director for Employment and Family Assistance Services within Social Services. We actually employ one social worker through our CalWorks Job Services program, and this is somebody who can assess participant needs, situations, strengths, and support networks to determine their goals and help them adjust to changes and challenges within their lives. She does this with participants who are minor parents, or those going through temporary crises which prevent participation, and those that may be disengaged with services. Through CalLearn, she works with pregnant or parenting teen beneficiaries to help guide them through the program while they're attending school or working towards attaining their GED. CalLearn provides intensive case management, supportive services such as childcare, transportation, and educational expenses to enable pregnant and parenting teens to attend school, as well as bonuses for attaining grades and for graduating or attaining their GED. Through family stabilization, this social worker can assist a family with the development of a plan for the entire family to address specific barriers that the family may be experiencing that prevent them from participation in the Welfare to Work program. Family stabilization permits a family to pause the Welfare to Work requirements for up to 6 months while they are focusing on addressing specific barriers to returning to full participation. Examples of these barriers may be homelessness, domestic violence, untreated or undertreated health needs, including substance use or behavioral health issues, as well as transportation. Through sanction engagement, she works with participants who may, for some reason or other, not be fully participating in our services by helping them to identify the barriers that they may have with participation, educating them on the benefits and impacts of participation, and helping to facilitate the initial meetings with the employment and training worker as they re-engage in services. Again, our social services team would like to thank you for this opportunity to publicly recognize the important work that our amazing social workers do through this proclamation.
Well, thank all of you for the work that you do. We truly appreciate you looking after the most marginalized and the least of our little ones. So thank you. Patrick.
Patrick Hickey, Field Representative with SEIU Local 1021. Chairman Gordy, members of the board, CEO Antle, County Council Curtis. I would like to echo what you just heard regarding our fabulous social workers here at the county. They deserve more than a month for the wonderful and important work that they do. I would also like to speak to item 3R in regards to our county nurses. I'd like to commend the hard and important work done by Human Resources to look at the salaries for our public health nurses, our RNs, our licensed vocational nurses. They work in a range of important programs that we don't often hear enough about. California Children's Services, Child Health and Disability Prevention, Communicable Diseases, Comprehensive Perinatal Services, Healthy Families Mendocino, HIV/AIDS Resources, maternal, child, adolescent health programs, vaccines, WIC, foster care eligibility. They're really, you know, in addition with our social workers, working with the most vulnerable and disadvantaged members of our community, and are really serving as a lifeline to make sure that people are receiving the health services that they desperately need. So I encourage the board to support item 3R, get our salaries up to market rate so that we can fill our vacancies and support our hardworking nurses who are in the field. Thank you.
Any more comments from in the room?
Good morning, Carrie Shattuck. I'm curious on 3I. It's an agreement with an attorney and the Attorney General in relation to a settlement for Johnson & Johnson. I was just curious what the background was on that. And also, I just want to make a note about acronyms, using acronyms during the meetings. Like sometimes when people do presentations, they don't tell us what the acronyms mean, and then you're halfway through the meeting and you're trying to figure out what they mean. Thank you.
Any more comments from within the room?
Move approval.
I think we still have some on the phone, right? We have. I'm sorry. Yeah, call for any more comments that are on the line.
You can press *9 to raise your hand online.
Nothing? Okay. So we're done with public comment. With that, I'd entertain a motion. Voicemails. Okay.
Good morning, Honorable Mendocino County Board of Supervisors. I'm calling to comment on Agenda Item 3R. My name is Adina Blair. I've been working as your county public health foster care nursing supervisor for the past year and a half. I have been trying desperately during my tenure to hire public health nurses to work in the program, but unfortunately, due to comparatively low compensation, I have not been able to hire a single full-time nurse. I have patched together a very small team of 2 part-time and retired nurses, and due to ongoing foster care crises, I personally must work weekly overtime to handle cases in addition to providing supervision. We are frankly doing a terrible job of caring for the foster children in this county due to understaffing. We only have the capacity to handle the foster cases brought to us by social workers that have critical health care needs and have been unable to address the ongoing routine medical, dental, and behavioral health needs of the rest of the foster children. Because we are woefully understaffed, we are out of compliance with the state, and we are unable to address performance measures appropriately. Compensation is the largest issue for hiring public health nurses because housing is so expensive in this county, and surrounding counties pay much better. We can attract more nurses, including public health nurses, if the wages are in line with the local hospital pay. Please consider this increase in nursing compensation to improve our ability to care for the foster children of this county. Thank you kindly, Adina Blair, and I'm the foster care nursing supervisor. Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Mendocino County Board of Supervisors.
My name is Whitney Eads, and I'm a registered nurse in the Field Visiting and Healthy Families Home Visitors Program. I'm calling about consent calendar item number 3R, the adoption of resolution authorizing salary revision for the Director of Nursing, Public Health Nurses, etc. Recommended action to adopt the resolution authorizing the salary increase. It has been incredibly hard to be a staff nurse at Mendocino County with limited nursing staffing. During the pandemic, I worked the entire COVID response with little, if any, other nurses around me. We did not have them on staff. had numerous people come to apply at the county from other agencies, yet they declined the offers once offered because of the rate of pay being half of what they'd made before. A couple nurses, LVNs, did come on board, and they received $10,000 pay cuts or more to come to the county. Granted, it's a pleasure to work for the county and serve our public. I hold no higher regard for a job. I love being a nurse for the county, but the pay rates are dismal when I could be working at the hospital and making $20,000 more a year. But the reward for the public is not as great. We need support in our community. We need community nursing. We need community interaction. Public health is called public health. We need to have people to be out in the public. We need to have nurses to be out in the public. Public health is not public health if all we do is sit in an office. We need to have boots on the ground, and we need to be able to pay our nursing staff accordingly for the fine work that they do. Thank you, Board of Supervisors. I hope you hear our pleas. We need more nurses, and we cannot get them hired without adequate salary bases. Thank you. My name is Whitney Eads, and I'm a registered nurse in the field visiting in healthy families.
Call on Zoom as well. Okay, so we still have one caller on Zoom. Lisa Lay.
Hi, is this an appropriate time to comment on 4F and 4G?
No, this is a consent calendar.
Chair, I wonder if we could advise the public when those items might be heard. Are those after the lunch?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, with that, I'd, yes.
Yeah, we had a comment from the public about item 3I, about the opioid settlement, and I was just wondering if County Council could briefly explain what that's about.
Certainly, if I'm going to respond through the chair. So that's actually the backstop agreement, so it's not the settlement itself. The county had entered into litigation against various defendants as part of the national opioid litigation related to the opioid crisis, some of the damages that the county sustained, and some of the issues that the county is still trying to abate as the result of some pretty significant unlawful conduct by a lot of pretty sizable defendants there. As part of that, this board had approved a contingency fee agreement with Barron and Budd, which is our law firm that is handling both the litigation for the county of Mendocino and for a number of other public entities in California and outside of California. Pursuant to one of the particular settlement agreements, there is a fund that was created through which attorneys could be paid, but it could only be done if they were to waive the fees that they would get through the existing fee agreements. So it's more favorable to the county if it's taken out of that designated pot of money, as opposed to whether we pay the fees out of the funds that the county receives. However, because that percentage was so much lower, to incentivize the outside counsel to draw against that fund, we're proposing a backstop agreement that will provide alternative compensation for a smaller percentage of what the county would otherwise be paying out of its settlement funds.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions before we call for approval? Would anyone care to make a motion?
I think there's Williams made a motion and Mulhern was a second.
Okay, all right. With that in mind, let's call for the vote.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
And Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, on to agenda item number 4A, discussion and possible action including acceptance of report and direction to staff regarding the facility condition assessment of county-owned facilities and facilities strategic planning concepts. This is from General Services.
Good morning, board members. Janelle Rao, General Services Agency Director. I'll introduce a few folks that we have here that will be presenting along with me. We have Kyle Madi to my left, and then Rudy Tanner, who's sitting in the audience from Nichols, Milberg, and Risotto. They're our architects on contract that have been working with us through this needs assessment process. I also have Doug Anderson to my right, who's a Facilities and Fleet Assistant Division Manager. And then also in the audience, we have Dan Mazzani, who is our Facilities Division Manager, along with our Assistant Facilities Manager for Maintenance. There are several other county staff that were involved in this as we went through this process, as we were visiting our more than 75 owned real property and more than 40 leased real property. And that would be Andy Wattenberger from the facilities team, and then Mike Waselski, who's also our building maintenance mechanic, who escorted this team throughout the county, some into the far reaches. But why we're here is as part of the board's strategic planning initiative to help guide and prioritize the direction the county departments and staff were headed. The GSA was given direction back in 2021 to perform a needs assessment of your owned real property and also the space that we're residing in, which includes some leased facilities. That first phase of the needs assessment was the space utilization that was presented to your board in September of 2021. The scope also included, of these more than 75 real property and the 40 plus leased property, an assessment of the condition, which we're calling a foundation to roof analysis of each building's condition, broken down to help determine the useful life of each of those facilities. This also included what we're calling the conceptual planning phase of that, which really combines the results of the space and the condition of each of those facilities. Today, we're here to give you those concepts in conjunction with the last year's space needs that were presented to the board. With that presentation, there were various options that we presented to the board, and the board did give some direction, and we've been making progress on that while also simultaneously and analyzing the condition of your facilities. In general, based on the results that you'll see, the majority of the county's facilities are in relatively poor condition. If you look at it, they're at various levels of deterioration, largely due to deferred maintenance, as well as the hard environmental conditions of our county. So there's some coupling factors there. Of the 75 owned real properties, approximately 48% are in critical to poor condition. And we're going to be walking through how we analyzed that and what those ratings really mean, and then what our options are. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Kyle, who will introduce himself and walk through, and again, we're here to answer any questions as we go through this.
Hi, I'm Kyle Matty from NMR Architects, and Rudy Tanner, my partner over there, is here to answer some other questions if we have them. Let me share my screen here. So I'll just give you a quick overview of the process we went through to come up with a strategic plan, facilities needs assessment. And we'll also have several strategies within the first phase of, hopefully you've already reviewed some of this information, but we split it into 3 phases, and we'll go through some of those first phase strategy items. And please ask any questions as we go so we can get information to you that will help you to come up with what your priorities are. So just as a quick overview, we looked at 118 owned and leased properties for the county. You have 1,200 staff members. By the way, you have some really wonderful staff members that were extremely helpful through the process and not only guide us around to all the facilities, but helped answer questions about how the facilities are used and what could be improved within the facilities. So we split this into 3 different pieces. The first thing we did, I'll go backwards on this list, is the space needs assessment. So we looked at each of the spaces talked to all the people. The second thing, we looked at all the facilities and how they were functioning, and I'll get into how we grade them in a second here. And then the last thing, we put those together into a strategic plan. So as we looked at the individual facilities, we looked at several different components, but we graded 5 so that we could come up with what our critical items are for each of the facilities. So if it was a 1, it was critical, as in it's in so much disrepair that it needs to either be replaced or it's not functional right now. Poor would be, it could have some life in it, but it needs some major work to it. And then fair, it's a okay property, but it has some deferred maintenance issues that are very evident. And then the good is in good shape, but it's going to have some future needs. And then great is obviously in great shape. And of those, we defined 5 different components. The ADA compliance, we didn't do a full ADA analysis of each building, but we just looked, generally speaking, is it very ADA non-compliant, or is it, doing good? Electrical systems, there's a few that, panels, for instance, that have been recalled. We looked for those critical items that really need to be replaced now up to, is the system functioning? Mechanical systems, looked at the lifespan, how old the units have been in service, and how often the facilities crews are going out to replace them and fix them. And then roofing systems, same thing, try to determine how old the roofs are, how many leaks are currently active and need to be fixed on a regular basis. And the last thing was the exterior weatherization systems, whether it's the exterior siding's falling apart or it's in great shape, or the windows or doors or structural system potentially. So that was a catch-all at the end. So we put together a list, an ongoing list of what each of the buildings are as we combined everything and tried to make one, how is the building doing, average all those things out. And so this list is a little exhaustive, but the bottom line is there's currently 9 properties that we think are in the critical stage right now. 27 that are in the poor stage, 27, which is 36% in poor. And then the fair is 30 properties or 40%. And you have 7 good properties and 2 great properties. So then the needs assessment, space needs assessment, we did an architectural space program for what each of the facilities should be operating in. We covered this back in September, but the quick overview is how many people do you have in the facility and what other spaces do you need to perform the services of each department. And then compared that, what space they need versus what space they have. Did a comparison of those two to just determine the general efficiency of each department. And then there were several smaller micro issues of space that wasn't utilized within that. So then, let's get into facilities strategic plan. We put together a first pass at phases, and this is just our idea of priorities. There might be other priorities that come up depending on funding or other things that happen in the next 15 years, obviously, but this is a good groundwork, a good starting point. We tried to split them into 5-year phases. So the pink top is phase 1, so hopefully you can address these in the next 5 years. And then the phase 2 in 10 years, and phase 3 in 15 years. And the nice piece at the bottom here is items that are already completed, they're working on. So let's get into some of the goals that we've talked about, and hopefully this is the goals that you have, but we might want to talk about what the real goals are of the board. So one was to consolidate inefficiently used space and maximize the use of all facilities. Seems pretty simple. Move county facilities out of lease space, and while we're at it, improve county-owned space. And then develop a plan for improving deferred maintenance items so that we don't get into this spot, so that we actually maintain the roofs, maintain the mechanical systems before they're an issue. And then remove any underutilized facilities and facilities that are too costly to continually repair out of the county's assets and out of the inventory. So then, let's get into, let's see if I can enlarge this. Oh, there we go. Some of the specific items. So the Emergency Operations Center, it's been moved to Building 35, and now's a great time to decide, are we going to put money into that building and improve it for structure and for the mechanical system, the roof? There's a lot of things that need to be done to that building. Or is it time to look for a new site, a new facility that is purpose-built for it? But that would be one of the main priorities. Next thing, courthouse relocation. In 2027, new courthouse is scheduled to be completed. So you got 4 years to figure out what's going to happen with the courthouse. Currently, the DA is in the courthouse, and obviously they have all of their clients, or most of their clients, in the courthouse, and they would like to be closer to the new courthouse. So not only is it figure out a new space for them, one of the options could be using the child support building, Building 55. And here, I'll slide down so we can start looking at some diagrams. So, it'll catch up. Anyway, around the courthouse, there's a few other, I wonder why it's not showing up over there. But anyway, around the courthouse, you have a few other issues. You've got the public defender is in a building that is underutilized but also needs a lot of improvements at the same time. The DA needs improvements but should really get out of the courthouse. You've got the child support building is underutilized and could be remodeled to fit some or all of the DA and then added on to, as long as parking works. And there's some things to think about around there. Or you could look at a completely different site for all of those functions. Or you could add others, whether it's move some probation down there, or there's other departments that like to be near the courthouse if they can. It did. Sorry, technical issues. I got booted out.
Kicked him out at the Super.
So while we're kind of working through that, we have a question or comment from Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so I see two ways to go about facilities planning. One way, and I think this is what's been conducted, is to look at the facilities and the surfaces we operate, the staffing we have, and figure out what we need to maintain, and you come up with a total, right? The other way is you look at how much we have to spend on facilities, and you figure out what you can do with those funds. I don't think in the next 10 to 15 years our facilities budget will change much. Revenue is flat, in real terms maybe declining a bit. And frankly, if we want to fix the potholes on the roads, we're going to have to make cuts elsewhere. So if you were to make a recommendation today based on the funding level that facilities has, how many buildings would you continue to operate? I think, Director, you said we have about 75. I heard 118 leased and owned properties. Would you cut 10% of the buildings, 20%? At what, and I know it depends which buildings and the configurations, and maybe we do need to add an EOC, but big picture here for the board, what percentage would you cut of the 75 to get us to a level that we could maintain at the standard of care expected for public employees with the available budget?
Through the chair, Janelle Rao, General Services Agency Director. Currently, there isn't a stable funding stream
Well,
for capital
with the funding
projects.
level, what I would do is average over the last 10 years, and that's the funding we have. We're not doing a tax for it. The state's not giving us money, and there's no more general fund coming. What we have is what we have. And so when I look at this report, I have a hard time convincing myself what that magic number is of building cuts to get to a manageable level. But for example, CEO, who's in my office? It's not me. That's the hint.
The fiscal team.
The fiscal team, and there's two?
On any given day, there's 3 to 4.
3 to 4 in what was a supervisor's office. That's a much better utilization of available space. And other supervisors, maybe they can do that, maybe they can't. I decided I can work in my car, I can work in the back of a conference room. I don't really need that much space. Frankly, I could live in that space. What if that's the model countywide, that we have to rethink how we utilize space? And we just can't operate 75 buildings. I think the exception here is public safety. Public safety probably needs more space from everything I've read. But a lot of other services, it's a nice to have if we can afford it, and I don't think we can afford it. So unless I'm wrong, CEO, I think the average we spend on facilities maintenance is about what we can count on going forward.
I believe that's true. I defer to Janelle Rao if she knows of any other funding streams.
So if it's not available today, I would like it to come back, a shovel-ready plan for reducing our buildings to a manageable level. Based on the funding that we know we have today, what can we maintain at a reasonable standard of care?
Comments from other supervisors? Supervisor Mulhern.
Yeah, I mean, just a point of clarification was brought forward to us, 9 recommendations that we could consider today. I'm not sure that that is enough direction for the department to be able to come back with a plan. I understand where you're trying to get to, but I don't think that this board has provided enough direction at that point for the department to be able to come back with a workable strategy. I think if we could quickly run through the recommendations that were given us today, if each board member could also quickly comment on, the priorities. I had hoped that we could have at least a little bit of a conversation so that we can move some of this forward without just asking for another plan to come back.
I would hope that through the information you present today, we can kind of make a matrix of things that are in bad repair and underutilized that maybe we should think about eliminating. And that would be look for the low-hanging fruit. So.
Through the chair, I might, General Services Agency Director, in the attached staff report, we do reference some particular buildings. For example, the Boonville Veterans, I'll just mention that's first on the list. It's in the worst condition. We are currently in the process working with the Executive Office and Council on the potential disposition of that building. Okay. We've listed some other facilities in there that would require some feasibility. DOT road yards, for example, they're in poor condition. Whether or not we could dispose or rebuild or relocate would require some analysis with DOT as the operator of that. We did have a conversation with them, A, to just say, hey, this is coming, but B, to also have them to start thinking about, are there ways to reduce? If not, are there some means by which we can improve those facilities? And is there funding streams other than the general fund to utilize? And then in addition, there were some considerations that we had placed before the board based on a utilization and condition and the potential to maybe decentralize some services in other areas to your county seat. And to Supervisor Mulheron's comments, we would be looking for some board direction on that so that we could proceed on a path to bring back a plan to either decommission, decentralize, or surplus some of your owned real property. It would be very difficult to come up with a percentage just right off the cuff because you do have some operational mandates. I can't speak necessarily to those mandates, but public safety comes, into consideration. You also have your social services departments that have mandates. So those operating mandates need to be considered. And then again, if we're looking to relocate or condense, who can co-locate? What's appropriate? What buildings are your highest value assets? do we reduce some of those that are maybe not a priority, so to speak, of the board from a service delivery perspective that may have a higher value in real property that we could surplus or sell?
Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, this kind of reminds me of the base closures in the late 80s and early 90s. You know, Congress had established a number of military bases in congressional districts, in their own congressional districts, because it provided jobs and was political based for them. But they realized they couldn't afford all those military bases across the country, and so they created a commission to look at decommissioning the least important bases across the country. And I kind of feel like that's what the county has, is we have all these different properties, whether they're bare land or buildings on them, that for reasons that today nobody can remember, they were added to the county's inventory of properties, and there was never a plan to maintain those buildings, their properties, and it just was sort of this empire building that just kept going with its own momentum. And I feel like what Ted's bringing up is totally valid, that, you know, the voters are not going to vote for a tax to improve county buildings. I mean, they've shown that over and over again. So I think we have to be realistic about this and say, look, what do we have as funding available for these properties, bare land and with buildings, and size our properties, our inventory to the budget that we have, not the other way around. Because we can't just keep cutting other parts of the county budget. We've sacrificed all sorts of things. County employees have sacrificed their wages for to maintain buildings that we don't really need, you know, in all truthfulness. So, you know, I think the direction that he's asking for, I totally support, and I realize that kind of direction can only come from the board. It can't come from general services. So I hope that there'll be at least one of their supervisor that speaks up in favor of this.
Supervisor Hasjak.
Well, I think this process today is to look at how we can streamline the buildings, and we've been given some ideas about what we can you know, get rid of or move along or sell or use in a different way. And I think that that's what this whole process is about trying to streamline it as much as possible. And so I've had some conversations about some of the properties that are being proposed for displacement or whatever that term is, and let's go for it. Right?
CEO Antle.
Just if I may, as a reminder, I'm sure Director Rao's aware of it, but I would want to make sure that we take into consideration any state mandates that programs may have to do or departments may have to perform across the county. So just.
Supervisor Mulhern.
I would like to start right now by saying, let's get rid of the family center. Let's see if we can get that into public health. Like, let's have this actual conversation right now. I don't want to keep delaying this. So starting with the family center, I'd like to get that into public health. I'd like to look at probation and see if they're best suited with the DA's office potentially in the building that housed child support. See if child support would be better housed with social services. Sounds like there's some room, some capacity there. All of these things would take funds to update and remodel. I don't want to make these moves if it's going to cost us more to remodel. I agree with my colleagues. Reducing the number of buildings that we own seems like our best path forward, but I don't want to kick this down the road. I want to have this conversation today.
I can support all of that. I just want to make sure we have a comprehensive plan before we start remodeling buildings, because the worst case scenario is we do 50% of this, and then we figure out, oh, there's other mandates, and we end up spending more than we've saved. I could see us doing that. So I fully support where you're going with it. I need to know where that high water mark is on what we can afford, because I'm ready to just cut and cut and cut until we get to that number where we can maintain our buildings.
Well, there's more to this presentation. Would the board like to hear more of what?
It was all provided in our agenda packets. I mean, I feel like we should go through and just move along. Sorry for being jumping the gun here. I've read the information that was provided in the agenda packet, and
So
there were recommendations. So I think that we could ask that those costs for some of those recommendations be brought back to us instead of having this. I mean, frankly, I've been frustrated with the process. This is like each time, 6, 8, 12 months later, we've moved barely an inch when we know that our buildings are costing us more and more money every single day. We can't keep up with them. We can't keep up with them certainly in these storms. So I don't know why we're continuing to delay this process with more studying instead of having really collaborative meetings with our department heads and the departments and getting everybody in the same room and really, trying to figure out what consolidation looks like. It seems to me that we keep having these presentations and we're not moving anything forward. And obviously I do want to consider the budget and what the costs are, but I would like to move this process forward.
Second.
Okay, and so it's been moved and seconded to move the process forward starting today.
Yeah, let's do it.
Are there any other board member comments?
Well, I'll lead the conversation. I mean, we have some recommendations here, and if the board, my very first reaction to the EOC building is that the most efficient space for the EOC? If you are in an emergency and county admin is open from Monday through Friday from 8 to 5, our work still continues. Is there enough parking? Are there enough spaces for all of the resources that are going to come in? We just had a visit from Cal OES and 5-6 trucks. I don't know that that building is the most efficient space for the EOC. So I'd like to start with that one. And personally, if the EOC would fit in the public health building, and I'm about to probably say I'm going to send 1 million people to the public health building because I've walked through that building and it is incredibly underutilized. That seems like it has more parking. That has trailers that are stored there. It seems like it has conference rooms. Hopefully it has the technology that the EOC needs. Is that a more appropriate place for the EOC to operate out of before we renovate a building that's on this campus that might be more appropriate for general government type of functions?
With that, through the chair, I would defer our OES director, who is also your CEO, I know, and your sheriff happened to be sitting here. At one point in time, they did look at that facility, and I would defer to them to comment on the suitability of the public health space versus the admin center complex. I do believe that in looking at the current capacity, parking, and that at the public health location, I don't believe it fell into a desirable location. But again, I'll defer to either one of them if they would like to comment.
CEO Antle.
That's correct. There were several facilities that were walked through before we selected this local facility. It's in close proximity to the sheriff's office. The flow works through this location much better. Is it that we may have to section off some parking during an emergency if we need to? We may have to do that depending on who's all coming into EOC. I do know now it's a little bit different than what we've had in the fire, but monitoring the last couple of months, all the winter storms, we've been able to do a significant portion remotely via Zoom and Teams, which was never an option before. So this is low-level activation. If we go to higher level activation where CAL FIRE and additional public safety resources came in, it could be a push. It is certainly better. No offense, I hope the sheriff will agree, than where we were at the Donovan room. It's much better. There's additional parking down here, and it still remains in the sheriff's flow of where his team comes and goes, his deputies and folks. But I would defer to the sheriff if he has any additional comments.
Sheriff Kendall.
While the sheriff is making his way up here, there is an approved project also for EV charging stations at this administration center. We will be doing a parking analysis during that project as well.
Working or not? Well, it sounds like it's working now. Chairman Gordy, members of the board, one of the nice things about having the EOC here is that it's close to our dispatch center. It's close to our first responders. We can use the parking spots that we currently have and walk over to it. There's several different things that kind of come into play when we've got all hands on deck in a central location. Asking my personnel to drive into the city of Ukiah further through stoplights, various other things, could slow down response. And the other issue is, if we do have any issues of communication, 99% of that stems from, you know, some issue that happened with phone lines or something coming into our dispatch center. It's an easy fix. We're all pretty happy with the location of it right now. It just seems to flow better. It's no longer on the sheriff's office campus, and a portion of the Donovan room is in that secured area where we have inmates and whatnot. It was a good move out of the Donovan room. The Donovan room's being used for a lot of the video courtrooms and whatnot. It's saving me a lot of money on my transportation. It's saving money on vehicles, and it's creating better public safety when we don't have to drive people uptown. So I really like the location where it is now, and I'd just like to echo what the CEO had to say about it. It's really working good.
So dipping back into my memory when I was here, when we sort of repurposed the old hospital building into where we're sitting today, and part of what we were looking for was the ability to have a campus setting where it's very easy to access people physically. It was before the days of Zoom and other modern communications, but there's still an advantage of face-to-face when you're working on a tough project. So.
If I may, CEO
Yes.
Antle, I'd like to add to the conversation that another consideration was taking into when CAL FIRE and other agencies, they either put up their large operations center at the fairgrounds, or they're over at the property across the way, the old Masonite property, and this is quicker access because the sheriff and his team go back and forth to those op area meetings with those larger organizations during the time of an emergency.
Okay, I'm ready to move on past the EOC. It sounds like there's not a better location at Public Health. That's fine with me. I don't know how many people are currently located in there, if there's additional space in the building for it to grow. I am concerned about the idea that we would remodel buildings for a specific use, especially one that, you know, is great and we've been able to utilize and have unfortunately had many emergencies, especially since 2017, but specifically remodeling a building for a department, they may increase and shrink over time. I have concerns about that. So will you be bringing back the costs of remodeling? And to this board, we've heard that the OES director and the sheriff like that location. It was proposed that there could potentially need to be a new EOC. I'm hearing that's not necessary. So does the board agree that it should stay where it is and that we should remodel it?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Supervisor Hasjack, you have your...
Well, we have a list of 13 buildings to dispose. And so that seems like, you know, the low-hanging fruit right now. And I think that we should just really delve into this and make sure that that's what we want to do and give direction on it. And I guess one of my questions would be, with this list of 13, you know, I understand that there are contracts like for some of the buildings, and it's not going to be the same process of just putting it up for auction or whatever. And so it's going to be different for each of these buildings to dispose of them.
Through the chair, Janelle Rao, General Services Agency Director. To your question, then I'll tag back into Supervisor Mulheron's about the cost for the EOC. There will be a most definite different process for each one. We are going to have to assess your operational mandates as referenced by the CEO. What are our state, federal mandates as far as space, operational requirements, and then look at the disposition of each depending upon how we acquired it as well. The Veterans Facility is a prime example. There is a process that's outlined in the Military and Veterans Code that we are working with council on, but we are proceeding through each one of them, working with your Department of Transportation, many of those that are listed for for disposal, for lack of a better term, are your DOT road yards. They're pre-1950s. Some were, they were barns or shops. They're in a condition that's just in such a state of disrepair, there's really no hope, or it would be a bad investment to try to do a remodel. So we would be working with DOT on that.
So do you need board direction to dispose of this list of 13?
Yes.
And to find, to go through the process you need to go through. So I move that direction.
Second. Is there a third?
Okay, any additional comment?
Well, can we amend that? I think we have more to do here. Can we amend that with dispose of those 13 and bring back a recommendation on the next 13?
Yeah, through the chair, General Services Agency Director. What I would say is multiple parts. I can bring back a plan on the current funded level of maintenance, what the square footage would be. That most certainly I can bring. That will tell you what your square footage. Right now, I think we're a little over 700,000 plus or minus square foot of owned real property. What would that reduce look like to be at a industry standard of square footage based on our current funding? That would be one. With that, I could then bring forward a list, hopefully with more direction from this board, as recommended in the staff report. Some other considerations. Are you directing me to focus my efforts on Willits? Are you directing me to focus the efforts on any particular building? We have underutilized space at Public Health, as mentioned by Supervisor Mulhern. But there are other options that you may want to consider, and give me that direction, and then I will come back with a plan.
I would like to give direction for staff to come back with a plan, a facilities plan that will provide facilities at a level we can maintain with the existing budget. And if you need to cut 30, so be it, right? We have to live within our means. And it doesn't matter, we want more space if we can't afford it. And we work with the executive office to figure out what that number is. I would average over the last 10 years, look at the slope, maybe it's increasing a couple percent, and figure that's what we can expect in the decade ahead. What we don't want is to make changes and then have the board next year hear that we have deferred maintenance, we have a bill that we can't afford. We need to put that towards wages.
Supervisor Hasjack.
Well, we had a motion on the floor.
Right.
To give direction to dispose of those 13. So let's just focus on that. Okay? Can we get that passed?
I have a question about the 13.
Turn on your mic, please.
Through the chair, I have a question about the 13. So in the in our agenda item, it had 10, and then it had an additional facility condition assessment. So was the direction to do the conditions assessment and not dispose of those? Or I just want to be clear about the direction.
So, well, when I'm looking at the staff report, I'm seeing that there's a 13 in the summary findings, second bullet point.
Can we bring those up on the screen so everyone can see them?
It's in the staff report.
Yeah.
If I might,
Yes.
Chair, there are 13 in the staff report. Not all are owned. Some are leased. So what I would say is, of the 13, we would assess those that are owned, those that are leased, alternatives. If they're leased, is there an alternative for another lease or an owned? And if they are owned, we would look and come back with a plan either to decommission. If disposal is not feasible, i.e. all of the DOT road yards, your DOT director would need to come in and talk about his mandated requirements to have road yards in his remote locations.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Have the department heads been involved and engaged in these conversations? I know that we, had some feedback during department head reviews about facility conditions. It just would be my preference as a policymaker to have an item that comes before me that the Director of Transportation and that County Council have vetted that says, Boonville Veterans Memorial Building, this is our ability to dispose of or not based on whatever requirements have been put in place with that building. Would you like to? And as far as the Director of Transportation, is he on the call? Has he been made aware that this is potentially something that the board is considering today? I just feel like we continue to have this conversation over and over again, and we're not getting anywhere. I mean, if it takes a workshop or 4 hours of having the department heads in the room with general services, here are these building, public health, social services, what do you guys think? What can you do? Can you reorganize? I don't know how serious those conversations have been with the department heads up until this point, or if it just keeps coming back to the board for us to make decisions, which clearly, if something isn't going to work with the department, you all know better. So I feel like we're spinning our wheels and spending a lot of money, because there is a cost to these presentations and this work, but it's not giving me an ability to make a decision, and I feel incredibly frustrated with that. We know, the board has said, we would like to get rid of buildings. We would not like to have such high capital maintenance costs. But we continue down this process of these surveys and studies, and I just don't know how far we've gotten with the departments as far as reorganizing.
Let's see, Supervisor Williams.
I think CEO Antle needs to bring the facilities plan into the realm of sustainability. And I'm with Supervisor Mulhern, it's frustrating. There's no way for me to know which building we can chop today. I mean, I'm going to support getting rid of these 13, but, I don't know what mandates we have, how to shuffle the puzzle pieces so that we end up in the best financial position long-term relative to building maintenance. Just don't know. So CEO, I think you really, this is a department that reports to you. I think you need to review the plan and come back with a proposal that you think makes financial sense, and keep chopping until you get down to a level that you can give the board assurance that we can support it long term.
And I would hope it would include in that, discussion with department heads like the DOT. Do you absolutely need to have these? Is this a mandate that requires that you have something at this location, so that we're working in sync, so that we are not creating further problems that have to be addressed at a later date?
Call for a vote.
Oh,
We need to go to public comment.
and public comment, so we have public comment in the room, so. Ms. Emery.
Good morning, CEO McGordy, members of the board, Chair Antle, County Council Curtis. My name is Becky Emery. I'm the Social Service. As to this report, I have some concerns. I have big concerns because the first I received it was when I pulled it from the board. As far as participation in the event, we submitted information. I was invited to the walkthrough at the UKO campus and participated in that. I was given 2 days notice to participate in the Willits Integrated Center conference or walkthrough, and was at state meetings and was not able to attend. I was not given any notice on the Fort Bragg walkthrough. I was notified after the fact. So participation in this has been mainly through emails and documentation back and forth. I have significant concerns that the end of COVID has brought with it the required return to face-to-face meetings, reducing significantly our ability to telework. I know that you are able to telework from your car, Supervisor Williams. I think that's fantastic. I appreciate that. It is not something that our staff can do. When we're talking about our family center, there's not an ability to shift that over to public health. And the reason being is that we often house youth in our family center. For the last 2 weeks, we have housed 2 youth. I cannot shift those youth to a non-family-like setting and put them into a public health building where they will be subject to any number of other people that have no right to know that they are involved in the Family and Children's Services system. We have housed staff in our Willits Family Resource Center as well, housed children in our Family Resource Center in Willits as well. This week, we looked at almost 5 children. We had 3 more detained that we barely found placement for, and they could not be together. To have these children mixed would have been even further challenges. As to our staffing in Willits, we have 52 spaces and 36 staff. We have 4 probation staff. We are sending staff over from Fort Bragg as we have implemented changes for the space study. We are continuing to struggle in hiring, but it is our focus, and as I understand, this is a long-term plan of what will happen over the next 20 years and how we make sure our buildings meet our needs. To reduce those buildings for children's and social services specifically, when we have 100 vacancies with over 90% of them in recruitment, is significantly impactful. As to the Willits office, the other space, for over 5 years, we have requested to have bathroom put in that would include, facilities that would include washer and dryer and showers. The reason for these are safety for our staff. We have children that we are requesting, or that we are detaining that have head lice, they have scabies, they have a lot of other things that and that they need to be able to take a shower before we can secure a placement for them, and that they need to be treated. Our staff are currently taking those children's clothes, car seats, home, and washing them. We're talking about space in the WISC, and that space is space that we have identified and dedicated, but it has not come to fruition. It was not considered in this plan. We have other challenges as well, and I welcome the opportunity to sit down and have a conversation around this plan before any decisions are made impacting social services, the buildings, and the space that we occupy. Thank you.
Chair, I have a question for the speaker. Director, are the facilities that you're identifying reimbursed by the state? Are we getting cost recovery? Maybe not 100%, but close?
So any of our building improvements have all been covered under social services.
So why wouldn't we install restrooms and washers if the state is picking up the tab?
We have requested it.
CEO?
I'll defer to Director Rao and their schedule of work.
Through the chair, so Janelle Rao, General Services Agency Director, I know that that is an approved project. We have been adding resources to our facilities staff through the last 2 to 3 years. So the projects that they have been prioritized have been based on the critical conditions of our facilities. It is an approved project. I do believe it's on our current list of projects and will be worked through.
But if we can't get to it in the next, I mean, how long has it been? You said years?
I believe it's been multiple years.
Yeah, so if we can't do it in the next 60 days, why not just put out an RFP and have it done?
What?
County Council, did you grunt?
I'm sorry if I made through the chair. I don't know that it's an RFP. This is like the Public Works project, so it's probably a bid.
Okay, a bid. But why? Okay, as a supervisor, I need a list of all of these projects that have been backlogged for years, and let's just work through it. Supervisor Mulhern's right. Let's have a workshop, work through it, and if it's something that we can't afford, we're going to move on, cross it out. But if it's something like a washer, or if it's reasonable and that sounds like public safety to me, we need to figure out an action plan where it gets done right away, not next year.
If I might, there is an active project list that's attached to each CEO report.
Have all the department heads signed off on that? That is 100% of the needs that they've been complaining about for years?
We have approved facility modification requests that have gone through the budget cycle. And if they're approved by the board and the CEO, they are on the facilities project list.
Okay, I have more, but let's move on to other supervisors.
Supervisor Haschak.
This is another question. So out of the 13 that we're looking at to dispose of, now none of those are related to what you're talking about. Is that correct?
I'm not clear on the list of 13. I had gone through the report. As I said, I received it late. I was at state meetings through Friday. When I looked at this report, the ones that I identified, apparently I think I may have hit the wrong page because mine don't match what Deputy CEO Dunicliffe's showed. So
Yeah.
I will have to confirm.
The only one I could see is the Social Services Family Center in Ukiah.
Okay. And Supervisor Mulhern had suggested that that be mixed in with public health. which is not a truly viable option for us, based on the confidentiality that we need to maintain.
Okay, so if we're looking at this, and
I
I'm
certainly
trying to
support,
focus
please
on
know,
this.
I do support that the family center does not meet, the Ukiah Family Center does not meet our current needs.
Okay. Okay, so your comments are well taken and should be considered, certainly. I'm just looking at this list of 13 that we're dealing with, and let's dispose of them, and that's the vote we're trying to take right now, right? Okay, and then we'll deal with the other stuff. But, okay, so anyway, I appreciate those comments.
So if I may, through the chair.
Yes.
I would add that while the family center is not meeting our needs because it is not ADA compliant, and we are in a corrective action plan since 2017, that we have to relocate to an alternative family center. So to dispose of it and not replace it is of great concern for me.
Okay, very good.
Supervisor Mulhern. Oh,
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the items that are listed for the 13. And it says to dispose of, but there are going to be costs associated with this. You can't just dispose of the sheriff's admin center. You're going to have to build a new one. I mean, we are not offered as simple a suggestion as just get rid of those. And certainly I'll look to my colleagues that have more geographically dispersed areas as to whether or not their communities that are represented through the use of the buildings are going to be impacted. I don't think that there's too many on the disposal list except for the Veterans Memorial Building. But again, like without knowing what the Director of Transportation thinks of getting rid of 4 to 5 yards, I just would love to see these items come back with more information, more feedback from the departments. I mean, why this item is now going, in my opinion, is now going to have to come back. It's stated, you know, do we want to dispose of these? Well, sure. We all think we don't need these. I've heard already 2 reasons why my opinion is wrong. So why am I being put in a position to try to make decisions that have not been fully vetted within the agency from the people that are doing the work physically in those locations? That is my question right now.
Supervisor Jordy.
So I largely agree with Supervisor Mulhern's comments, but in the example I'll give is the road yards. When we talk about a conversation about disposing of them, I have my doubts that it'll come back positive. I mean, there's going to be a place where you store heavy equipment. There's going to be a place where you store gravel and building and road materials. Whether those particular locations are the best location, I'm also doubtful. For example, we don't need a road corp yard in Fort Bragg city limits with access to city water and sewer. That could be located outside of the city where there is no municipal water, no municipal sewer, where the land is cheaper per acre. You know, so, but I still think there's going to be a need for a corp yard somewhere on the Mendocino coast. So I don't actually read this list quite the way it's characterized as disposal. It seems to me as it's an action plan for replacement. And I don't know that that's going to result in less money being spent or more. Hopefully it's less over the long run because these, at least in some cases, maybe all the cases, they're pretty dilapidated structures and probably in the wrong location. So again, I don't see this as eliminating. I actually don't know that this is actually going to get us to where the board's talking about, which is just downsize the number of facilities, because I'm not sure that all these facilities will result in no facility, but maybe a replacement of the facility somewhere else. So if we need to go from 100 properties that are leased and owned to 60, I think this very tiny baby step is maybe going to get us 3 or 4 out of that list. So that's my hunch.
If I might, through the chair.
Yes.
In the language of disposal, and again, it was terminology used in the staff report. What we indicated was the determination of disposed would need planning for replacement or reevaluation of services needed at those locations immediately. Our assessment and the direction of the board, and again, from a timing perspective, getting your report in front of you with the condition of your facilities was our priority. Certainly taking into consideration that other discussions based on those state and operational mandates, such as mentioned by Director Emery, including state and federal mandates, need to be taken into consideration, much as that it is operational and under the direction of the CEO and or those departments. So our goal was to bring you a report on your facilities, much of which have been in this condition for, we acquired these in the 80s with zero modernization and very little updating of those facilities. So we most certainly realize that there is much more work to do on this, but it is a report based on the actual current 2-day condition of your facilities. In order to carry this forward, we would need direction from the board in order to pursue some of these other avenues, such as disposal or replacement or alternative means of providing those services if they're mandated.
So just an observation, I think that they met with the requirement of coming through and assessing the facilities. They've done that, and the question is now, what do you want to do next? Supervisor Williams.
I want staff to come back with a plan that all 5 of us can support. The department heads feel might be somewhat of a hardship, but we'll be able to get by, and the CEO in a position to tell us we can maintain those buildings going forward. Basically, I want a plan that's shovel-ready that allows us to live within our means. The best plan, and you can't build the best plan by committee. The 5 of us here every 6 months talking about a facilities report, we're not going to be able to devise the best plan. So this is a bad process. And I think CEO, I know as much as we've put on your plate, I think this is really for you to proof the plan, and when you think it's ready, ask the board for support.
CEO Antle, if I may, through the chair, certainly, and on page 3, you'll see that the facilities folks do make some directions for your consideration, and apparently they all do come back to me. So I will definitely work with the departments and the facility team to nail down these state mandates and the operational components that are missing from what your expectation of the report should be.
Let's see, we'll ask for public comments.
Patrick Hickey, Field Representative with SEIU Local 1021. We certainly support the county disposing of unnecessary and unneeded properties and believe that that could produce at least some funding that could be plowed back into the ongoing deferred maintenance that the county is seeing. We do encourage, though, that the county proceed cautiously when it comes to consolidating space in social services, public health, and behavioral health. You really need to understand the privacy and confidentiality requirements of those staff. Many of the conversations and meetings need to be in a private space and can't be in a large cubicle setting. I think if you were to talk with staff at WISC in Willits, they would not agree that the space is underutilized. I would have to agree with Director Emery. The goal is to fully staff social services, public health, and behavioral health. And so the space that is there that's not currently utilized, the expectation is that it soon will be. Also, in reference to WISC in Willits, the county does have a responsibility to serve its North County residents. Folks in Covelo and Leggett and such shouldn't have to make the longer trek to receive support and necessary services. So we would encourage that the county maintain that facility and the space where the important work is done. I recall hearing that there may be some issue with the child support building since it was purchased with state child support funding. What latitude the county has in terms of repurposing that area, that might be something worth looking into. And then finally, I think the elephant that's in the center of town is our courthouse. I'm not sure that the community has heard any feasible proposals from the county on what they plan to do with this Keystone property. It's a real opportunity, but it could also be a disastrous eyesore if it's not treated and planned in an effective and efficient way. Thank you.
Let's see, Supervisor Milhern, before we go on to more public comment, do you? Okay, so anyone else in the room who wishes to comment on this issue? If not, we will go to people on Zoom. So we have Peter McNamee.
Good morning. I'm speaking on behalf of the Grassroots Institute, who are your friends, neighbors, and constituents throughout the county. We're the ultimate consumers and the taxpayers that support county's programs. And so my comments are referenced from that perspective. You have 118 properties, as I understand it, that you're trying to assess. But I think these properties were acquired in the 19th and 20th century largely to meet the problems and challenges that the county faced, and they were developed and manifested out of those needs. But what we're talking about when you talk about property management is a long-term depreciation schedule that certainly has to account for multiple decades, really going into the 21st century. And what's absent here is an understanding of what your needs going forward are versus what the obsolete needs and the ones that you're going to have to abandon. I appreciate the comments of the supervisors and the frustration that they've expressed today about having inadequate information to make the right decisions. From the public's perspective, I saw this report this weekend and started going through it, and it struck me that there really isn't a strong enterprise analysis here of what your needs going forward are. This is largely a look in the rearview mirror. I don't want to have that stated in any way as a criticism of the staff work in this respect. I appreciate the challenge that they are confronting. And I appreciate that it's difficult for them to balance all of the needs. But I'm expressing it from our standpoint at the community level. I think that decisions that are made in the absence of good, relevant analysis and data produce bad outcomes. And this assessment doesn't consider a number of factors. For example, it doesn't consider the recommendations that the Wildan report brought to you concerning energy cost reductions and carbon reduction going forward. It doesn't incorporate a strategy of analysis for what you see the county's real challenges being in the next 20, 30, and 40 years. And so I urge you to delay action on this until you've had an opportunity to develop that analysis. And I appreciate you giving me the time to make those comments.
All right, next we have Lawrence Hall on Zoom.
Hi, my name's Laurency Hall. I am the treasurer of the Round Valley Lions Club, and we manage the Covelo Community Park. First of all, I want to say we were never contacted, and I know that in this facilities report it says that the keys didn't work. Of course the keys didn't work because our facilities are owned by the Covelo Community Park and Round Valley Lions Club. We actually lease the land and the land only. And that lease is ongoing. So I would suggest that you direct your staff to seriously examine what suggestions they are making when they are talking about disposing of facilities that are not county owned. As we said, we own all of the improvements above the land. When it was first established, we leased the land from the county that is adjacent to the Covelo Airport. And that the owners and caretakers of those facilities be contacted when you guys are moving forward with planning such as this. I know I am the primary person that checks our PO box, and we have had no contact until Supervisor Haschek thankfully reached out to our club secretary this morning.
Okay, thank you. Next on the line, we have Shamice Cubison.
Good morning, Supervisors, Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Shamice Cubison. I just wanted to remind those that are looking at considerations that those buildings that are occupied by state and federal programs that may be able to bill some of those programs to state and federal, or those costs, or are actually paying A87 for the use of those buildings. So please keep that in mind. When you're referring to the child support building, they do pay their A87 and they do pay the majority of their facility improvements. So if you move them out of that building and put a different budget unit occupying it that does not pay those costs, then the upkeep of that building will fall on the general fund. So please keep that in mind when you're looking at that, as well as the older COPs that were just refinanced. A couple of the budget units with social services and mental health are paying towards those, and they need to be occupying the space that those improvements, those major improvements paid for in the past. I can't speak to what future improvements may be made, and if those improvements to other buildings may be able to be partially paid by those occupants depending on their programs and their occupancy. So I understand this is a really complicated area to be looking at. So just please keep in mind that there may be other financial implications of some of those moves and decisions that we might want to consider.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there anyone else? Nope, there isn't. Okay. Supervisor Haschak.
Well, we have a couple questions before us, and I really appreciate staff and your work on this and the consultants who worked on it. You know, we have this list of 13 to dispose of in one way or another. And however, I mean, there's more information that needs to be attained to be able to do that. But we also have these big issues about what we're going to do with all the properties, and especially with the courthouse and that move. And so I think it's, you know, noted here for board consideration what we're going to do with the sheriff's office, administration, probation, district attorney, public defender, all that, public safety locations. And that's going to require a lot of work to figure out, you know, who can move where and what's the best location for all of those. And it's certainly not something we're going to do at this point. But so along with that recommendation or the motion to dispose of in some way those 13, that I think that we ought to give direction to the CEO to work with staff to come up with you know, the plan. And it's certainly around the courthouse and those services, because that's taking up a lot of, it's going to require a lot of work on all of our parts.
Supervisor Milhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope that staff and our architect understand my frustration really is about this very long process that feels like it's gotten us nowhere. And I actually feel like it's shifted in a way. I mean, all of our recommendations today are around public safety and not around social services or public health. And again, I don't think I'm being given enough information to make decisions at this point. I also really think it's important that the department heads and the departments are included in this process so that the decisions that we are being asked to make sense within each department. Walking through a building, I could see something entirely different than what the department head and their employees may think. So I just wanted to say that. And regarding the courthouse, this has been a really long and lengthy process for them to get where they are now. And a lot of what is going to happen is all dependent on the state and whether or not that project moves forward and really out of our control. The current plans or goal would be to break ground in 2024 on the new courthouse site and have the building be built and operable by fiscal year 26-27. So that's 3 to 4 years out. And if we're going to think strategically about what's happening with the DA and the public defender and probation and everything that is dependent on using the courthouse, that hasn't, to my understanding, has not been considered by the state. Of course, the state has considered the sheriff's office needs, as they are the ones that are, bringing inmates and facilitating some of those parts of the courthouse. But I just wanted to throw that timeline out there for what we're trying to consider for the departments that are in the staff report under board considerations. A lot of those are dependent on the courthouse and what is happening. And I know that previous conversations with the sheriff's office included a more centralized location with the courthouse, and I don't know that that's a goal of the current administration of the sheriff's office. And so I feel like I forget who mentioned it, but as priorities shift, I just want to make sure that we're creating a plan that's going to make sense for the future and isn't going to need to be constantly changed based on who is in any of the elected officials' seats.
As far as
Supervisor
information coming back, I need a list of facilities that the state is reimbursing or would reimburse. And I think that includes the upgrades, the maintenance, but energy upgrades, everything that goes into facilities for the next 20 years. And social services, I know everybody's probably tired of me suggesting this over the last 4 years, but I want it fully staffed. And how many times have we given direction to figure out what market wages are so that it would get fully staffed? The state's paying these wages. Set the wages so that we have applicants and we're 100% staffed. And then you have facilities planned around that full staffing. If we, I don't know what their level of staffing is now, but it's pretty slim relative. If we come up with a 20-year plan and put them in a space that's just big enough for their size today, and then we staff, we're going to be back here talking about the overflow and having to buy another building. So this all has to work in harmony. The staffing, the location of services, modernizing, how we distribute services across the county. Some could be consolidated because today you have online permitting. Maybe you don't need the facilities spread everywhere. There's other types of services where you're sending people on a 3-hour drive every day. That's a really bad use of staff time. We're paying for those hours. So I support everything that's come from my colleagues today, but I really want a plan to come back that's ready for us to vote. I don't think we're going to be able to assemble it up here live, the 5 of us.
Well, I'm inclined to agree with that perspective. I think we have to have good information to make good decisions because we're missing a lot of pieces to the puzzle. We know this. We know a few things we know. We have too many buildings, most likely, because they were purchased for, other purposes as part of a century ago. We know that a lot of stuff is in very poor condition. We probably can't afford to repair it. So it makes sense to cut our losses on the things that really are sort of beyond repair or so expensive it wouldn't make sense to do it. And fixing anything is humongously expensive. We know that form follows function, meaning that we should have spaces that make sense for us for the task at hand. We know that we're trying to have access to clientele so that they don't have to travel down here to Ukiah for everything that they do. We should take into account, though, where we can, some sort of remote or distance connection with either clients or workers. I don't know if that's in the plan. I don't think it is. So I feel like there's a lot of work, a lot more information in front of us before we can really make good decisions on this. We could do something today and then say, okay, we want to get rid of these 13 on the condition that we don't really need them, and then have it come back and turn out that, yeah, we do really need some of them. So I don't know what you want to do, but I'd be reluctant to vote for something like that without having the proper info. So that's kind of my summary. Supervisor Hasjak.
Well, I think we should call the question for the motion to dispose of those 13. And if it needs to come back with an alternative plan, then I think Director Rao has the direction to do that. But let's move forward with that. So I call the question.
Okay.
Through the chair, this is Kim Saylor, Deputy Clerk of the Board. Can I please get a clear restatement of the motion in full?
The motion was to dispose of the list of 13 that's in the staff memo.
Mr. Chair, point of clarification from the motion, the maker. The agenda item states dispose, using that term, but it also says planning for replacement or reevaluation of service needs at these locations. And so does your motion include just bringing back that information? Because I don't think it necessarily means dispose. And I don't want for the public to think that because the board voted on this motion to dispose, that may or may not happen with any quick timeline.
Right. I think the motion and the use of the term dispose and gives direction to the General Services Director to evaluate with a serious consideration of moving those along, you know. And
Moving them along to other ownership?
quite possibly, yes.
If I might, in the proposed direction to staff, it does clarify that to determine options associated, including estimates prepare a feasibility with disposal, decommissioning, or surplus. That would include meeting with all of your operational partners. It was not the intent of the department to exclude those operational partners, but we most certainly needed board direction before we pursued those potential directions. So most certainly, if you're giving us that direction, it would be to analyze is it even operationally or mandated based on the mandates feasible, and if not, what are the considerations? And then anywhere in here where it indicates, direct the chief executive officer or designee, I'm typically that designee, and I just wanted to make sure that was clear too.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Well, quite possibly, this is rather open-ended direction that we're giving. It's dispose, but not necessarily evaluate, come back. We don't know if we're going to save money or spend money disposing of these 13. I wonder if all we can do today is accept the report, and the CEO has heard all of our comments and looks like she can intuit where to go with formulating a plan.
If I may, through
Yes.
the chair, I believe I understand the direction of what you would like to see next. I just want to be clear, when you're accepting this report, there is a request, and Ms. Rao will have to help me out here, that for additional agreements and expenditure of funds to assess further. I don't believe that's the direction. I mean, Janelle, can you confirm? And then
Well,
the board.
I can confirm that I didn't. I'm not suggesting we spend money. If it's no, 175,000, no way. I mean, figure out what we want to do first before we spend that money. The worst thing here would be we spend the money to evaluate buildings, and then that evaluation doesn't feed into a plan. CEO, do you have a recommendation hearing the 5 of us today?
What I would like to do is take this back and come back in 30 days with a more of an operational state mandate. And we may chunk this, right? It may not be those 13, it may be the DOT, or it may be something else that we look at specifically and start chunking this. I know you want a full conceptual plan, but I think that's where your expense is going to continue to escalate. And I think if we get the players in the room, meaning the department heads that are here and or not here in the room to talk about operations and mandates, and I think some of that may have already been captured in your prior facility assessment report. So bringing those all together and coming back. But again, I would need at least 30 days to even wrap around this as we're going into budget, which is my other concern that you'll hear later.
So should I withdraw my second?
Well, I think that, we can put it off for 30 days, come back with this more comprehensive plan. But, once again, we're kicking things down the road. And I think that General Services wanted direction on these 13, and that would be kind of a focal point of dealing with some of these ones that were conceivably the cherry picking the easy ones, the low-hanging fruit.
So if I follow your logic, we could limit the discussion right now to these 13, which would maybe alleviate some of the fears of CEO Antle of getting stuck into a maelstrom of analysis that would take a lot of time, whereas if we restrict it to these 13, then we've got a chunk that we can take a look at and make a difference on. Does that make sense?
Right.
So, Chair, I'm concerned about that if we don't look holistically at facilities needs across the board, we may spend money in a direction that doesn't make sense in the big picture. I think we need to look at all of it. I would like to see a consolidated plan of buildings that will facilitate the needs of our departments that's within our financial means going forward. And when we look at that and say, yeah, that makes sense overall, you can start working on it in chunks. But if we piecemeal assemble facilities, we're going to get towards the end and find that we've missed something and it's going to cost us. So I don't, getting rid of the 13, I'm all for getting rid of buildings. What if we get rid of 3 buildings that cause us to increase costs somewhere else in the plan? I don't know if we're winning or losing with this idea.
Well, looking holistically, the first thing I would do is start sort of sectoring things. So we know that one big sector is going to have to do with the downtown and what we do with the courts. The other sector would be reaching the public for social services. So I don't know if that helps if we start thinking about what their purpose is and maybe take those kind of a little bit at a time. I don't know that we need to have the solution in 30 days for what's going to happen downtown, but we might be able to get the solution in 30 days about what DOT yards are necessary and which aren't.
And I hope within 30 days we can get an answer as to why we don't have laundry facility at social services, given that the state would pay for it.
Yeah, well, that's within those 13, so that's, we can do this piecemeal for things that look immediate, that we know are really the facilities in bad repair, or while at the same time moving forward with a more holistic approach. I think sometimes you have to do both. And, we we can sit here and be what I call paralysis by analysis, or we can move forward and start to do things that are, again, the low-hanging fruit that, we're hoping that we can reduce some of our expenses and some of our, surplus property, just get it off the books. So, I don't know. Supervisor Hastrat.
Well, I agree with that approach, is that we need to start moving. It will be kind of like the parks, where we have 7 parks that we say, well, there's some low-hanging fruit, but we're going to wait for the comprehensive plan, and we haven't done anything. And so here's a chance of, really looking at these 13, see what to do with them. And, the comprehensive plan isn't going to come back and it's going to be a yes or no answer. It's going to take a lot of work too. So we can't put it all on the CEO just to come back and, hey, fix it all. So see you in 30 days. We're going to have to deal with it piece by piece. So this is one attempt to start moving it along.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Yeah, my question is for the department and for county council. So of the 13 projects that are listed, is it possible for county council to come back with an analysis, particularly for the, I know the Veterans Building, it sounds like the Covelo Community Building, it sounds like we have some deed restrictions potentially in some of these properties. So would it be possible to have that report back in the next 30 days for the 13 properties that are listed in the agenda? I don't mind having the conversation about what the costs are going to be. I don't know that we're going to come up with any kind of realistic costs for, in today's dollars, how much it's going to cost. I mean, we would be able to come up with some kind of cost about how much it's going to cost to replace the sheriff's admin, but that's not a project that's likely to happen anytime soon. So in 30 days regarding these 13 that were listed in the agenda report, is it possible for county council to bring back an analysis? And will the department have any kind of numbers for us to look at that point?
If I may respond to the chair, we could certainly summarize the issues as to each of those within 30 days. I don't know that we'd have a full analysis as to every one of them. So some of those, depending upon the complexity of the deed documents, depending upon some of the specifics, might take a little bit longer. I know, for example, the Veterans Hall is subject to a specific statutory scheme, and there were questions related. We can give you the basic framework as to sort of how that can be disposed of, et cetera, but there were some interesting questions and some potentially creative options there that we may need a little bit more time to fully evaluate.
And if I might, again, through the chair, Janelle Rao, General Services Agency Director, there was a recommendation to phase these in, and to reiterate, we weren't necessarily recommending immediate disposal. It was based on condition. This is something in the board's purview that we will be pursuing. That being said, some of those listed are leased. They are not county owned, and it would need to be a consideration of, do we locate, is it a mandate, and do we relocate? We can most certainly come up with some form of a cost estimate, but for the majority of these, you're going to require some feasibility analysis. We don't have architectural staff on our team. We have project specialists, and that's a third-party cost, which is why we had an estimate in there if we were to proceed on some of these more sophisticated facilities feasibility analysis. Our primary concerns were with the knowns. The known was with the courthouse and the new courthouse construction, and the disposition of the Ukiah Courthouse, and the relocation of the district attorney's services. I do know that the DA was listening to this and wanted to make sure that it was clear that co-location, and I believe Chief Locatelli is also here, co-location with probation is not necessarily something feasible, so he messaged me that. What we will be looking at, and we've talked briefly on the Ukiah relocation of those public safety departments. It could be many things. It could be property acquisition. It could be the utilization of a child support services building that we already own. We do own what's called the Courthouse Annex, which houses our public defender. If we relocate that, you could look to potentially surplus. So those were some that we were looking to get specific board direction on while taking this to the next phase of our strategic planning. We most certainly can come back in 30 days. Unfortunately, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon, and I know that can be frustrating. The whole intent of this, from the beginning, our direction was to bring back unfiltered results, because we could be here another year if we were working through each of the operational needs. And as you can tell, not everyone is going to be happy with these outcomes. So our goal here was to give you something that told you your condition of your owned and leased properties. That's here. We will most certainly participate with the CEO on the next steps based on this board direction.
So we have a question. Supervisor Mulheron?
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to
the costs of potentially, so we do have in our agenda packet, the conceptual strategic plan, which should have some budget numbers. So are those, was that already, those numbers have already been vetted? 14 million for the district attorney and 2 million for the children's family center, no, 3 million for the family center and 2 million for child support services. So are those costs that should be considered or would be considered if those projects were to change? Because I don't think, you know, the urgency that, and I will just actually speak for myself, the urgency that I felt as a board member regarding our facilities is one, I want our employees and our clients, our customers to be safe and be in an environment that is, you know, doesn't have ceilings caving in and water lines dripping to protect our IT equipment. We wanted to have additional funds to be able to pay our employees, to be able to offer COLAs. And as a board, when we're considering the budget, we don't have that because we have so many expenses with our buildings. I mean, my concern is still that we're going to look at those 13 properties that are discussed, and it's not really going to offer us any savings. It's going to add a lot more expenses, and it won't have gotten the board to where we wanted to be, which is really to reduce the amount of buildings that we own or lease and to be most efficient with our space in order to protect the budget so that we can have better resourced personnel. So my concern, again, and has been since the very first time that I was sitting in this board and talking about facilities, is that we're spending a lot of money and a lot of time coming up with plans about our buildings, but I don't know that we're really getting anywhere with what the board's goals were. And today, I feel very frustrated that department heads have not been brought into the conversation in a way that is going to help us be able to make better decisions.
Well, I think that's the next step, and we've targeted 13 buildings and facilities, and now we have a chance to really dive deeper on them. We have direction to staff to do something about it, to get the input.
So I think Supervisor Mulhern is trying to make a different point, that we don't, what I'm hearing is we don't have enough information to make a good decision today.
Right.
And we're frustrated because there is urgency. We need to make decisions soon. This has gone on too long. It can't go on another year. And yet we're in a position if we make a decision today, it may end up costing the county. So I'm going to withdraw the second.
Can I just have a response from the department or perhaps from our consultant regarding the dollar amounts that were in the strategic plan priorities? So for instance, as I mentioned, 14 million. So would that be, that would be the estimated cost in today's dollars to relocate the district attorney to the child support services building potentially?
So I'll handle that. Kyle Matty from NMR. Yeah, this budget was looking at each of the projects that we could define right now. And so that particular one, the DA, was just looking at their square footage compared to what's in the child support and putting a dollar per square foot, saying we're remodeling the whole thing, and then adding on the amount that they needed to add on to get that amount. And then putting soft costs onto that too. So it should be a total project budget, not construction budget. And we started to identify the ones that we had enough information on. So as an example, the DA moving into child support, that's just one solution, right? So you need to do a little bit more thinking of, is that the right solution? And if you build a new building or you move them somewhere else, then that budget changes. But you can start with, that's a budget for doing that project. And so what we tried to identify in the document, the facilities conceptual strategic plan, is these are your, I forget the number, 10 big things that you need to look at now. These are the things that come to the forefront, whether it's family center needs to happen, the sheriff's admin needs to happen. So those are the items that we identified are today problems, right?
Supervisor Mulhern.
I just, when we're looking at those numbers and the reasons why we've gone down this path. So again, individual departments, new family center, $3 million, probation, $7 million. We don't have money in the budget to do these projects. So I feel like we are just spinning our wheels and having this conversation over and over again that's not getting us anywhere. Maybe that got us somewhere. Maybe what we have in our agenda today with those numbers illustrated based on today's construction costs got us to where we can be more realistic about what our options are. Or maybe not. I really feel like there needs to be a meeting with the department heads. I don't know that everybody has read the agenda item, and really have some clear recommendations that, and I agree with Supervisor Williams about a more holistic approach. We've spent a lot of time today just talking about public safety and what their needs are, but we have other departments as well.
Supervisor Williams.
I was going to ask, would Supervisor Mulhern be willing to audit that process, be part of the conversations when they happen with the department heads? I would trust any of my colleagues to do this. I would volunteer for it, but I know you're really worked up about it. I think you have good judgment on this one. And it just doesn't seem that hard. I mean, figure out what the dollar amount is, what services we need to provide, how much square footage, and start putting a plan together. And you live within the means. I don't understand why this has gone on for so long. The whole time I've been on the board, we've been talking about it. Like, at the end of the day, it's like you only have so many dollars. What can you do with those? These are the services you need to try to fit in.
So if we come to the end of the day and we see that there's no way we have the money that we really need to upgrade or update, so what do you suggest? We
live within our means. It's a hardship. This is a rural county, and you put public safety first. State constitution tells us public safety comes first. It's easy. And there's examples where the state is reimbursing us. Make sure we get every dollar we can from the state. We're an agent for the state on a lot of services. Taxpayers in this county pay state tax. It's our job to make sure that we carry out those services on behalf of the state. And so it really gets to me when I see we're not staffing at the appropriate level because we've set wages too low, and we have control of that. Bump wages up to the most the state will allow and try to staff fully, and then you build the facilities around that. What we're describing today, this is execution. This isn't policy. And so that's why I'm suggesting the CEO's office is the right place to come up with a plan. The policy would be deciding, do we want to go in debt to build more buildings? Maybe we do, maybe we don't. But how to shuffle employees between facilities to get the most out of what we have, I think that's more the executive office. And your CEO, you're welcome to rebut me if I'm off base.
No, I wouldn't do that to an honorable supervisor, so.
How about this one?
I think I'm hearing a few things that need to occur. One, it seems very clear that there's consensus that this board would, if there's state or other funds, to be able to move those projects forward. Today, we've only mentioned social services, but there may be others that we can help move their facility projects forward. Also, I think there's got to be a meeting with the department heads, and each department head needs to review this report as well as the facility needs assessment and come up with their plan on how they are going to help either reduce their facility footprint, their facility size, or consolidate. And I think that needs to be done on a timeline that's not, 12 months. Now, I know Director Rao and the team here is looking for more money. I guarantee you today, we do not have that money. So it's going to be have to be something that we collectively take on as another directive from this board, and move it forward. And trust me, I understand the urgency to get rid of these facilities. That one, there's deferred maintenance for many years on these buildings. Was that deferred so that the balance could be budget and we could pay staff? I don't know those questions here today, but those are things that need to be looked into. But given some time, I think we can come back with a deeper plan. I know you want it all wrapped into one, but I think that's going to be hard considering the different things that each division or department brings to play, right? So public safety, why that's our number one mandate, they may not have any funds to help put towards this work and project. Where social services, again, is part of public safety, and we're mandated to do these jobs by the state, maybe she has funds and that can move forward. So the holistic plan needs to be there, but to get there is going to take time.
So we've been talking for about an hour and a half so far, so where are we? What do we want to do?
I'm good.
Good. Go ahead.
Well, it seems like after an hour and a half of conversation, we're back to where we began, and with absolutely no plan except to send to the CEO to come back with a more detailed plan. And so, I can feel the frustration.
Yeah, I feel the frustration from, especially from Supervisor Mulhern, is let's just not sit here, but let's do something. So, I'm not quite as pessimistic maybe as my compatriots here. I think that we do have an analysis of our facilities, which is a really important first step. To me, the next thing is to take a look then with the department heads. You're on the list, so what do you think? So what's fixable? Do you have funds? Do you have purpose? Those are the kinds of things that I think we're asking CEO Antle to take a look at. Some of them are simple, some of them are not. So when we're talking about, does DOT need all these old yards? That's simple. On the other hand, when we start talking about readjusting our entire criminal justice efforts downtown with a new courthouse, that's complicated. So I think that we should be able to make a commitment that this will take some time, but it should move, with some regularity and with a calendar. So what I would ask CEO Antle to do is to come back in 30 days, here's the sort of the ease of effort on these different things that are on the list, and we will work on them through the next year and have something done. That's the strategic plan I think that Supervisor Williams is looking for. Easy stuff first, more complicated stuff longer. And in that matrix will also include funding and continued need or not continued need. So those are some of the critical items I think we want to see come back. Supervisor Jordan, do you have another comment?
Just my snarky comment. With any luck, we could have an action plan ready to act upon by the time interest rates fall and the real estate market recovers. Because right now is actually not a very good time to sell a piece of property, if you can even sell it.
Okay. That's a good snarky comment. CEO Antle, do you feel like you have enough direction to make a move on this?
Yes, I believe I am bringing back an item in 30 days to talk about mainly the first 13, but we will look at all the buildings, look at what's easy, low-hanging fruit, a long-term plan, and we will be looking at fund and purpose of those buildings, leased versus owned. And I think a lot of that information is actually in this report. It's probably needs to streamline a little bit when we come back. So, and certainly we'll have the discussion with the department heads in the meantime as to where they can help and what they can do and get their input on this report.
Okay, that sounds good. All right, with that, I think we can move on. Do we need a break? We need a break. Okay, so let's take a 10-minute break. We'll be back here at 20 after 11. moved on to agenda item number 4B, which is discussion and possible action, including award to and approval of an agreement with Couples and Sons Construction in the amount of $1,534,000 for bid number 064-22 for the capital improvement project to complete the mechanical upgrade and remodel at the Fort Bragg Justice Center. So, Ms. Rao.
Good morning. Janelle Rao, General Services Agency Director. Before you, as described in the agenda summary, is a project to replace the failing Fort Bragg Justice Center HVAC system. This item has actually been before the board several times and for several years, even in prior boards, for potential replacement, which is again the result of deferred maintenance. Particularly with our justice centers, our courthouses, we do have a share of cost with the Judicial Council. So each of our owned courthouses have a percentage of shared space, and with that, we share the cost of those particular maintenance. With this one, we went through a bidding process. Through that process, we refined the scope of this project several times in order to really address the complexity of the building, the replacement of the very antiquated system, and I'll defer to Doug Anderson to my right here to give a little bit more detail on that system, along with the replacement, which is again into a more modernized, electric, less carbon consuming model, which again goes with the board's direction to reduce our overall carbon footprint. The process is defined in here that we went through, the resulting bids that we received, and we're looking for board direction on this. This is a project that is partially funded by the bond financing. We do have a revenue offset described in here from the courts that will also be into consideration. And if there are any other funding options, we would look for board direction on that as well.
Move the recommended action.
Any board comments? Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a difficult vote to cast because it's so expensive. So I met with Doug and Dan at General Services, I think it was last week, and got a better understanding of how the costs rose so much for this project. And since then, I've been able to reach out to Sonoma Clean Power, which retrofitted an older building in downtown Santa Rosa. It's about half the square footage. I don't have any great information in time for today's meeting, but I think it could be helpful for future projects in seeing how they approached it a little differently. So basically using ductless mini splits to heat and cool the building, but it is a separate air exchange to bring fresh air into the workplace. So I think that approach, because it's more off-the-shelf equipment that more contractors can install and it's more readily available, I think if we could at least look at that model, it might be a better model for some of our other buildings going forward, and we might get more bids. So those are my comments, and I hope we can learn from what happened here and adjust appropriately.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's pretty extraordinary because I did an upgrade in a building that I own for about $15 a square foot, and this is almost, what, 100? So I'm just wondering why the huge expense. It just seems like it's really, again, when we think about how hard it is for us to find money to fix things, and we have so many things in need of repair, when we do have the opportunity to spend, we want to spend wisely. So.
Well, through the chair, Doug Anderson, Assistant Facility Manager. We're dealing with bidding in a very challenging bid environment. We did a lot of outreach to try to get participation in this project, and we did not get the level of competition that we had anticipated or would have hoped for. And I think that's largely responsible for, a significant part of this cost. The other part that's involved was working with board direction to move to the carbon neutral system that gets rid of the gas heat for the current hydronic system and uses the all-electric heat pump system. This is a large heat pump that operates, all 14, I believe, individual heat exchangers that are working within, that are heating the entire building. So it's not a mini system. And I believe that, as in talking to Supervisor Jurdy, did result in reducing the number of participants in the bid. Though before we bid, we did have numerous contractors that had indicated that they would be participating. So, the world we live in isn't the one we would like all the time, but as a public entity, we don't really have any alternatives but to put it out to public bid and to either accept or reject those bids. So that's the situation we're in today.
Any other board member comment? Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, my questions are about the financing of this, and certainly it's a lot of money. So none of the PG&E funding is being used for this. Is that correct, as it is stated here in the agenda summary?
That's correct.
So because this is a high efficiency all electric heat pump system that we're employing, it seems like this would be a kind of a model for using the PG&E money. I'm not saying for all of it, but certainly a part of it, instead of using the COP bond financing or the other appropriated monies.
So I'll just throw my comments out there. So this is a centralized system, so it has one rather large Mongo heat pump in it, as opposed to smaller ones, which has become another way that the buildings are handled. I'm not an HVAC expert. I couldn't tell you what's the best, but that's what's driving the cost of this up, if I understand it, is that it's a little bit more sophisticated approach to heating and cooling than we typically would find in residential apartments and things like that. Is that correct, Doug?
Sorry about that. Yes, that's in part the case, though the larger systems are more efficient in that they do have cost savings in the operational costs, because they can utilize the waste heat from one zone to help offset the heating costs in another. So it does have long-term efficiency, but yes, it is in part responsible for the less competition we have for this item.
So my feeling is that, again, it's a fairly expensive capital improvement. It makes sense to pay it over time. We have the finances set up. I'd rather save our PG&E money for things that we don't have a clear path for in terms of paying. That's me personally.
Excuse me. Yeah, I was thinking, maybe a couple $100,000 from the PG&E fund, which would free up money in another way for other projects that we certainly know that we need. And this seems like a project that's really suited for what we're trying to do in carbon reduction.
It is. Thoughts from any other board members?
So I wouldn't be opposed to some small amount from the PG&E funds, but I think there needs to be some, return from general services about what's the actual extra costs, and the reduction in carbon, which we know from going from natural gas to all electric. We've got Sonoma Clean Power's Evergreen service to that building, so it's virtually carbon-free power from electric. The bigger point I was just trying to bring, the lesson I'm hoping we can learn from this for future buildings is, if we look at what Sonoma Clean Power did with their Advanced Energy Center in downtown Santa Rosa, I think we could quite possibly use more off-the-shelf equipment that's more readily installed by more contractors, and therefore potentially get more contractors interested in submitting a bid.
Supervisor Williams.
I agree with Dan. I guess I see this as a deferred maintenance, right? We have a failed unit, we're replacing it. I don't know if that was quite what the PG&E set aside was intended for. I know we can do it. It seems like a stretch, and in the end, it's the same dollar amount. So I would rather just go with the current plan, get moving.
Okay. Any public comment on the item? Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Mulhern. Okay. Okay, so we have no public comment within the room. On Zoom, we have Peter McNamee. Peter, are you there?
This is Lillian Bearden, Deputy Clerk of the Board, through the chair, if I may. Peter, I am going to disallow you to talk because I can see that you are trying to talk, and then I will re-allow you to talk, and I will be doing that right now. So go ahead and try again. Okay, we are still unable to hear you. Oh, okay, I have gotten confirmation that we can hear you through Zoom, but we cannot hear you through the speakers and chambers, so let us try to fix that quickly. Okay, go ahead and try to talk again, Peter.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, now we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of the Grassroots Institute. As you know, the Institute fully supports the board's action to reduce its carbon footprint, and we support the net zero carbon reduction mission program that you funded in 2021 and carrying forward. In regard to this project, and specifically the utilization of heat pump technology to reduce carbon emissions and substantially reduce long-term energy costs to the county, we think it makes dollars and cents, as does all energy conservation programs for the most part. So we want to applaud the county for moving forward on this. Also want to remind the county that the State Energy Commission has reopened application process for 1% capital improvement loans to counties that are specifically targeted at cities and counties. A 1% loan in an age of 6 to 7% inflation is essentially a large subsidy to the county and certainly allows it to recoup those costs through energy reduction costs and expenses that you would otherwise incur. So this might be a source of funding for this kind of project and should be examined. And again, thank you so much for all that you do and particularly for your progress in reducing the carbon footprint and energy consumption of the county.
Okay, well, thank you, Peter. So I think we are ready to call the question. So.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern? Yes. Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
And Supervisor Jordy?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item 4C. Question or comment? Never mind. Okay. So this is discussion and possible action, including acceptance of a presentation from the Probation Department regarding the status of the pretrial release program for Mendocino County as of December 31st, 2022, and direction to staff as necessary. And probation are the presenters. Chief Locatelli. See, we can't hear you. You need to turn the switch is on the screen now.
Okay. Good morning, Chair McGordy, Supervisors, CEO, County Council. Bear with me from first time sitting in this podium. I believe Chief Probation Officer Katie Ford's trying to bring up our slide show presentation now. You should have an agenda summary before you, as well as the slideshow that goes with this presentation. I don't think I introduced myself. Eisen Locatelli, Chief Probation Officer. So I'll just give you a quick refresher. The history of pretrial in Mendocino County, approximately 15 years ago. Probation operated a very small, it was called supervised release. And when those grant funds ran out, so did the program. About 7 to 8 years ago, the Sheriff's Department did pretrial assessments, giving the court an assessment during arraignment. That was funded from the CCP. And again, that stopped within 2 years of implementation. Since that point, we've not had a pretrial program in Mendocino County. When SB 129 rolled out, we were maybe one of 7 counties in the state of California that did not have a pretrial program. Along comes SB 129, in addition to the Humphreys decision, which is case law about the ability to set bail, what the court has to do those things, and what counties should have. SB 129 is state funding that is provided to the courts. The courts can then pass that through to a county department like probation, which, if you'll remember, about April of 2022, I came before the board. You agreed to, and we signed an MOU with the courts to do that work as a probation department. And then the county also agreed to contribute some general fund dollars to the pretrial department because the state funds is $200,000 ongoing and annual. That amount of money didn't do much more than provide for us the ability to do an assessment without the monitoring portion. So by having both an assessment and a monitoring, you're going to have a better program that is more focused on public safety. So I think we're still working on getting the slide up. So I'll tell you this, this work is mandated based on the Humphreys decision. How you do it, though, it particularly ties back to your strategic plan, particularly the safe and healthy county. As this is the criminal justice partners, spent many months in the planning and development stage. That would be your public defender, your district attorney, your sheriff, the courts, probation, coming together, working through the documentation, what we would be doing, how we will do it. And then it also ties back to one of your strategic plan pillars, the effective county government. Pretrial provides for operational efficiencies, and the program itself will be implementing technology-based solutions like robocalls, as well as text messaging alerts to defendants to remind them of court date. Currently, anything that we're doing in this county has been people-driven. We make those phone calls or we send those text messages, but bringing in this software allows for computers to be sending out information, data, and getting people into court. The court process has a lot of ability to be more effective and efficient by getting people to come to court, getting their cases processed in a timely manner. That frees up attorneys both on the defense and the prosecution side, and it frees up officers from needless subpoenas. Also frees up the courts and the probation department to be doing what our normal functions are. So that also taps into your increasing transparency in government operations. If we're able to show you the statistics.
Chief, do you want me to share the slides?
That would be awesome. So I basically gave you the introduction. That's the funding. If the one-time startup funds, I think on your budget presentation later today, you'll see something about the pretrial building, a modular building being built inside of the sheriff's perimeter. $206,000, that first amount of money is going directly towards that, in addition to maybe some of the general fund, maybe some ARPA, and any overages, which this was initially a $335,000 project. I believe now facilities is saying it's $550,000. That difference, CCP has agreed to use the innovation sub-account, and we've brought that before you, and you've approved that. So that should help with a lot of efficiencies inside the jail, with probation officers getting in to see the pretrial folks and getting them out of the facility quicker. And then again, the $200,000 is the ongoing annual amount that the state is giving to the courts. That's passing 100% down to the probation department. And then again, we started this program June 30th, and you're going to have for you 6 months worth of data as we go through the slides. Okay. First slide. Somebody mentioned acronyms and it being problematic. I admit to that. We are an acronym-driven industry, so I will do my best to explain these. PTR, pretrial release. These are statistics for you, and they're, as you can see on the column, they're July through December. There's 6 months worth of data. On the bottom, that's number of bookings at the jail. So obviously in July, there was 377 bookings at the Mendocino County Jail. In December, 303. And then not assessed, those are, I know people are going to have questions immediately, but as we go through the slides, all your questions will be answered. The not assessed section, there's that number. The assessed section, meaning that my department met with them, went through the assessment, and provided a report to the court, and then the violation reports. If we go to the next one, you'll see that it breaks down. Your question was, why are they not assessed? So there's that answer. There was remands, meaning they were remanded in court. So obviously the court put them in custody, and no point in doing the bail assessment. Jail releases, that's the PTA. If you've heard that acronym before, pretrial arraignment. The jail has the ability to release people prior to us doing a pretrial release report. The defendant bailed out. They were already on some type of formal supervision, warrants, and it goes on. And again, you get a breakdown per month of what was happening there. So next slide. These are the folks that we did an assessment for. So you can see of the 543, 163 times the court granted the pretrial release. They denied it the 199 times. There was no decision 181 times. And I know the next questions will be answered, because here, of the 199 where they were denied pretrial, that was because the court set bail in 94% of the cases, or OR, which means they're released on their own recognizance, which is a lesser form of than bail or pretrial. Essentially, you agree to come back to court and you're released as is, and you could have conditions. Nobody is monitoring that. Those that were no decision by the court, it's because the DA made a decision not to file. They entered a plea immediately. They bailed out, but we had already done the work. So again, we didn't get the information in a timely enough manner not to have done the work. So we provided an assessment. And that's the same with the PTA. They were released by the jail without us knowing. 849Bs is a penal code section of how they're released. Case dismissed, other. So we anticipate, as this program, which is newly formed, goes further, that we can create more efficiencies by having better communications with the jail and with the district attorney on no filings when people are going to be PTA'd, or potentially the bail industry themselves if they're going to post bail on somebody, so we can get those numbers down. That's time spent by my staff that is not necessary or shouldn't have been necessary if we got information quicker. So if we continue, you'll see this one has, so level 1 is the lowest, and level 3 would be the highest form of supervision. of the 163 that were granted, you have a percentage breakdown of whether they were a level 1 risk, a level 2, or a level 3. So what that basically does is we do an assessment using the, it's called the PSA, and it's trying to do two things. One, it tries to predict your ability to come back to court, your failure to appear rate. It also is trying to predict your risk to commit another offense while out on pretrial release. So I have two scores that I provide the courts. Again, the failure to appear risk and their new crime risk. If they are to commit a new crime, that's what that NVCA flag is. It also tries to predict if it's going to be a violent crime versus a drug crime or property crime. So you're getting three different types of information at arraignment, and a judge is making decisions based on data and statistics. And that's what this program is providing all of you in this community, is the ability to look at the data that everybody has available to them now. Prior to this, there was no statistics or data. We're trying to make decisions based on evidence. It isn't foolproof. You know, people are very unpredictable if you haven't noticed. But this at least gives us a baseline. So that is the percentages that we have. There's a matrix that's developed. So depending on your level of risk, the services that are provided are based on that risk level. So when the court makes a decision to release you, it'll also tie to one of those levels, which then my department will monitor you based on that risk level. So that is this slide and the acronyms and what's actually happening behind the scenes so that you can have a better understanding of it. And this is a snapshot, a moment in time from the end of the data pull, which was 12/31/22. Those were the folks that were either pending arraignment. There's a percentage that were active, that had been revoked and reinstated. They were successfully terminated. They were out to warrant, or they were unsuccessfully terminated. Unsuccessfully terminated could be because you didn't show up to court at a certain point. You went out to warrant. You got picked up on that, and the court decided to make you post bail and kept you in custody. Out to warrant's pretty obvious. You didn't show up to court, and we still haven't caught you. So you're still out with an active warrant. Successfully terminated happens for a variety of reasons, mostly that your case has gone through the system, been adjudicated, and you are now on your way. Again, all of these people are out of custody. We're not talking about the people in custody. If you continue. This is an easier graph for you to look at and understand that there was 337 out of custody court appearances during this time frame that we tracked. And those were the percentages of them actually appearing in court. Over 68% of the time they appeared in court out of custody. So that's actually a good statistic. Obviously, in Mendocino County, we have public transportation issues, we have driver's license issues, we have weather issues. Some of these people have COVID. You know, we're not giving you the reason they didn't show up to court. We're just telling you they didn't appear for whatever reason. And 68% of the time, they are showing up to court, those that are getting placed onto this program. And as of the moment that we were doing this data, there were 61 active cases that we were monitoring. And again, there could be a variety of the level 1s, 2s, 3s. I would also tell you that at this point we have allocated 3 FTEs for this program. We were staffed at 2. There was no allocated FTE for a supervisory position. How that happens is the person sitting to my right has done a lot of the development, a lot of this information that's put into these graphs. She did that work. So I'd like to thank her and recognize her for that. And then myself, my assistant, and our one manager at the department have providing the oversight, the supervisory, all the data, all the manual pulling, all the reports to the court, judicial counsel, and now yourselves. So it's been a lot of work, but it's been impactful, we believe. I think I've heard because of the amount of work that the partners put into this, there's buy-in at all levels. It isn't like probation stepped out on its own and did this work, and now the sheriff or the district attorney are angered by something we didn't develop. So I know you don't hear it often as board members, but this is, I believe, when I was helping develop the strategic plan, what you had in mind on departments working together to provide more safe and effective communications and more transparency. I believe I've heard the sheriff maybe talk at some community events that there hasn't been a lot of negativity surrounding this program like perhaps in some other counties. Where maybe all of these pieces hadn't come together and there was this level of teamwork amongst all your department heads and your elected officials. So that is my rough version of a presentation for you on pretrial, and I wanted to be able to answer questions as they're presented.
Thank you, Chief Locatelli. Are there questions for the chief?
I think that is what we had in mind with the strategic plan, and I think that's the best use of charting I've ever seen in this room. I appreciate it.
Supervisor Hasjak.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I appreciate Chief Locatelli and your work in collaboration with the other public safety offices to come up with this program, because it's really what's needed in Mendocino County. So just one question about the monthly jail bookings on page 3, and you know we have all the bookings. When we get down to the very lowest number of violation reports, what does that mean?
So violation reports is a statistic for us in pretrial, meaning that they were out on pretrial and they committed another offense or got taken back into custody, and it's a report that we do to the court instead of doing a new PSA, or that's the term that we use to do the assessment that they have at arraignment. We do what's called a violation report that shows them they were taken back into custody, and it gives them a new score for committing a FTA or a new crime.
Okay, so it's a very low percent, right?
It is a very low percentage of the number of folks that are being booked or assessed or released. Don't forget, the data is building as we go on through time. Yeah. So the very first month we had 1 because the program had only been operational for 30 days. As time goes on, people will go through the system more and we'll have more data. Instead of bringing you a presentation at the 3rd month, which is when we did our first data dump, we waited till 6 so that we could have more of a picture. As time continues to go on and we do this work, we believe we'll be able to make better assessments. Is this a trend? Is this a pattern? Is every summer month always heavy in number of bookings versus the holiday months being less? Is that based on the weather, based on staffing levels, or is that just the crime trends in Mendocino County? So we, at probation, believe we'll be able to make better decisions about how many people we're allocating to what areas, how many more staff do I need during that time frame. Statistics don't tell us the entire picture, but they give us enough to make data-driven decisions.
Right. Okay, thank you very much.
Any other board comments or questions? Anyone in the room who would like to make a comment? Okay, we have nobody on Zoom, so at this point I would entertain a motion to accept the report.
Second.
Okay, let's call for the question.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Dirty?
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, well, thank both of you very much for coming and presenting with us today. It's encouraging, and thank you, Chief Locatelli, for all your work, not only on the strategic plan, but also for implementing it. So you're an inspiration. All right, so at this point, we're going to adjourn to closed session for items 6A, 6B, 6C, 6D, 6E, 6F. And it's a timed item, so we need to go now. I'm sorry?
Public comment.
Public comment on items on closed session. So there's none in the room, none on Zoom, so we're ready to go. Thank you.
When I first realized that I was gonna be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was gonna have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very like rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They've got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
Para mí también ha sido muy importante porque al no tener mi familia cerca, Gabriela me ha ayudado como a guiar esta parte maternal, porque tampoco tengo amigas con hijos acá en el pueblo, entonces ella me ha dado como compartido su visión de la maternidad como algo muy íntimo, muy personal. Entonces eso a mí me ha ayudado un montón como para guiar también la mía.
When I first realized that I was gonna be a parent, I was terrified. I am very far away from home. I don't have any family here, my family. I have my husband's family and my husband's family support. But I don't have my mom and my brother and my friends. When you find out that you're gonna have a baby, and then when you have the baby, you forget everything that you've learned, and it's kind of like you're starting all over with the whole learning thing.
We bonded so much because we, you know, welcomed her into our home, and it was easier for me because, you know, she was still, you know, a small infant, and it's a lot of work when they're, you know, that young. So I really appreciated that she was able to come in the home and support her emotionally.
I had wanted to be a mom for a long time, but I just didn't have any experience.
Muy sola, porque no tenía mi familia, porque no tenía amigos. Desarrollé una depresión postparto, entonces como que lo pasé muy mal al principio, fue muy difícil y a veces incluso me costaba conectar con mi bebé, como jugar con él o tener más paciencia. Eso me costó un poco, pero con apoyo de terapeuta, apoyo de Gaby, apoyo de amigas, creo que pude superar eso y ya hoy en día soy como una mamá más dedicada, igual también más informada y más consciente y amable conmigo misma para poder desarrollar mi maternidad. Porque si yo estoy bien, mi bebé va a estar bien.
And then Gabriella started coming over and I realized I've got someone to talk to. It was a saving grace, really.
The thing for me that actually wraps everything together and makes me feel so complete is that the home visitor that we have, she has taught me so much about babies and the stages that their brain go through, mental, physical, everything about children, and it just totally made me feel like I was the best mom in the world.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because, you know, you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, you know, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, you know, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
¿Cómo pensar educarla? Ajá. ¿Cómo educar a un hijo? Porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, you know, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me. Even though I was not a first-time mom, I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. You know, she was straightforward when, you know, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. Just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, you know, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, you know, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, you know, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You know, you get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa, porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es algo, un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí,
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar, entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me. I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
Para mí también ha sido muy importante porque al no tener mi familia cerca, Gabriela me ha ayudado como a guiar esta parte maternal, porque tampoco tengo amigas con hijos acá en el pueblo, entonces ella me ha dado como compartido su visión de la maternidad como algo muy íntimo, muy personal, entonces eso a mí me ha ayudado un montón como para guiar también la mía.
When I first realized that I was gonna be a parent, I was terrified. I am very far away from home. I don't have any family here, my family. I have my husband's family and my husband's family support. But I don't have my mom and my brother and my friends. When you find out that you're gonna have a baby, and then when you have the baby, you forget everything that you've learned, and it's kind of like you're starting all over with the whole learning thing.
We bonded so much because we, you know, welcomed her into our home, and it was easier for me because, you know, she was still, you know, a small infant, and it's a lot of work when they're, you know, that young. So I really appreciated that she was able to come in the home and support her emotionally.
I had wanted to be a mom for a long time, but I just didn't have any experience.
Muy sola, porque no tenía mi familia, porque no tenía amigos. Desarrollé una depresión postparto, entonces como que lo pasé muy mal al principio, fue muy difícil y a veces incluso me costaba conectar con mi bebé, como jugar con él o tener más paciencia. Eso me costó un poco, pero con apoyo de terapeuta, apoyo de Gaby, apoyo de amigas, creo que pude superar eso y ya hoy en día soy como una mamá más dedicada, igual también más informada y más consciente y amable conmigo misma para poder desarrollar mi maternidad. Porque si yo estoy bien, mi bebé va a estar bien.
And then Gabriella started coming over and I realized I've got someone to talk to. It was a saving grace, really.
The thing for me that actually wraps everything together and makes me feel so complete is that the home visitor that we have, she has taught me so much about babies and the stages that their brain go through, mental, physical, everything about children, and it just totally made me feel like I was the best mom in the world.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. Because, you know, you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage because it's something that has put me in touch with my child or closer to my child and her development.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, you know, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, you know, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, ajá, cómo educar a un hijo y porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, you know, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. You know, she was straightforward when, you know, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es algo, un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad y en nuestro caso que estamos solos en este país ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Wellits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro. Vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia, sí, para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love and it's just natural, you know? That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar, entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
Para mí también ha sido muy importante porque al no tener mi familia cerca, Gabriela me ha ayudado como a guiar esta parte maternal, porque tampoco tengo amigas con hijos acá en el pueblo, entonces ella me ha dado como compartido su visión de la maternidad como algo muy íntimo, muy personal, entonces eso a mí me ha ayudado un montón como para guiar también la mía.
When I first realized that I was gonna be a parent, I was terrified. I am very far away from home. I don't have any family here, my family. I have my husband's family and my husband's family support. But I don't have my mom and my brother and my friends. When you find out that you're gonna have a baby, and then when you have the baby, you forget everything that you've learned, and it's kind of like you're starting all over with the whole learning thing.
We bonded so much because we, you know, welcomed her into our home, and it was easier for me because, you know, she was still, you know, a small infant, and it's a lot of work when they're, you know, that young. So I really appreciated that she was able to come in the home and support her emotionally.
I had wanted to be a mom for a long time, but I just didn't have any experience.
Muy sola, porque no tenía mi familia, porque no tenía amigos. Desarrollé una depresión postparto, entonces como que lo pasé muy mal al principio, fue muy difícil y a veces incluso me costaba conectar con mi bebé, como jugar con él o tener más paciencia. Eso me costó un poco, pero con apoyo de terapeuta, apoyo de Gaby, apoyo de amigas, creo que pude superar eso y ya hoy en día soy como una mamá más dedicada, igual también más informada y más consciente y amable conmigo misma para poder desarrollar mi maternidad. Porque si yo estoy bien, mi bebé va a estar bien.
And then Gabriella started coming over and I realized I've got someone to talk to. It was a saving grace, really.
The thing for me that actually wraps everything together and makes me feel so complete is that the home visitor that we have, she has taught me so much about babies and the stages that their brain go through, mental, physical, everything about children, and it just totally made me feel like I was the best mom in the world.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. Because, you know, you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage because it's something that has put me in touch with my child or closer to my child and her development.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, you know, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, you know, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, ajá. Cómo educar a un hijo y porque pues nosotros nunca es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, you know, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. You know, she was straightforward when, you know, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, you know, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, you know, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, you know, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You know, you get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es algo, un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad y en nuestro caso que estamos solos en este país ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo.
session, and we have no reportable action, so we'll continue with our agenda. So next is item 4D, discussion and possible action regarding presentation of mid-year budget review on the status of county departmental spending and revenues for fiscal year 2023 and executive office recommendations. The executive office is the sponsor, so CEO Antle.
Darcy Antle, CEO. We are here before you today to present the mid-year report. I think you'll find that a written report is included in your packet as well as a presentation. We can walk through this presentation if you would like, or we can field questions.
The presentation isn't very long. I think maybe
Well, I was going to actually ask, given that it's attached and we've all already read it, I wonder if we should jump to the recommendations and questions. But Chair's discretion, I'm just noting that we're probably 2 hours behind.
That's a good point. I think you're right. Does anybody have any questions on the presentation?
Well, matter of fact, I do. There's a slide that points at $311,000 being lost, and as I understand, it's because as a county we haven't billed for supplemental taxes, and I think we can only go back 4 or 5 years with some nuances. And I'd like to know, is that 311 dropping off this year, or will we be able to collect some of it next year? And why are we not billing for supplemental taxes year after year? And will this be a continuing problem, and will it be more than 311,000 next year?
If I may, through the chair, and I will ask Tony Rakes to approach the podium while I start this response. The 311 is from property tax settlements that have not been collected for this year. Last year in 21, 22, there was no collection of this as well. We're told part of this is due to the implementation of the property tax system, Aumentum, and some functionality within the elected offices of auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, and assessor. The 311, we cannot tell you, this team cannot tell you if all of that falls off or a portion of that falls off, but it's a 4-year period to go back and collect the settlements. So
has any fallen off yet for prior years?
Yes.
How much and when?
To our knowledge, it is 1.2 million, and it's for assessed years of 2015 through 2017.
And as I understand, the board's role is to staff the department, provide the tools. The assessor comes up with the amount, the tax collector collects it, and then the auditor disperses it. Is that correct?
That's my impression, but I would like, Tony knows the process. He's been digging much deeper than I have.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair McGordy, members of the board. Tony Rakes, IT Division Manager. And if I may, through the chair, Supervisor Williams, can you restate the question?
Well, my concern is, one of our jobs as the county is to collect taxes, right? Before we can spend the taxes, we have to collect the taxes. And I see that we're leaving money on the table, and we're hearing that we can never collect it now because too much time has gone on. Where's the breakdown on sending the bills? I would have a postcard writing party with my colleagues and write out the amounts and get them in the mail if it would say, if we'd collect $1 million. Why do we have a failure?
What we're looking at here, and to be clear, related to CEO Antle's comment about the 1.2, that's assessed value, in that what we found within the system with our legacy data between 2015 and 17. As far as the process as to why we haven't been able to run those, I know that there is a slide later on within the status update for Aumentum that we should be approaching, but we certainly can talk about it now. Around the context behind why that hasn't been, why those supplemental bills, corrections, and escapes haven't been run. In part, and I'm certain if assessor clerk recorder, if our assessor clerk recorder or our auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector have additional comments to provide, they certainly may. But from our understanding, those supplemental bills were deferred leading up to the implementation of the Aumentum property tax system, thinking that we would run those processes within the property tax system and the new system once we converted over. Post go live, the implementation of the system in February 2021, it was very quickly discovered that between data inconsistency and conversion errors and overall function of the system, that we couldn't process those effectively and make sure the data was accurate, that the data was accurate. I believe everyone hoped that within 2021 we would have been able to run through that supplemental roll. And here we are in 2023 in March, still haven't been able to do that. Now, the specific slide I reference in the status update for the Aumentum tax system is a project that IT spearheaded with support from our assessor, clerk, recorder, and auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, in what we internally refer to as our CSE project. And that CSE stands for Corrections, Supplementals, and Escapes. The purpose of this project, which we kicked off on February 6th, is to push through, thank you for bringing that slide up here, is to gather the data around the backlog of this process, understand where we are at and what needs to be pushed through, work with the offices and with Aumentum Technologies to break through the backlog that we have with these bills, which is what we've engaged in. Our target date listed on the bottom bullet there on this slide, our target date is listed as June 30th, 2023, so this fiscal year.
But if we don't bill by June 30th, some of these taxes will never be collectible.
The 2018 will fall off the roll.
So if we know the total, if we know it's 100 or 311,000 in the aggregate, we must know the line items, right? That's the sum of a whole lot of rows. If we know those line items, why can't we bill using some other tool? I mean, we could do an office mail merge. If all we have to do is get the bill out before June 30th so that we don't lose thousands of dollars, shouldn't there be a backup plan if Aumentum can't do the billing?
So right now with this project, with this CSE project, again, supplemental, or corrections, supplementals, and escapes, we have it broken down, and that's a little bit about what this slide speaks to. We have it broken down into batches, what we refer to as batches, which create kind of digestible chunks of bills that we can then process and, more importantly, validate. And I believe the validation is where we're constrained, where the constraints are, and it's the validation of the data. Aumentum Technologies cannot do that data validation for us, and it's the responsibility here at the county staff to break through those validation requirements to ensure that the data is correct.
Okay, so we can't bill because we don't know if the bill amounts would be correct, but we think it's about 311 roughly, and we think we didn't collect in past years. And I guess that's what concerns me is this is a looming problem, but it looks like it's also a pattern that's been in motion for a while that we're not bringing in tax revenue that's due, and I don't know how much or for how long.
CEO Antle, in Exhibit A in your attachment, you will see that the actual for last year was 0. What those projections and what the collections were prior would have been reported by the auditor controller and seems to be on trend. But then last year was a 0, and then this year we're worried that's falling off again. And I asked Mr. Rakes to work on a plan, which he has done, and so we're trying to move it forward.
If I may, through the chair as well, regarding that attachment A and the comment on, I believe it's line item 821130, which is a supplemental roll tax. It goes back, I believe, to 1718, and the numbers range from 300,000 roughly to about 750, I believe, in 1920. I could be wrong on the year there. But then you will notice the more recent years with that 0. Now, I don't understand the difference between myself, why the 18-19 was, roughly around 300 and the 19-20 was 750, and why that fell back down. Our concern, of course, is that without understanding what years those represented, we may have been collecting prior, and which is maybe why we're within the situation where we're looking at a 2018 amounts falling off the roll today, or by June 30th. And also, I think it's important to know, and they work a little bit differently. They don't have the same statute right on the 4 years. That this includes all the refunds. So I think it's important that this project doesn't just contain the supplemental tax bills, but also refunds out to the public who are due.
Yeah, just to restate Supervisor Williams' question and maybe in a different way. If the plan that you've got put in place, which is targeting to get these supplementals out by June 30th of this year, if that for some reason can't be done, is there a plan B? So, scrubbing the data and using some other simpler software. I guess part of my thought is, I believe there's an appeal process when someone gets a property tax bill. So if there really was an error, the person says, well, this doesn't look right, they would have the right to appeal it, but at least we would have got the bills out on time is kind of what I'm thinking.
And if I may, through the chair, of course, we're trying to get the notices out before June 30th, because that's what starts the clock, right, with this, and gets us ahead of that timeline. I believe, as far as a plan B, yes, we've already been planning on what to do in the event that we can't meet that June 30th deadline, and part of it is trying to create a logical distinction between, and a separation between the 2018 and every preceding year. So if we can focus on the 18 that potentially is in danger of falling off the 4-year statute there, and get those done before June 30th, we can focus the rest of it. We have another, fiscal year essentially to focus on the rest of it. Now, I understand that is not as easy as it sounds based on the way that the system functions, but at this point I do not believe that's impossible. And we're talking through that right now as a contingency plan as we get further into this project. And I believe that contingency planning is key for us today, because this project, while I'm still optimistic, has not been without its delays and issues as we try to run through the validation. So the plan Bs are something we're considering.
And then just finally, when people are talking about $300,000 and uncollected, is that $300,000 that would stay with the county? Because the majority of the property taxes actually go to the schools and other agencies. So the figure could be much larger than that if the $300,000 is just the county's share of the property tax.
If I may, through the chair, CEO Antle, yes, the 311 is the county's share. Now, is that for just 2018? I can't tell you, right? Because it could be more current years involved in that as well. Plus, it would have any refunds and other items in it.
And I think just finally, the county is responsible for collecting this. The schools can't collect the property tax, only the county can. The cities can't collect it, only the county can. I mean, is there some sort of legal obligation that the Auditor Controller's Office has to perform, that it's not just the Board of Supervisors asking for the Auditor Controller to do the job, but the schools are expecting these dollars as well.
So I see Ms. Covison is online. Let's hear from her. Shanice, are you on mute? We're not hearing you.
This is Lillian Bearden, Deputy Clerk of the Board, if I may, through the chair. Give us 1 moment. We had the same thing happen earlier, and we will fix it quickly. All right, you should be good to go.
Okay, Shanice. Still with us? that in mind, I'll go to Supervisor Williams.
I would think we could figure out the amounts with a calculator. These are partial years, right? We know from the assessor's data, and I understand her data is complete, we know what the old value is or what was paid. We know what the new value is. We know how many days. I would think we could come really close, maybe precise. And I did ask the assessor, and she refreshed my memory that we used to send estimated taxes. I think I actually recall paying some estimated taxes. And I always figured, well, the county, you'll get it down to a penny later, you know, as long as it's close, it's fine. Is that something that we could bring back so that even if we don't know the precise amount today, we could at least get bills out?
So I see Shamiz is in the chambers. I don't know, Tony, if you want to answer it or refer to Shamiz.
Good afternoon, Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Shamiz Kevison. I'm sorry I have a cough drop with a cough and not well-functioning Zoom at my desk. So I'm not sure if you had additional conversation while I was walking over here, but I just want to let you know that the amount that shows in the budget is kind of an approximate amount. We don't know exactly what that amount is from year to year. There's a lot of different types of corrections, refunds. Supplementals is just one kind of the corrections, and so, you know, the amount that shows in the budget is kind of a typical amount, but we don't know from year to year exactly what the corrections are going to be. The corrections for supplementals are usually change in ownership or completion of construction. So, you know, there could be various reasons why some years are higher than other years. Could be the market, could be maybe there was a slump in building for some reason, or maybe the real estate market wasn't as hot for a particular, you know, time period. So I'm sorry I wasn't part of all the conversation, but unfortunately we have been pushing Momentum to deal with balancing. They never came forward with being able to prove to us that they had converted our data that was from our system to match the balances that we had from our system. And for some reason that wasn't as important to them as we felt it should be. And they made some very incorrect assumptions on how some of our data should be converted. And they kind of made a mess of some of our bills. And so we weren't really able to process corrections until they straightened them out. They actually took bills that were separate bills and combined them into single bills. And some of them were paid, some of them weren't paid. And then when we didn't want to do a correction on something that was completely not right in the system. So unfortunately, it took us about 1.5 years to get them to deal with that balancing project. And they've just recently finished the biggest portions of that we had requested and firmly demanded that they take care of so that we could move forward. I'd like to tell the board, so that you know, that Riverside County is the largest property tax system in the state for this product. They are not able to successfully process supplemental bills, and they have been on the system longer than we have. So supplementals is kind of a term that we want to be careful of calling the whole project the supplementals. There's a lot more to do with the corrections. They might be downward, upward, they might be escapes, and a small portion of them are likely the supplementals. We've never been demoed the supplementals from beginning to end because it wasn't functioning when we purchased the system, and we knew that the data was bad, so we weren't going to have them show us and have it stop in the middle of the process and not to be able to complete the process. It's often difficult because it's not like a whole tax year. It might be prorated for months. And so there's a lot of differences. It may be change in ownership. So it's not as easy to just estimate how much something is going to be. And especially maybe there's a change in ownership afterwards. So being able to track an estimated bill when maybe it's already sold 3 times after that becomes a much harder process to track. So, you know, we are moving forward. We are working on that project. But we had done this CSC project in hopes that they would take on the bulk of the responsibility to show us that the system is functioning. Staff, we had hoped that they would be able to validate the outcome. We had hoped that they would actually look at the end and communicate through their subject matter experts in their company to confirm that what was input on the assessor side and what's spit out on the end at the treasurer tax collector side is what should have been there. But what's ended up happening is that they now want consistent lengthy sessions with the county staff to validate that information, which was a little bit defeating of what we thought we were going to get into with them by having them plow forward with those corrections. So from my perspective, we're still working on it. We're still hoping to do that. But unfortunately, what has happened is we spent time on that project and other work was getting backlogged. So for the auditor's office, we had to stop and say, look, this is taking way more staff time than we needed. We have to do distribution. We have to get money to the districts and the schools for the amount of money we've already collected. So that's where, in the auditor's office, we asked for a week pause so that we could get money out to those other entities that needed the money right now. So we are still working as much as we can, but unfortunately, in both of my offices, we do have staff that are reaching a level of fatigue. They have been working overtime, nights and weekends for almost 2 years on this project, and they've reached the point where they're starting to not want to do that anymore. Their quality of life is being impacted. So I just want to assure you we are doing whatever we can to balance those priorities. We are aware we meet several times a week with the other offices to try to work through what we can, but it is taking a toll. And we are aware that there is concern that we won't be able to collect on the oldest portions of it, but there may be other ways, depending on when we knew about those corrections, that may extend the amount of time that we have to collect. So there may be some more individual specific circumstances surrounding some of those corrections.
So the June 30th date we see, and I don't, when you walked over, it may have been when Supervisor Jordy was asking a question, so I might be repeating. If we can't make that deadline with Aumentum, is there a plan B? Is there a fallback option of using different tooling or a spreadsheet or a calculator to figure out the amounts? Is it possible to get estimated bills out where maybe it's not precise, but the public will understand we can correct it on a future bill, either crediting or asking for a few bucks more?
At this point, we haven't considered sending out estimated bills because in our experience, those have not been very easy to manage.
Yeah.
And when we have hundreds of them, it becomes very difficult. So when we're already challenged to try to manage the tax system and get it running as much as we possibly can, then start some other manual process that ultimately doesn't reflect the proper tax year rates, bond rates, or other prorated amounts as accurately as it should, then we're having to ask for more money or issue refunds, and it's a lot more labor intensive.
Do you feel confident, should the board be worried about missing the June 30th and not being able to collect the taxes? Or do you feel like, we don't want to micromanage your office, if you have it handled, I'm content taking the assurance. I just don't want to find out after June 30th that we didn't collect, whether it's 100,000 or 311,000.
Well, I can assure you, we probably won't collect it.
Will you bill
we'll get
for
the
it?
bills out, but we won't necessarily get
But you
money.
can get the bills out by the deadline.
Well, I think the staff is doing whatever they can to get the bills out. But the 311,000 of the estimated revenue in a supplemental line likely will not be realized because they won't necessarily have paid the bill by June 30th.
Until the following year. That
Right.
makes sense.
But I mean, I do believe it's the intent for staff to do that. And I think that we're willing to discuss, and I don't really know, I can't speak for the assessor's office, but I don't know whether there's any special circumstances around any particular portion of the batch of those 18s that maybe the statute of time frame may be extendable based on the amount of time we've known about those changes. I'm not sure. I don't know what that population looks like for those corrections.
Yeah, it would make sense to process the batch that are about to fall off first. What about previous years, say 15 to 17? Did we collect everything that was due for those years? Did we do supplementals?
I can't speak to whether the assessor's office has processed everything for those years. I would guess they have, but I don't know.
Supervisor Aschak.
Well, it seems like there's a, Tony was talking about not knowing the exact years for some of these. And is that information that you two are talking about?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure exactly what the data looks like, whether Aumentum perhaps can show us those date. I think they can. I personally am not intimately familiar with those years, but I'm sure that the tax staff is probably more familiar, but it's my understanding that Aumentum tried to analyze it. Part of the issue, and I think with some of the batches, is that we have corrections or pins that may be multiple multiple years. Something happened, you know, maybe in 3 years. And so it's hard to just process one piece of it without processing the rest of it. So somebody may owe a bunch of money and then maybe have a correction that refunds them money, you know, a year later. And so I think that our amendment has tried to analyze the group of those corrections to be as most efficient with those corrections as possible. But they may need to look at a different approach if we are concerned about not being able to process all of the oldest ones.
Yeah, and then on the actuals for 2021, 22 are 0. And so does that that means none of these supplementals were processed?
That's correct.
Okay, and so moving forward, we're hoping to get the 311,000, but if we don't get this out, we'll have another 0. Is that
Well,
correct?
311,000 is the estimated amount for
Right.
supplementals based on past history. But
Yeah.
the market and those conditions change, and supplementals is just one small piece of the corrections. Supplementals, and somebody else can correct me if I'm wrong, but supplementals is primarily change in ownership or completion of construction.
Yeah.
So that's just a small, so it can go up and down, like I said, depending on market conditions, depending on construction, can be a lot of different factors as well as the staff. I mean, I do believe that the assessor's office has worked very hard to process most of those corrections. And so I think, you know, perhaps prior to Katrina taking over, maybe they were more backed up than they were. I don't really know. So there's been a lot of work done to try to get those. We tried to process as many corrections as we could before we converted to Momentum. We tried to process. We processed thousands of corrections, way more than we ever had. So we had actually more money in the system right before we converted than we had ever processed, because we tried to shove as many things as we possibly could through, because we knew we would probably have some time frame where we wouldn't be able to process corrections.
Yeah, just a follow-up question on a different topic, is that lots of people are concerned about the books closing. And so have we made any more progress on understanding where we are with the books closing between the executive office and the auditor's office?
So as I think I've mentioned previously, we had a couple of things to work on with a couple of departments after the close process that they were concerned about. One of the items on your mid-year does hope to make it easier to confirm some of that information. I don't want to get ahead. I guess you're not going to go through the full presentation, so I'll just address it. I think the request to, even though SUDT has typically been a general fund budget unit, to have it actually placed outside the general fund so that it can be closed without sweeping any funds that fund may have available in it, because those funds are actually restricted, but historically it's been in the general fund. So we've had some corrections to do based on how some of those closing entries and memos were submitted and processes took place, as well as some feedback from the outside auditors once we presented the initial trial balance to them. So that's why I have been, cautious. We have closed the books, but there have been some entries that the outside auditor asked us to make. And then there's been a couple of entries that some of the departments have asked us to make. So we've made some corrections. There haven't been any huge swings in what my projected amount was, which was, somewhat about 2.2 million was what I initially said. So I believe that we're still at 2.2 million, slightly better perhaps, but I haven't wanted to come forward with a firm number until we have some better assurance that there's no other department, asking for any changes, and that the outside auditor doesn't see anything else that's of concern with regard to fund balance.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so in a totally different direction, seeing the situation with Silicon Valley Bank. Hypothetically, if there were a bank run on our treasury, the school districts, the fire districts, the county, if we all withdrew every dollar at the same time, would we have enough to pay out? Do we have the cash that we are reporting?
Well, we have funds that are invested that mature over 6 months to a year and a half. Most of it is very liquid.
Yeah.
It would be unusual for them to pull their money, or they have to put their money somewhere. So where are they going to put their money? In non-governmental funds. So we have money in the investments that we have Chandler Asset Management helping us ensure that we are diversified and well spread out. They have already provided me with a memo saying we are not in any at-risk investments or banking. And those institutions that you're talking about pulling their money, they're required to have their money in the
Yeah, I'm not
county
worried about
treasury.
them so much as us. So I went back and looked at, as we're going into the budget cycle and contract negotiations, I wanted to review last year's budget cycle. And there was a slide that surprised me. It was about the health plan and about FEMA, in that it looked like we had spent far more than we had. And, at first it looked like, well, there's some debt, but there wasn't debt because we had already paid it. In other words, it looked to my eyes like we had paid more than the cash that we have. All I can figure is that cash would have come out of the treasury, but the county doesn't have that greater amount in the treasury. Wouldn't that be the school district funds or the fire district funds? Is that a scenario that happens as we fluctuate throughout the year, that we might spend other entities' money that's sitting in our treasury?
It's very unlikely unless we were to significantly in all of the county funds be
Yeah.
overspending. So there's multiple county funds, not just the general fund, or, a disaster recovery did end up with the hit for the FEMA portion of it. So it would have either hit public health, the general fund, or it would have hit disaster recovery. So in some cases, for instance, disaster recovery was essentially set up by the board and by the county. It is a county fund. And those funds, in some cases, until it got huge with all the PG&E money in it, it was still considered a general fund. It was just set in a separate fund, so we didn't sweep those monies. So there are other funds we have that may balance out the differences on what we are spending, but we should always be concerned about that we bill, and when we receive
Yep.
those funds, who we need to receive them from. And I'm not sure what the update is, if we have any updates on whether those FEMA obligations are being obligated and funds are coming in. But there's other programs that it is important that we do our billing and that we make sure the money is coming in, because there are times that have these cycles with the way the cash flow flows, but we are not borrowing schools' money.
Okay, I appreciate the explanation. And then last, Supervisor Haschak touched on it. I think we're probably all getting a lot of calls about when the final report will be out with the close of books. And I'm relieved that 2.2 is still the estimate. Do you have any sense of when we will be able to officially report? Are we talking weeks, months? And we're about to get into our next budget cycle, and I know contract negotiations will start. It would be great to have that number in advance.
I would hope that I'd have a pretty firm number in the next 2 weeks. That's my
Okay.
goal. But there's not a final report. There's just a carry forward number. So there's not a big, report, because the financial statement, after it's been audited and reviewed and we prepare the ACFR, becomes the official report for the end of the fiscal year.
Any further questions for Director Cubison? Okay, well, with that, thank you very much for coming to address us. CEO Antle, so, instead we'll have Ms. Bartolome address the board.
Hi, Katrina Bartlome, Assessor Clerk Recorder. So, we've been very frustrated with Momentum. In the real world, when we went to go live, we would have had numerous people here helping us. But because our go live was during the pandemic, no one could travel. So we did the best we could in getting things done. A lot of, Momentum took a lot of assumptions from our data and didn't do them correctly. So they made assumptions. So now we're in the process of trying to correct that. We've had Momentum people on site, 3 or 4 times, and now we have 2 people come at a time, and they have been a tremendous help to us. But, it's a process. So a supplemental, Mo bought a new house. So she would get a supplemental bill, which would be the difference between the old owner's value and her value at the date of purchase, right? So depending on how long it takes us to get it, she would get a supplemental, and then she would get corrections until she reached the actual current year. So one little, and that would be basically the same with construction. You add a second story to your house, and you have the value of your house before the second story, and then you have the value of your house after the second story. And that could be the same thing. You'd get a supplemental or corrections following through there. So the very beginning of this program, we have a lot of TPZ properties. So in TPZ are the timber properties and things like that. So they told us how to put them in. So I put them in. I did the property characteristics. We'd find errors, which is normal because, we don't know how the system really works. Well, it ended up that we had to redo that 3 times because Momentum wasn't quite sure how the system worked. So they seem to be building it as we go forward. And now we were given a date of the end of February to get a lot of stuff done for the supplementals. No, it wasn't for the supplementals. What was that for? Williamson Act. So now we're working on the Williamson Act. We have almost 4,500 properties that are Williamson Act. We haven't been able, as Shamice said, we haven't been able to see the entire supplemental process. Well, we haven't been able to see the entire Williamson Act process. So at first, that Williamson Act, you have a land value that's restricted, right? Because you stay in ag, so, through the state and everything, we can assess that land value at a restricted value. So you have to continue to follow and be in compliance for Williamson Act to stay in that and get an amazing reduction in your property values. So we start working it, and Momentum, for some reason, flips the improvement with the land value. So we're looking at it thinking, you know what, we just did that, and it wasn't that way. So then we call Momentum, and they have an explanation for that. And it just seems like no matter what we do, we hit a brick wall, and then we have to back up. So my staff, and the one year that there probably wasn't very much, we had one appraiser. We had 8 appraisers at one time, and then we had, one appraiser. So now we're back up to almost a full staff, and we've got everybody working on this, but we can only do what we can do. So that's the frustration in a nutshell that we're in. Now, Momentum has been helping us, and we're moving forward, but we're just not, the dates seem to, it was February, then it was, the end of March, and then it was on from there. So those are the frustrations that we're dealing with on a day-to-day basis. And like Shamisa's staff, my staff is so tired and so worn out that, they're doing everything they can to bring this forward. So, we're hoping and praying that we can go on. We've got a lot of things done to where they are. 2017, we don't have any more corrections for that. Like Shamice said, we processed all that. It's 2018 forward. And we did some 18, and we may have done some 19, but those are the main years going forward.
Supervisor Williams.
The budget ad hoc had asked county council to look at whose responsibility it may have been to import the data from our old system into Momentum. Over the last couple of years, I felt very certain that it was one party, and then I got some more information and it shifted to the other, and it slipped a lot back and forth. At this point, I couldn't tell you, but I think that's going to be really important to the board to understand at some point. Where this failure happened. Is it on us or is it on the vendor?
Mr. Chair, if I may, I think Supervisor Williams is correct in terms of things being a bit muddy there. I will say the contract that the board initially did sign in 2015 did require that the county convert the data. So the county was responsible for providing the data in a generic format to then provide to the vendor. It sounds like the actual implementation, it turned out to be something different than what was in the written contract. It sounds like there may also be, from what Ms. Bartolome is describing, potential issues unrelated to the conversion of the data that may be in themselves software issues with the program itself, which would still be the responsibility of the vendor. So I don't know that I can give you any sort of definitive answer there, but I would say there may be errors in multiple areas.
And when we had Katrina Bartlett, assessor clerk recorder, you know, staff took months and months to map out every single, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the AS400, the legacy system, but we mapped out every section that there was, saying what it was. And our Williamson Act properties were probably the best documented because we have to put what type of land, if it's, you know, prime, non-prime, type 1, type 2, if it's what was non-restricted, what was, you know, and somehow that didn't get converted correctly. And the one person that knew our system, the S400, retired and several years ago. So, you know, Alex took over for that, and he did a really good job. And it went from our naming everything to the vendor, and then the vendor, instead of calling and asking us questions, didn't always do that. So they made assumptions that are that way, you know, that were not correct. So did we make mistakes? I'm sure we probably did. You know, in a conversion this size, you know, where wouldn't there be mistakes? But, you know, we're doing everything we can to move forward. We're doing everything we can to support Shamice and her staff, because once it leaves our office and we let go of it, it goes to her office. And if that doesn't work, then, you know, what are we going to do? So, you know, we have weekly meetings, staff meetings amongst us all. We have weekly meetings that are just the assessor talking to IT. We have meetings where we talk to the vendor. The vendor sends people out here, and for us, that has really helped us.
Dan?
This may not be for Katrina, but on page 8 of the report, mid-year budget report, it has in red decrease, current supplemental tax projected to decrease by $311,000. But I think we've now heard that the estimate is that the supplementals will go out by June 30th, one way or the other. So is there a need for the board to be budgeting on an assumed decrease of 311 because that was money lost last year, or is that what we're being told will go out, and maybe we don't need to assume we're going to lose the $300,000?
Shamice is making her way up. Ms. Coveson's making her way up, auditor controller, but that's 311. If they're out by then, I don't know if she will accrue it back. It may be counted for in the next prior year. So it wouldn't be reflected in the current year that you're in, 22-23. Shamice.
Auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, Shamice Coveson, that's correct. We would only accrue the revenue that we actually receive in the first 60 days after the close of the fiscal year. So if people do make the payments, then we would accrue that revenue back. But if they have not made those payments, we would not. And again, I reiterate, the $311,000 is the approximate amount that we would typically see. I actually honestly don't know if Aumentum has provided us a full analyzation of all of those types of corrections, if they're all supplemental. Some of them may be to the secured role or escapes, in which case they would not fall into that $311,000. It's my opinion, when looking at the projections provided for Budget Unit 1000, that I think there's revenue up and down that likely covers the $311,000 in some way. I honestly believe that interest is probably going to be more this fiscal year because interest rates are higher. I think that TOT is probably still coming in fairly strong. I'm not sure if our coastal supervisors have heard, you know, is lodging really down? I mean, I know hotel rates are pretty high, so.
Okay, I've heard it's down, but did we have a slide about TOT or any projection?
CEO Antal, I believe we left TOT flat for this projection for 22-23. We weren't increasing it or decreasing it.
So I think we brought in more last fiscal year than we had budgeted. I'm not sure, we have other topics this afternoon. At the moment, cannabis is actually looking like it's possible. We had reduced it significantly, obviously for 22, 23, but we have a fairly good number without the true-ups coming in yet. So I'm not sure, I'm personally not significantly concerned about the fact that the 311 for supplementals may not all be there. I honestly don't know what the supplemental portion is of all the corrections that we're trying to process right now. It could be that the secured goes up and the supplementals don't come in because maybe there's more value in the secured corrections that we have. I'm not sure, based on all of the corrections that we have to process.
Okay, so I think I understand what you're saying, is that the bills can go out by June 30th, but because people may take more than 60 days to submit the bills, it won't get accrued to this year's budget. But that doesn't mean we won't get the money, it just won't show up in this year's
Correct.
budget.
It's likely they'll pay. If we are able to get them out, it's likely they'll pay. They'll still be due within 30 days, but
Is there a chance we won't get it out?
I'd say there's always a chance.
Is there a contingency plan of some sort, a manual process, or what do we do if as we're approaching June 30th deadline, Aumentum's not working and it can't generate the bills for us?
I think that we have to look at the analysis that hopefully they're able to provide us and prioritize what we can.
Any further board questions? Thank you, Ms. Covison. CO Antle.
I'll turn it over to Tim Hallman. I think he's going to read the recommendations into the record.
Good afternoon, Supervisors, Chair Jurdy, County Council Curtis, CEO Antle. I'm going to go ahead and read the recommendations that appear at the end of the report. And of course, if you have any questions when I'm done reading, feel free to ask away. First recommendation, accept the fiscal year 22-23 mid-year report and recommendations as presented. Accept Exhibit A, the revenue adjustments, which is what we had just discussed just now. It does show that we are down $200,000. Approve the fiscal year 22-23 mid-year net zero adjustments. These are all just adjustments to fix administrative changes. Direct the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector to collect supplemental taxes fiscal year 22-23. Approve the fiscal year 22-23 mid-year fixed asset requests as shown on attachment B. Those are networking switch upgrades that are detailed both on that attachment as well as in the report. And then this last one here has been discussed. Create a new fund and organization code named SUDT, Substance Use Disorder Treatment, for the transfer of funding from Budget Unit 4012 to align funding and organization code with the behavioral health funding, and to keep funding from being swept into the general fund balance at the end of year to be effective July 1, 2023, so for the next fiscal year.
Move acceptance of the report and the CEO's recommendations.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Okay, so let's go to public comment, and there is online, there's phone number 964-6514.
Good afternoon, Carrie Shattuck. I just have a couple questions.
Carrie, hold on. We have somebody we're trying to bring online.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was
No
over.
problem. Get to you.
This is Lillian Bearden, Deputy Clerk of the Board. Through the chair, if I may.
Yes.
Phone number ending in 6514, you are muted, so we are not able to hear you currently.
You can press *6 to unmute yourself.
Shall we come back? Let's go on to Peter McNamee online. Oh, we've got 6514 on. Go ahead.
Hello, this is Peter.
Okay,
Am
go
I
ahead.
on?
Yes, Peter, you're on. Go ahead.
I was a little confused by the chair's comment, so I pardon my pause. I took a look at attachment A, and I just have a question and maybe a concern. I understand the need during the year to adjust your budget to reflect what your budget says, which is a funding plan, and what the actuals have turned out to be, and then to rebalance it based on sweeping budget overruns being offset by under expenditures in different entities. But what concerns me about the discussion and the recommendations today is there hasn't been any real justification and analysis or discussion by the board as to why there is such a variation between the projected budget line items and the actual expenditures. And from the public standpoint, what we would like to see and what we would expect from the board in terms of fiscal oversight from the staff is that there would be a robust discussion, and that the difference between what budgets project for expenditures and what actuals turn out to be would be kept to an absolute minimum. Otherwise, the budget process loses its integrity in terms of informing the public about what its monies are being spent on and what value they should be generating. So I say that, and I understand the resource restrictions and the complexities of that kind of analysis. Nevertheless, it is essential to the efficient and effective operation of the county in terms of its budgeting function and its managing of its actual expenditures. And with that, I thank you for giving me the time to make that comment.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. McNamee. So shall we try once again to see if we can get 964 or 6514?
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Good. My name's Alan Stein. I'd like to follow up on what was just said. I'm looking at the revenue forecast for fiscal year 22-23 mid-year. And I'd like to ask the CEO or other people who have knowledge about this, about certain of the line items. For instance, the cannabis tax revenue is posted as 1.5 million. If the tax forgiveness goes through later in the meeting, would that number change? Secondly, on the secured property tax, they're projecting 41.8 million. Now, property values are going down. Does that number take into account the declining property values? And thirdly, the same thing for timber. The price of timber is going down. And in general, how confident is the person who prepared these projections in the numbers that are being put forth? That's all I have to say on this item.
I'd just like to remind everyone that a budget is a planning document, and it's not an absolute, and it goes with the best available information at the time that it's constructed. And things do change. That's why we have mid-year budget reviews, and we try to keep the public as updated as we can with the information that we have. But as you have heard today, it's not always possible to know everything. And we have glitches like computers and complicated databases and systems. So, you know, I'm not trying to weasel out of this, but that's the reality of how we budget and what takes place. I don't know if CEO Antle wishes to say anything further on that, but that's my understanding.
CEO Antle, I believe you heard from Ms. Cubison as well. She worked with Tim Holman, acting deputy CEO, to put these revenue projections together. I think she's feeling confident with this projection that we have before you today. And I certainly believe in her work as well as Mr. Holman's.
Okay, now we should take commentary in the room, and Ms. Shattuck, you were ready to talk. We'll bring you up now.
Hi, good afternoon. So I'm curious, I know that this program, this Aumentin started, it didn't go live till 2021, but back in 2015 and 17, we didn't collect those revenues either, which since fell off the, the tax roll. That doesn't make a lot of sense when we were still using the old system, I'm assuming, around that time. And also, what type of vetting do we do for new programs that we bring into the county? Like Shamice said, Riverside uses this program. Did we check with Riverside before we got this? Do we, do we look into other counties or and who makes the decisions for new programs? Is it IT? Do they talk to departments? I mean, this has been a huge, long process. And, I had heard that this was supposed to give us more tax revenue, and all it's done is kind of shoot us in the foot on collecting what we're owed. So, I'm as frustrated as you guys are. I'm sure, there's more frustration. But it just doesn't seem like maybe we vetted it well. If Riverside is the biggest one and they're having problems with this company, it doesn't seem like we went down the right road. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment in the room?
Good afternoon, Hannah Nelson. I would just like to briefly call your attention to on page 10 of 28 of the report, in the items listed in the summary with regards to the decreases. I don't see any increases, sadly. All the decreases in income. Garden and agricultural supplies decreased by 42.1% due in part to the decline in the cannabis industry. And if that's not a house on fire indication, and of course we don't know to the extent that the loss of cultivators in the system is also impacting some of these other categories, but this is a pretty direct correlation in terms of the expenditures in our communities for garden supplies. And of course, that's not the only garden supplies that are expended, but farming in general, of course. But even compared to wineries, which also had a significant decrease, that is by far a huge, huge jump and should be alarm bells in terms of forecasting. And yes, totally agree, it's a planning tool. It's not for sure all of that stuff. It's absolutely true. But here we have a preview of things to come that are going to trickle down further and further at an alarming rate. And so I implore you in your budget decisions, but as well as your other items on the agenda today, to really consider the long-term impacts and what we need to do to turn that around. And then the only question that I really had is whether or not the budget shortfall of $662,000 in the cannabis management, obviously we have a problem with permits being stuck, so hopefully we later today can get things unstuck, and that will improve, and cannabis fees will increase. But yesterday during the California Senate Business Professions and Economic Development Committee hearing on a variety of cannabis issues, Director Remodel testified that she had made a $3.2 million reporting error to the state in the LJGAP report to the state. And that may not impact this at all, but I'm just asking the question and asking if the board was aware of that, or if the CEO's office or fiscal department was aware of that reporting error, and whether or not it impacts the information that you have. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams?
Well, I'm aware because I ask a lot of questions, and as I understand, there's a transaction that may span fiscal years. So what would have been recognized in 21-22 maybe gets recognized in 22-23 or so forth. Is that? I'm looking at the CEO. Do you know anything about this?
CEO Antle, I learned about that at 1:30 today. I didn't know that statement had occurred. I do know that Deputy CEO Dunnicliff and Acting Deputy CEO Hallman have been working on the budget and for the cannabis unit regularly with Kristen, Director Nevedal, over the last several weeks. And one of our questions was about that grant and how that grant money was being spent. I do know there is an audit that's coming this week on that grant, and it prevented us from moving some of the money in our own system because those records, once an audit comes, you have to stop moving money and doing things. So I don't know what was reported yesterday, and I'll look to Kristen Nevedal.
Yes, thank you, CEO Antle. Good afternoon, board members. My name is Kristen Nevedal. I'm the director of the Mendocino County Cannabis Department. So I was not aware that there was a reporting error that occurred at the end of the first reporting period, and it was solely my reporting error. So there's 4 tables on the budget reporting, and when we filed in August for the first reporting period for the LJAGP grant funds, I did not zero out the last table, which is the indirect and other expenses for the 2021-2022 year, because we had applied for a budget amendment, and so I just did the reporting incorrectly. I wasn't aware until I read the Senate Oversight Hearing background that they had assumed that we had spent down $3.1 million and a little bit of change. So I corrected that with the state yesterday. But the funds weren't spent. It was that I simply did not zero out this table when I was applying for a budget amendment. So my apologies there, but it's not money that was spent or it was just misreported on accident. So I'm happy to answer questions if any of the board members have them.
Any other questions for Kristen at this time? John?
Well, it's not so much for the Director Nevedal. It's about the cannabis budget and the $662,000 that are now general fund obligations when there is no county cost originally in this budget. Is that correct, Mr. Hallman?
Tim Hallman, Acting Deputy CEO. Right now, that is approximately where we are at, correct?
And, you know, the cannabis department is under the purview of the board. And so this didn't come to light until the executive office found this issue. I'm still very concerned because last meeting we were going back and forth whether it was 100,000, whether 800,000, $1 million. And this is a budget of $1.2 million, I think. And to be now over 50% off, it's really concerning to me, and it's concerning that we didn't know about this issue about the $3.2 million in the LJAGP grant. You know, that's a $17.5 million budget, and I'm just very concerned about the capacity of the department to handle that budget. I'm wondering about, from the CEO and the executive office, how much oversight is happening there, because the board is responsible, and so far it doesn't look like the board's done a good job in overseeing this department.
Acting Deputy CEO Tim Hallman again. Right now, we have been working with the department regularly. As a matter of fact, at 4 o'clock this afternoon, I do meet with that department again. We're working through the time studies, and once we have completed the time studies, or they have completed the time studies, that's when we'll be able to determine which portion of the time can be charged to the LJAGP grant. I'm hoping at that time, when the time study is complete, we'll have a better picture as to where we really are falling as far as the shortfall on that revenue and that revenue line.
And how much time is being spent from the executive office on the cannabis department? Whether it's budget, whether it's administration, whether, you know, overall, can you give us a ballpark figure about how much?
I know I'm spending probably about 3 to 4 hours a week on it, but that doesn't include any of the time that Deputy CEO Dunicliffe is spending on it, or any of the time that CEO Antle is also spending on this.
Yes, CEO Antle, I believe Steve is on, Deputy CEO Steve Dunicliffe is doing roughly the same on a weekly basis, 2 to 3 hours with the various meetings and tracking the reports. For myself, it's usually meeting with Acting Deputy Hallman or Deputy CEO Dunicliffe, following up, brainstorming what we're going to do next. I would also report that we have, and I think Mr. Ward brought it up, we have John Burks on special assignment under the CEO's office, in that office for the next 3 months.
Okay, so
And I also meet 1 hour a week with Deputy CEO Dunicliffe and Director Remodel as well.
now are all these expenses reflected in this budget adjustment?
CEO Antle, no. Tim, Acting Director Holman, or Acting Director CEO Holman is tracking his time, as well as Deputy CEO Dunicliffe are tracking their time, and the work of Mr. Burks will be tracked as well.
That will be tracked and pegged to the department?
Yes.
So this 662,000 could go up by a couple 100,000 more.
Acting Deputy CEO Tim Hallman, there is always a potential for it to change. I mean, as we're getting into it, we don't know what that percentage is going to be as far as the time study is concerned. And each one of those positions has an allocated percentage. So we're only capable of charging the amount that has actually been consumed to be charged for those positions. And when we get into it, that's when we'll determine how much we can charge and whether or not we will meet those thresholds that will meet that budget.
When you're doing the time study, is that the time study for your time, for John Burks's time, from Steve Dunicliffe's? No.
That is being
It's-
tracked separately. This is just
Right.
solely for
So-
the cannabis staffing.
Yeah, so the separate tracking of those expenses will go on top of this 662,000.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so Director Remodel, would you care to weigh in?
Yeah, I'd like to clarify if I may. So because of the audit, we have not transferred LJAGP funds into the cannabis budget unit. So what you're seeing in that deficiency currently does not include any of the LJAGP funds, which we can use, I believe, this year. But we are doing the time studies, not just to kind of back up the amounts that we were awarded for this fiscal year for staffing, but also to look at projections going forward should we choose to do a budget amendment, if the board chooses to allow us to do that. So there are some funds that I anticipate will be transferred from LJAGP into the CN budget that will reduce that dollar amount.
Ted?
Yeah, just to provide context, I think the county made a decision to subsidize the cannabis permits back in the day before any of us were here except Jurdy, and he was busy with running everything else. And, you know, the dollar amounts don't come anywhere close to the actual staff time. There's no cost recovery there, where our staff may have done $10,000 to $20,000 of work. Maybe we got a $700 fee, and that was recognized years ago. And so that department will run at an expense. It's not going to ever break even, but there's tax revenue that's generated from the cannabis business tax. All these years, that's essentially been used to backfill the losses in having a cannabis department.
Well, with that said, wouldn't the cannabis department in budgeting understand that they weren't going to recoup from fees? And so that should have been part of the budget development, and so that we shouldn't have this $662,000 deficit at this point?
Well, not necessarily. I mean, if you have a year, planning and building makes an estimate, right? And it's fairly consistent year to year. There's new building permits that are taken out. they know about what the revenue will come in. And planning and building, although it's cost recovery, they're never a break even, right? The county is always subsidizing, or you could consider it the cost of running an essential service. And cannabis, the not recognizing the permit fees is because applicants didn't show up to do work that would have generated cost recovery. My concern is, well, what was staff doing? If they, instead of processing that $1 million worth of cost recovery work, they were doing something else. Maybe that something else can be billed to the state. I don't know exactly how it's tracked. Don, do you and I have the same question?
Yeah, Ms. Navidal, do you have an explanation?
I think we have an understanding that, some of the previous permits could not, we got the fees from them, but to be off by this amount for that budget is just, I don't understand how it really happens.
I would love to explain it if I may. So when we planned this budget, we did not anticipate having additional portal activities occur. Portal activities have zero cost recovery. Any review we conduct on a phase 1, phase 2 application has zero cost recovery. Because of the additional portals, it also pushed out our timelines, which means that we weren't able to review renewals as quickly as we would have liked to. So we had less renewal application fees come in. We also planned this budget based on phase 3 coming into play and a lot of public interest leading up to the budget and to phase 3 opening. We've so far had, I think, 6 or 7 phase 3 applications. I think we estimated a significantly larger number of phase 3 applications. We also reduced our revenue projections because we had no idea when we planned this budget that we'd be doing fallowing. Fallowing essentially probably eliminates our appeals revenue that has come in year to year. We'll find out in a couple of months, but we scrapped that out of the budget for transparency purposes because I'm not expecting much to come in appeals. We have unexpected costs such as county council that was not in this budget. The move was not in this budget. So there's a number of things that we could not have planned for in this budget because we don't have a crystal ball and we didn't know that it would be the will of the board to ask us to take on additional tasks that would push back revenue generating tasks.
Well, it seems like it's the board's fault then. So,
Well, excuse me. I accept responsibility.
You
for
do?
a lot of decisions. so
Okay.
yeah, I do.
Yeah, well, then we need to be accountable for this budget.
Well, ultimately, we always are accountable for the budget. We sign off on it, that's our job. It may not turn out the way we want. I think.
I guess that for CEO Antle, and this issue was only brought to light from the executive office. Are you satisfied with how the budget development is going with the cannabis department?
CEO Antle, we are still involved and the fiscal team is still involved and Deputy CEO Dunnicliff is still involved. We will remain involved and active through the development of the next fiscal year as we try to understand where we're at this fiscal year with that particular grant, the grant and the budget unit, and how those monies can actually be spent by the grant. So I look forward to finding out the audit results on the LJ grant, local jurisdiction grant. There's too many of them on that grant that is happening. I believe it's tomorrow. So we look forward to learning from that a little bit more. I think Ms. Nevedal touched on it, the amount of time that county council has put in. We didn't report that earlier. He has mentioned that it's up to 3 of his deputies working on cannabis as well.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, so we do have 3 deputies and myself working on cannabis issues. That's not 3 or 4 FTE. That's probably equivalent of maybe 1.5 to 2.5 FTE in terms of total time. But it is a lot more than we initially expected, given the current crunch. Well, in some ways, it's not entirely cost neutral, right? So it is being billed to the cannabis department. It will show up in their budget. That means it may be not getting billed to certain other departments. Some of those might be general fund, but given that cannabis is general fund and that some of a pretty significant percentage of our overall work tends to be special fund, there's some hit likely in terms of general fund impact, but I don't think we have any sort of solid estimate to give you on that front.
Supervisor Williams.
Would the work on the fallowing ordinance be billed to the cannabis department?
I believe we tracked that one as Board of Supervisors.
Okay. Is there a chart somewhere of the tracking? What's attributed, it's cannabis work, what's attributed to Board of Supervisors versus the department or somewhere else?
Candidly, that hasn't really been a terribly good system. It's only within the last 3-4 months that we started to break out the time codes related to the cannabis grants and other items. So if you go back historically, a lot of the things that are now being billed to cannabis were likely billed either to ag, to PBS, or to the Board of Supervisors.
So I kind of feel like we're drifting a little bit. I think we need to sort of wrap up our budget discussion. We have 2 cannabis items, and I'm sure that more of this will come out as we continue our discussion. So there's a motion on the floor right now, is that correct?
Lillian Bearden, Deputy Clerk of the Board. Through the chair, if I may, I
Yes.
would recommend continuing and making sure that there's no more public comment before moving on to a vote.
Is there any more public comment on our budget items?
Good afternoon, members of the board, CEO Antle, County Council Curtis. I'll be brief. I've worked 28 and a half years in government. It shouldn't come as a surprise that you're 50% underwater on a projected budget. The department head should know the ins and outs of her budget, where the money's going, and at the first inkling of an issue, it should have been reported to the board and the auditor and the CEO. You can dissemble and say, I didn't know this, I didn't know that, but ultimately the responsibility lies with the cannabis director and the board. If the board doesn't get accurate and timely information, we get to where we're at right now. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that wishes to address the board?
Good afternoon, board, county council, CEO Antle, county staff. Michael Katz, executive director for the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I also want to raise a question about the comment that was made about budgetary questions related to the, the phrase was used was appeals revenue. My understanding is that the appeals process, the costs that are associated with that are specifically to go towards only appeals that are made. So I don't understand how that item specifically would account for issues with the budget shortfall. And I wonder if there are other questions that could be asked about those comments as well. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Director Nevedal, do you have additional information?
I do. So we are billed for the tree clearing items, the fallowing items, the appeal ordinance items, equity items, PRA requests, just about everything cannabis related is showing up in the county council bills. I have the statements here. And I'm not saying that that's correct or incorrect. It just is what we have on the books currently. So we're anticipating approximately $75,000 to $80,000 in county council bills this year. The billing started in Q2, I want to say, of this fiscal year. And it was not something that we had planned on. And then the question about appeals, we do process the appeals in our department. So traditionally, we've taken in the appeals forms and the appeals information and the appeals fee. And then I personally process the appeals. So those fees cover my time to process the appeals and then get the information over to the TTC, but we are not anticipating very many of those appeals this year.
Okay, thank you. We have a online comment from Michelle Schott.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Was that a yes?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I just have a suggestion. I think that some of the cost overruns that are happening at the cannabis department could be from a lot of duplicative processes that have happened because things were lost, people had to redo stuff, and so stuff was handled multiple times, and as the process is streamlined, that's going to lower a lot of those staff costs and that staff time. So that's just my comment on that and my suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, does everyone have their say? Final word maybe from Supervisor Mulhern.
Yeah, there were 5 departments that were over budget by $100,000 this mid-year budget report. I understand the concerns that have been expressed by the commenters today, but I think that in particularly moving through a new department and new process, and it sounds like there is more work to be done with the fiscal team and regarding the grant and what can be used and what can't be used. I just want to say that the cannabis department was not the only department that was over budget by $100,000, and so I want to be very clear that these things are why we're having this public meeting and why we're having these conversations, so that this can be brought forward to the board and to the members of the public. And we've spent a lot of time talking about cannabis this afternoon, but they were not the only department that was over budget. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the floor, correct?
Can I confirm that Supervisor Mulhern is our second?
Okay. All right, then let's call for the question.
Supervisor Mulhern? Yes. Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashek?
Yes.
And Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
So I'm a little confused. Did we also cover 4E as well in this, or were they combined? 4E is separate. Okay. All right, well, with that in mind, then we have item 4E, which is discussion and possible action, including direction to staff regarding a presentation on priorities and preparation of Mendocino County's fiscal year 2023 budget. Executive Office.
Hi, we're here before you today to present, ask for priorities for the 23-24. You've just got done hearing about some of the fiscal concerns that we have in this current year with the economic downturn and inflation. There's some work that the team has been doing with the departments with regards to zero-based budgeting. We are moving forward with that. And at this point, it's kind of up to you if you would like to go through this slide presentation, or if you would like to move to the priorities. It's at your discretion. I know we still have 2 lengthy items.
What is the pleasure of the board?
Let's go to the priorities.
Let's go to the priorities.
Okay, priorities it is.
Okay, so priorities to consider. We developed this after the strategic plan. So an effective county government, there's a list under, a more expanded list under each one of these 4 main topics. We selected a few that were priority and in process kind of right now. You do have a number of the priorities that you had heard Chief Probation Officer Locatelli talk about earlier today. So there's several things that are happening within the strategic plan and your priorities as well. But these were ones that we thought would start a discussion with you all regarding moving into 23-24 and provide direction to the departments on how to develop their budget. So we were looking at technology-based efficiencies and improvements. One of these is around the track it and monitoring permits and getting the status of where permits are with our planning and building department. Revenue generating personnel, this is surrounding the grants division. You approved a grant writing contract earlier today that is supplied by grant funding. And we are moving forward with that position, that we have that position filled currently. A thriving economy, invest in the local economy. Consider the funding that you now put into economic development and what are the best ways to maximize those dollars. Affordable housing, of course, this is needed for workforce, and the Bella Vista project was approved by the Planning Commission here just recently as one example of moving that forward. A safe and healthy county, public safety. Of course, this is number one mandated by the state, as mentioned earlier by Supervisors William. Carbon and waste reduction, we had some discussion about this earlier, but you have the EV charging and the energy efficiency for the new roof in the Fort Bragg Justice Center that you approved earlier. And prepared and resilient county. As you all know, I started in disaster recovery here at the county, so this is dear to my heart, disaster preparedness, and I think some of us realize those impacts that have occurred just in the last 2.5 months of this year and the impact to our community with maybe not having all the resources and the preparedness and education that is needed for these type of extreme weather events. So those are just a few of the items that we thought you might want to consider. Again, I mentioned some of the work that's been happening. I would talk about the DEI training. We do have Dr. Africa coming next month to present to 2 of the board members as well as the department heads and start those discussions about diversity, equity, and inclusion work that the county set as a priority. Communications, again, you heard some of that earlier. Interdepartmental collaboration, and then you have solved, at least for now, the CEO-CAO model, and then the grants division is starting to work. So I look forward to the discussion, and I would see if Acting Deputy Hallman has anything to add, or Stella.
Acting Deputy CEO Tim Hallman. Again, for the entire purpose of this presentation was to try and get a high-level input from the board as to what their priorities are. I mean, public safety is a no-brainer. It's a requirement of the Constitution. But some of the other things, we would definitely like to see a little bit of direction as we're heading into the budget process. We're speaking with departments in a training later this week. They are to have their budgets turned into the executive office by the 24th of this month. And then we do go into the conferences at the beginning of next month with the ad hoc committee. And it would be kind of nice just to get some overall direction from where the board would like us to go, so that when we are evaluating these budgets as they're coming in, as to where to prioritize it. And again, we did switch over for the general fund and a pilot project to zero-based budgeting. And that is where we will not be applying the NCC, the net county cost, will not be given up front. We will be taking what they are budgeting, and then we will be coming back and applying those costs based upon the priorities that are set by the board. So again, any direction that you guys are capable of giving, just even if it's just a high level, it was really helpful to the rest of us on the board, or the fiscal team that is evaluating the budgets as they do come in.
Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Hasjak.
I think we need to bump up roads in priority for funding. And certainly we could double it and we still wouldn't be resurfacing roads. But the potholes are really getting out of hand. It's going from being an inconvenience or a nuisance to being a real safety hazard. And I've been reminding the public that after an intense weather event, our road crews are out opening roads. They're not focused on potholes. They're plowing snow with 1960s dozers, and they're cutting trees out of the way. And we have to be patient. But putting that aside, even in the summer months, I mean, it's getting bad year round. And it's the having supplies and having road crews. I think Fort Bragg crew might be staffed the best at about 7. When we gave the COLA, which was deserved, which was appropriate, I fully supported, we didn't give any additional funding to DOT. So they had to sort of just give wage increases and make the numbers work internally, which I think meant not buying as much supply of road materials and not fully filling positions. At the same time, you have positions that are open that can't be filled. I don't think we have applicants, and so, even with the COLA, we're not attractive enough to build those crews back up. So I don't know exactly how we get there, but I think that's one of the public demands, especially as we see more intense winter storms.
Supervisor Hasjack.
Well, if you're looking for the high-level view of the priorities, I think this is a really good start, and I think that when you go into budget preparation, that this is the roadmap, because it's based on the strategic plan, and I appreciate that.
I really appreciate the broad goals here, and but recognizing that some of those goals won't come with a high price tag next to them, and others come with a very high price tag. So, investing in the local economy, affordable housing, to me, it's really a change in the way the county approaches those issues, maybe tasking those programs or efforts to other county staff people who are maybe more effective than the ones who are dealing with it right now. And that's really just a change in the way we approach those issues, not so much budgeting more money for the issues. The grants are out there for housing and for economic development. It's a matter of maximizing those grants and not letting them go to other counties.
Supervisor Mulhern, anything strike your fancy on this? Supervisor Hasjack.
Well, I'll move approval of these priorities.
Second.
Okay, just one final comment from me. It is a nice broad list. I don't think there's anything that we do that can't be included in here somehow, but some in particular, I kind of agree with Supervisor Williams. Our roads are really falling apart, and you pay one way or the other, and I have neighbors who spend thousands fixing the undercarriage of their cars from hitting potholes, so we know that our roads are not good. So it's been moved and seconded to accept the list. Public comment. Go ahead. Patrick.
Patrick Hickey, Field Representative with SEIU Local 1021. As you begin building a budget for fiscal year 23-24, I encourage you to include and incorporate supporting staff from the beginning. Cost of living should be baked into the budget. You should expect the administration to provide you with revenue options and saving strategies to meet your budget goals. Unfortunately, some of the information you're being provided seems more aimed at manipulating rather than elucidating. I draw your attention to slide 6, titled General Fund 10-Year Growth. I know we didn't review the slideshow here in the meeting, but I'm sure you all reviewed it ahead of time. The slide makes no sense. It's looking at county-wide salaries compared to general fund revenue. General fund only covers a portion of the salaries here in the county, so to try to make this comparison doesn't really tell you anything. It should look at total revenue and total salaries. If you look at those numbers, you'll see that they're on track. There's no 62% difference. The numbers themselves, I also question. They don't seem to match up with the county's audited statements. So I think the final thing I would like to say is, as you start to venture into the budget process, I would ask you to hold the administration accountable to providing you with the full data that you need to be able to make effective and well-reasoned decisions. The county staff is expecting this of you and want to continue to do the work that they do and be able to afford to live here in this community to do that work. Thank you.
Anyone else in the room?
Good afternoon. Carrie Shattuck. I definitely agree with Williams on our roads. They are a mess out there. And I just want to comment on the slide that said about investing in the local economy and affordable housing. We're not a very business-friendly county. There's a lot of red tape in our planning and building, which kind of goes hand in hand with affordable housing. People, they're not coming here to build because we don't have the jobs for the people to buy the housing. It's kind of like being on a hamster wheel. So I feel like we really need to look at what it's taking for businesses to open. I had a friend that recently opened a business, and the flooring in the kitchen wasn't adequate. They had to redo the whole thing. I think there's a lot of red tape that could be cut to help us out, and attract more businesses here. Thank you.
Anyone else in the room for public comment? If not, we'll go to online. Peter McNamee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have some comments relative to the priorities, particularly carbon and waste reduction. I'm speaking on behalf of the Grassroots Institute. They've asked me to make these comments. In particular, we hope that in preparing your budget for the coming fiscal year, you will take into consideration the previous work that in the policy decisions that you've made in relationship to carbon reduction, but more importantly, energy use reduction by the county, which is a methodology for saving large amounts of money that can be redirected to improve services and program outcomes. In particular, we'd like you to focus again on the Wildan report, which offered you a number of opportunities to not only reduce the carbon footprint of the county, but more importantly, cut your operating costs by reducing your energy consumption needs. We would very much like to see the county focus on solar installations with batteries, even in light of the new net metering requirements with batteries, because of the rate changes that occur between daylight time when solar energy is generated and nighttime when battery energy can be discharged into the system and sold back to the grid at much higher rates. It's still very profitable. You have opportunities through the the California Energy Commission to get 1% loans for carbon reduction investments. At these inflation rates, a 1% loan is essentially a significant subsidy to you, given the rates that you can charge for the electricity that generated. We'd also encourage investments in electric vehicle, not only the transition, which we applaud you for in terms of the efforts that you've made to transition your fleet, but in the larger picture, remember that by 2035, 100% of all vehicles in California are going to have to be zero emission vehicles. Most of those are going to be electric vehicles. And to compete in the tourist industry, we're going to have a large number of electric vehicle chargers, but there's an opportunity. And that opportunity essentially is for all the solar panels that you develop with battery systems that are hooked up to electric vehicle chargers, you can then charge for the consumers of those electric vehicle owners for the electricity and produce a new revenue stream for the county that can move you into the 21st century. So again, I would ask you to take a look at those opportunities very closely as you craft your investments for next year's budget. And thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today.
Okay. Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, I'd like to amend my motion to include in the part on an effective county government to include competitive salary and benefit package for all employees.
The second agrees.
Okay, so we have an amended motion on the floor that's been seconded. We're ready to call for the vote.
Supervisor Jordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hatchak?
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, the next item might be a little bit lengthy. Might I suggest this may be a good time to take a break?
Would everybody like to do that? Okay, that's what we'll do. We will take a 10-minute break. We'll see you here at 20 after 3.
pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es algo, un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad y en nuestro caso que estamos solos en este país ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante.
Is item 4F, discussion and possible action, including direction to staff to prepare environmental document and ordinance to remove or streamline the requirement for issuance of local permit for cannabis cultivation while retaining all substantive legal restrictions and environmental protection measures for state licensed operators. So Supervisor Williams, would you like to lead off on this?
Sure. There was a staff directive back on May 17th of last year, and I actually prompted it. It was if we're going to continue processing under Ordinance 10A17, should we streamline the process? And when I went to clean up some of the outstanding directives, I saw it on there that we hadn't really brought it back yet. And I asked staff, and we did a little bit of brainstorming, and the answer is yes, there's a lot we could do to streamline. And when I say streamline, I mean keep the environmental document as is. Don't change the environmental protections. Don't change where you can grow, the setbacks, how much, any of that. That's all been decided. We don't want to reignite any of that debate. But seeing that it's very difficult to process these applications internally and trigger a state license, I think we're in a predicament where we could do nothing and decide this is the ordinance, we're going to let it play itself out. There's probably public money at risk. We're going to have appeals filed. There may be subsequent claims. Even though the county may be right in all cases, that will be rather expensive. And it's, at the same time, it's a failure. That means we didn't get people through a program that was intended to transition them into the legal market. I asked Chair McGordy if he would like me to continue down this path or drop it. He decided to co-sponsor it, but asked that I check with stakeholders. So I talked to County Council. County Council's office has some ideas, and we kept the language of the recommended action broad enough that various ideas could be researched. But we weren't going to do any of that research and spend staff time without board approval. So I would appreciate it if this does go forward, keep the language as is, because a lot of people have read it and kind of signed off that they can accept it. Talked to the CEO's office, talked to the district attorney, I called the sheriff, trying to issue spot, will anyone have a problem with removing requirements? For example, there's a requirement in the permit that they have their air quality certificate. Well, that's not really an environmental protection. Everybody has to comply with that, but it does add to the processing time. We also have the DA checking fingerprints. It seems like that's duplicative with what the state does. Maybe he needs to do that, maybe he doesn't. But there's a lot of room in the ordinance where we could cut down on pushing records around. And there's an extreme of we push more of the CEQA review onto the state. And that's been one of the hardest components for us to process. So then I checked in with this. The chair said, how will the state feel about this? I checked in with Nicole Elliott. Her letter supporting this item is attached. If you haven't, have we all read it? Yes. And I think it's a unique opportunity in that last go around when we tried to work with the state, cannabis was under CDFA, and it just didn't seem to be their power zone to local government on coming up with streamlining procedures. Whereas Nicole heard about this potential opportunity and expressed enthusiasm that she and her department would be there to collaborate with us to make sure that whatever it is that we do at a local level feeds into the state licensing. And I think there's a lot the state can do that we can't do. We have no control of timelines, for example. Whereas the state probably could figure out a way to extend provisionals if it's in collaboration with the county changing its ordinance. But I want to be real clear, the goal here is not to change what's allowed or where it's allowed in any way. It's just to cut down on the amount of staff time and dollars we're spending on a program that's been struggling for a long time. Supervisor McGordy, would you like to add anything?
That, you should get that. I think shifting some of the responsibility to applicants to work directly with the state on environmental documents makes a lot of sense to me, because we don't appear to have the capacity. We're talking about having to hire consultants to do that, so why not just let the applicants and the consultants work directly and us not get in the middle? You know, and we need to process faster. I think it's just taking us way too long, but this shouldn't be that complicated. And I spent the weekend looking at the ordinance, looking at the applications, looking at the SSHA, and looking at the Appendix G. And while they certainly require time and information, they're not the most onerous applications I've ever seen in my life. So I would like to see us get on board and get this finished. You know, I hope that we'd have a stable community of somewhere between 200 to 500 growers, maybe, kind of similar to the wine industry in size, that are, you know, stable, feel good about themselves, pay their taxes, have all the necessary papers, they're growing in the right place, contributing to our economy, contributing to our tax base. That's always been my vision from the time that I started running for supervisor, and it's about time that we got this done.
I want to add on, I did meet with Director Remodel to remind her that this may be a parallel track. We don't want the department to stop any activity. Any permit that's approved under the existing scheme is a win. But I did ask her for input on, you know, are there elements of the ordinance that she would want to change? Where are they getting bogged down? And I understand she does have a list, but we stopped short of using any staff time without getting board approval. I think that's all I have.
Okay, so questions? We have Supervisor Mulhern and Supervisor Hasjack.
So thank you for bringing the item forward. I am in support of it in concept. I had questions about the pause, in particular, what that really means. Does that mean ACELA? Does that mean 4-leaf? Does that mean MCD employees? Does that mean LEAP grants? Thank you for getting the state involved and for their letter. You know, Mendocino County, unlike other jurisdictions, really was going to use our local jurisdiction grant funds to support the applicants to the tune of about $10 million. A lot of other jurisdictions were using that specifically for their own programming. So I don't know what that means for our applicants and their abilities to jump through the environmental hoops, whether that's the county or whether that's the state. I think that this is possibly a really good strategy for well-resourced applicants. I don't know what this does for our equity applicants.
Well, I'm in support of this, the concept, and certainly we need to streamline the program. We need to get people through. And if the state's willing to work with us, which would be a great thing, because before, when we tried, they weren't really. So this is a welcomed step forward. I do have concerns about the LJAGP grant program and how that will be kind of transitioned, and what it means to the local cultivators who were going to use this money to do some of their work. So I think a lot of things need to be worked out, and I'm just trying to figure out what is that process? You know, we were going to have everything go through, with cannabis, go through the General Government Committee. And so is the idea that maybe staff, county council, or executive office will be working with the state in this transition, or how's that, what's the vision for this?
Well, it's for us to decide today. It was my hope that, I see it was a brilliant move that a former supervisor managed to get the environmental community and the cultivators to the table and to agree on an ordinance. But as I understand at the time, staff was recommending that the board not approve it because they saw they wouldn't be able to carry it out. It was too complicated. And so I'm inclined, as one supervisor, to see what the state can come up with our executive office and bring us back some ideas, see where they want to go, rather than us trying to set specific milestones, because last time we did that, it didn't work out so well. And I think that given that the state's Department of Cannabis Control is working with local government throughout the state, they have some templates of what works. They have experience on CEQA pathways that are more successful. They see the starting point of what we have and what we may be locked into and how to transition from that to something more viable. So I would hope the starting point would be to ask them to show them that we have confidence in collaborating together, and then ask for their proposal. And I imagine we don't want to reopen the can of worms of setbacks and zoning and where you can grow and how much. I feel like all of that's been decided, but the mechanics of how you get a permit and how you get a license from that, I'm not against changing that if it means a much simpler and less costly approach.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that, and I think that it probably is best to have the executive office and county council work on this with the state. And so I look forward to comments from the public, but I could certainly support this idea.
Supervisor Jordy.
So, my discussion with county staff is that that they feel optimistic that the state can help create a system that works, and that the county, through its code enforcement functions, actually enforce the standards, which actually we were relying on them to enforce it anyway, but absent a permit. So if I understand the concept correctly, we might potentially even have a system where people aren't actually seeking a county permit, they're just conforming to our standards that go unchanged, and their license with the state is still what they're seeking. And if someone's out there operating in a way that's out of compliance with our permit, then code enforcement will still come in and bring them into compliance. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think there's potential to put more burden on the state. This is a state program, and our county treated it as sort of a duplicative layer of almost all the same requirements, but ours don't feed into theirs. This is an opportunity to realign it and have the applicant work on getting their state license, make that be our requirement, and still follow our mitigated negative deck.
So one of the questions, do we have any staff comments from county council?
If I may, through the chair. So just a few things. I think Supervisor Rudy is generally correct about the idea and the structure as to what might possibly work here. Having spent a little bit more time with the environmental document, I think there's likely a few things that would still have to go through review on the county side, unless we're able to find an alternative mitigation measure. But I think it may be a little bit risky to try and get too creative on that. But there's a lot that you'd be able to simplify and minimize. So there are some of the mitigation measures where pre-review is sort of baked into the process itself, right? So the idea that I think the big one is the sensitive species habitat review. So the idea that you're not able to cultivate an area until you've confirmed that it isn't habitat for sensitive species. It's possible there's an alternative mitigation measure, but likely that's something that would need to remain as part of it. On the other hand, there are other things that are frankly just checks, things that are duplicative of things that are happening at the state level. I think largely because our ordinance was written before the state's process was actually in place. There are other things where there may be mitigation measures or things that are related to environmental protection, but where it's not necessary to have it as part of the permit review process. You can still have that be a substantive requirement. You can still have that enforced by code enforcement and require the cultivators to comply, but you don't necessarily have to have someone sitting in an office reviewing an application, determining whether or not the piece of paper that's submitted complies with the requirements of each of those things in the ordinance before the activity is able to proceed.
How would that work? Would that be a field inspection, you're thinking, or?
So, that's ultimately a question for this board. You've got a few options. One would be simply switching to your active code enforcement model. The board had code enforcement develop a plan. There were some options there. That plan had been put together. There was some limitations on funding, but to be able to move to a more proactive approach, part of it would frankly even be sticking with the system you have right now. My understanding is that there's a total of about 170 to 180 confirmed cases of code enforcement issues on cultivation sites outside of the compliance plan process for in-program cultivators. So, you could essentially rely on the same mechanisms that are there, or you could look at inspection requirements, et cetera. So there's a number of policy choices that this board could make on that, but any one of them would be, I think, a legal alternative for you to be able to pursue while maintaining the same level of environmental protections. We would need to do a CEQA addendum at a minimum, just to be clear. But what we would do is if we engage in that process, if you keep it at, if you keep essentially all of the substantive environmental protections that are there now, you could likely do a pretty significant overhaul. The big change, and the thing I want to make sure that the board is aware of, is that this would mean that the Appendix G process wouldn't be able to happen at the county level anymore, right? Because a lot of the steps that are being taken during the permit review process, the application process, are things that are documenting what the state wants before they issue their permit. Now, the state has multiple potential pathways forward, and we can work with them to sort of figure out what might work on their side. I mean, they could convert their process to a ministerial permit. They could have some sort of Appendix G process essentially undertaken by the state. There's a number of options, and I'm very heartened to see that they're willing to work with us on this. Our prior interactions with CDFA, they were very, very set on the Appendix G process. This one, there appears to be, at this time, there appears to be quite a bit more flexibility. So, if we are able to actually find a pathway forward there's a lot that we could take off the county side and frankly take the county out of the way of getting the permit process and the cultivation going in the legal market while still maintaining the same protections, just handling it on, frankly, the department that is already handling a rather substantial amount of those issues. One other thing I want to make sure that the board is aware of is if you do decide to go this route, it's not going to happen immediately. And I think Supervisor Williams already touched on this, but there would be a need for the Cannabis Department to continue to process and to continue to work on the permits that are there now. And that means we're going to be essentially going down two roads at the same time, and we're going to have to figure out how to jump from one track to the other along the way. And I think for my office, what I would probably do is continue to have several deputies working on the existing permit process, continuing to get things through, move forward in as straightforward a manner as we can there. Well, I would have another attorney or frankly myself and another attorney working on how we can draft something that would meet this plan. So there's some duplication. There's some work that would be inefficient. but in the long run, you could end up realizing really quite substantial benefits. Another thing to be aware of there is that conceptually, you could even have a process where you effectively eliminate the renewal application and change it to a modification application for the process of the SSHR. So you don't go through, you'd eliminate the need to have the work be as duplicative on an annual basis. You also may eliminate the need for sort of fees that are checking a cultivation site that hasn't changed. But again, there's a lot of policy choices and options that you would have there. Also, as to the running in parallel, I do think help from the executive office or having the executive office interface would be very helpful. We're going to need technical information, et cetera, from the department, but I think we also have to be very mindful not to disturb them or prevent them from being able to continue the permit process as is, because you have to be prepared, for the possibility that this doesn't work for whatever reason, or it doesn't happen in the timeline that you'd want. And I wouldn't want to repeat the sort of situation with 2218 where resources got diverted to the expectation that we were going to be ready under the new program, and then that program didn't end up getting implemented. Because the voters were opposed to it, they decided that's not what they wanted. And I don't think we have the time, quite frankly, at this point to be able to handle a delay like that. I think if we're exploring this as an alternative option, it really needs to be in parallel with the existing efforts.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, at first, when I saw at the end of the letter, the request to refrain from dispersing additional funds under the local jurisdiction assistant grant program, I had Mo's reaction of the problem that this may create for us, but I also appreciate the state's perspective that this is a chance to reset and have a course correction. And part of that course correction may be the work that needs to be done for the applicants is different. And that, we could spend millions of dollars generating documentation for our existing program that may or may not be successful in the end. If we're going to change direction and come up with something simpler, the state wants to ensure that those existing funds are available to help get applicants through the new track. I think they're probably wise to put that in as a requirement. I'm not against it. And I think the action today opens the door to working with the state in a way that we haven't yet.
Supervisor Hasjak.
And if we're doing this transformation, because it will be a transformation of the cannabis department, then I just wanted to kind of figure out, like the civil service employees, I don't want them to be looking for another job right now, but so any civil service employee would certainly have rights to go somewhere else in the county if their job was eliminated at some point.
If I may, through the chair, we do have processes in the MOUs and in the civil service system to be able to address essentially what happens when certain positions are eliminated. That being said, I think it might be a little bit premature to be looking at that. I don't think you may end up with something that is scaled down in terms of your review process, but currently you're also looking at frankly, a very, very large percentage of your review process happening through outside contractors. So, I think what you need to do is be able to look at what you may have afterwards, and then, what your needs are from the staffing perspective. I guess I certainly would share the desire not to want to panic anyone within the department, or cause a situation where people feel like they need to move on, right? I mean, civil service employees do have some rights. There are, layoff and bumping mechanisms, et cetera, within the county code. But it's also possible you don't even get there, given how much you have being handled on a contract basis, or anticipated to be handled on a contract basis.
Right, thank you. Right.
Supervisor Williams.
It's also foreseeable that the partnership with the state on licensing applicants for their program will necessitate boots on the ground inspections and technical assistance, and I don't see us not having staff at all for cannabis licensing. But we may not need these multi-million-dollar contracts with outside planners, perhaps.
Or we might not need a department. It could transition to another area, another department.
Well, not ag and not planning and building. And,
Yeah,
and Darcy says not the
Yeah,
executive
not
office.
the executive office either, so, I think it might be good to have them in their own camp for a while longer, so that's kind of what our intention, and to kind of sum up what we're looking for is we want to have a process that's faster, but still maintains all the environmental protections that we have in the present ordinance, but we'd like to shift some of the really difficult work that we don't really seem to have great capacity for onto the state, since it's their licensing program. So at this point, shall we move to public comment?
Council. I think it's a wonderful idea. I have full-throated support for it. I would urge and ask and respectfully request that the stakeholders have a part in that discussion. I think it's important at this late juncture that the stakeholders have some input on how to fix this, because this is kind of a Hail Mary. My thoughts were running like a business license. Simple, you document it, you can ensure that on paper at least that the requirements that are remaining in 10A17 are followed. And if the state takes over the SSHR and Appendix G, great. Then it's a pretty simple ordinance to follow. It's a pretty simple ordinance to follow now, contrary to what a lot of people say. I have had no trouble with it. Glenn and I talked, Supervisor McGordy and I talked about it. I sent him redacted copies of the Census Species Review and Appendix G. I had no problems filling that out. It wasn't that difficult. The two-track thing concerns me. It's necessary, but it concerns me. We don't want to, history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. We don't want to continue to keep making the same mistakes and having the same problems that are emanating out of the Cannabis Department. Some of those problems that I see are handling the paper multiple times, not reviewing applications when they come in, reviewing them for completeness, but it's kind of a sufficiency review, but it's a completeness review, but it's kind of not, and they get into the minutia, and then they sit and wait. I've got two clients that were deemed complete August 5th, 2021. They're still waiting for a sufficiency review 18 months later. That's inexcusable. At the last GCC meeting, GGC meeting, Supervisor Mulherin and John Hashak were there, Supervisor Hashak, Ms. Nevedal, the Cannabis Department Director, when asked about the 4-leaf contract and would they be ready to hit the ground running, she said that she had all the training materials ready to go March 1. I submitted a public records request for those materials. I got a response back from Mr. Kierdowski saying they weren't ready, they were in draft form, and for me to have them would cause confusion among staff and the public. So Ms. Nevedal said she was ready to go, she had the training materials ready for 4-leaf, ready to go March 1st, day 1. That's not true. The board cannot accept a director telling them untruths in a public meeting. It may have been a misstatement, but as a former building official, you have to speak honestly and forthrightly with exact language when asked by elected officials what's going on. And so I am concerned if the Cannabis Department on this dual track continues the way they are under the current management of that department with the current problems that department has, which shows no sign of being corrected, that we're in for a failure. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members, County Council, CEO Antle. My name's Ellen Drell, and I'm going to speak somewhat off the cuff because I was, the agenda item that was published on Thursday didn't give too many details, though I realized, Ted, that you and Glenn presented it as a general concept, which I appreciate. But lots of things here. Hannah Nelson and I have written this joint letter, and I spoke on behalf of the Willits Environmental Center, and we feel very strongly that the present cohort of Phase 1 growers, and I'm not sure how many there are who are, close to having all their requirements in place to get their permits, but sounds like it's somewhere between maybe 150 and 200. I certainly strongly support going forward with those applicants, and I hope that you take seriously and appreciate our offer of using the compliance provision in the existing ordinance that would allow applicants who have not met every, dotted every I and crossed every T in their meeting the various code requirements, including the code requirements of 10A17, that they can use a compliance plan to get through those barriers. And in particular, we were talking last month about the tree cutting prohibition barrier, and there was talk about using an affidavit. And Ted, I thought your suggestion was right on, unless you have really solid evidence that they're lying on their affidavit, just believe them. So, and if there is solid evidence, then Hannah and I are suggesting that we can use the compliance plan to correct a problem that's not egregious. If it's egregious, then, and not correctable, then it might mean denial of a permit. But that would be a very rare instance, because the people who are 6 years later in some cases still trying to get their permit and have a legal operation that is basically in compliance with 10A17, which is, we all recognize is pretty restrictive. Those are not the people that are going to cause the problem. So I don't think there's a lot of danger in believing the affidavits or giving people in that situation the opportunity to make good, if in fact they did remove some trees. The other issue that I want to touch on before my time's up is this business about the CEQA checklist. I have an application here from 2021 that filled out the CEQA checklist, and within, I don't remember now if it was hours or a couple of days, that when the state got this application, here it is, with the CEQA checklist filled out, the state said, great, fine. Mendocino County has its ordinance with all its particular regulations, and all the state wants to know is that applicant in compliance with your ordinance? Because our ordinance has an approved mitigated neg deck, and that mitigated neg deck has basically an Appendix G checklist that's almost, it's not exactly verbatim, because staff kind of changed the wording a little bit to fit cannabis in particular. But every mitigated neg deck goes through the same checklist, the same, I think it's 15 or 18 categories of possible environmental impacts, and you have to say whether or not your project is going to create an unmitigated significant impact on the environment. And if it's not, then you check no, but because of the wording change, in ours, you were supposed to check yes. Well, that was a source of confusion, but it was understandable and able to be worked out. I say in 3 minutes in. But basically, if the county says, yes, this applicant is in compliance with our ordinance, then the checklist, the Appendix G can be checked yes, 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 for each of those items, because our ordinance checked yes, 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 to say that we were in compliance. And I think there was a lot of confusion around that. But when the state actually saw the completed checklist, they said, fine, great, you've got a very protective ordinance, and as long as this applicant is in conformance with it, then it's fine with us. So I'm sorry I'm over, and thank you for letting me go over. There's a lot to talk about here, but I just want to say again, I think our ordinance can work for the present cohort. It could probably work for phase 3, though the critical thing right now is to get that phase 1 cohort through with their permits. And if the county wants to go back and look at making changes to the existing ordinance so that it is like the states or conforms with the states for future applications, that's a whole nother ball game. But I'd say for now, let's focus on getting the present cohort through. Thank you.
Good afternoon, supervisors, county staff. Michael Katz, Executive Director for the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I'll be brief. I sincerely appreciate the agenda being discussed today. This is a real opportunity to move things forward, have conversations kind of along the lines of the Oscar-winning film, Everything Everywhere All at Once. We are talking about multiple tracks. We are talking about trying to find solutions where we maybe haven't looked before, and that's encouraging. It's encouraging to see the cannabis community and the environmental community working together. It's encouraging to hear the words of the board to say, how can we work with the state to figure out how to clear these bottlenecks? We sincerely appreciate that. We believe that there are many considerations that will need to be thought of as these conversations progress, and we do strongly support stakeholder engagement with the board and the state as we are working through these complicated issues. So thank you so much for bringing this together. We fully support its passage and look forward to continuing to work together on improving conditions on the ground. Thanks.
Is there anyone else in the room who'd like to speak? Ms. Nevedal.
Yes, thank you. So I think the department supports this moving forward. However, I do want to suggest that department staff be included in helping to identify items that could be stricken from the ordinance. Thank you.
Ms. Nelson.
Thank you, Hannah Nelson. First, I want to reiterate what Ellen Drell said. We worked really hard at coming together and coming up with a concept that's not only applicable to the vegetation modification issue, which we're still anxiously awaiting a time that that's going to come forward. We'd love an update on that. But also, as this item was presented, is clearly applicable. These compliance plan, while we're working on multiple tracks and while certain things take time to develop and streamline and flop off to the state, whatever, there is this mechanism that exists. And we have not all stakeholders, but certainly two major components of stakeholders, cultivation community and environmental community, represented here saying, hey, get this cohort through. If that means there is no permit issuance, or if it means redirect the energy in terms of how it's reviewed to be consistent with a ministerial permit that also has these compliance plans. So check, 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 check. And if you look at the checklist for the inspections, by the way, it not only has a specific reference to the compliance plans, but at the very bottom, it also even has, are there corrections needed and what's the corrections dates? So like there has been all the way along contemplation of a way, because this board in every iteration since the beginning has said, we want these legacy cultivators to get through. So conceptually, at every juncture that has been reinforced and reiterated that, yes, we really want to try and get these people through, it was grounded in this idea that there's a vehicle in the ordinance to do so. So I hope that you take a look at not only the WEC and my memo from before regarding vegetation modification, but also my memo today, which really outlines, and the item number 1 is already done, so congratulations, that's excellent, and I'm so glad that the state has responded in the affirmative, and I'm really, really pleased with this development. But there are a few specific multi-track issues that have to be paid attention to. And of course, there are meetings that are going to take place between the county and the state that it's not appropriate to have stakeholders present at, but we do not want to repeat the same mistakes from the past and have implementation problems or brilliant ideas amongst the government actors that for a practical reason don't take into consideration information on the ground from some stakeholder, whether it's the environmental community, neighbors, or cultivators, whatever. And that has been repeatedly occurring throughout the years. If you go back, and I feel, it's deja vu. If you go back and look at how many times the word streamlined has come up before this board in relation to cannabis, it's amazing. So I love the idea of streamlining. I love the idea of just looking at the tools you also have now and seeing what you can do now while you're working on these longer tracks, because not everything needs to take as long as the eventual switch over to better ideas, including a discretionary permit process in the future for future applicants, or whatever is the right method. But the input for stakeholders is really, really important, and also the level of review right now. How you must direct staff, what do you want to see? Nobody is asking to not follow the ordinance. That's a given. Nobody's saying don't follow the ordinance or don't follow the MND. But how you conduct the processing. Some of you have had the misfortune of receiving copies of emails on correction items that were issued 3, 4 times by the department on spelling errors or items that are not providable or whatever, misunderstandings of what was really required. And so part of this process, in addition to these wonderful ideas, really needs to be, okay, how are we implementing what we're doing now as we're doing it now, not just what are we doing in the future. At any rate, I really appreciate your support and your hard work, every single one of you, on these issues, and I really look forward to the continuing conversation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else in the room who wishes to speak on the item? If not, we've got a long list of people online. Starting with Lisa Lai.
Hi, yes, thank you. This is Lisa Lai. I have 20 years in the cannabis industry. I'm a licensing consultant, and I took 7 licenses through the portal. I have been yet to be assigned to any planners after going through the portal. I work on equity at the state and county levels, and I'm an executive member of the Hessel Farmers Grange, as well as a member of the state and national Grange. I am thrilled to see these 2 cannabis items on the agenda for today, and thank you for taking action on these issues. Streamlining to state approval still covers all the essential setbacks and environmental issues. The state is also supportive of the board moving forward. However, I am very concerned about any suggestion to withhold back equity funds, as our farmers are financially struggling and dependent on those funds for their annual budgets. Please note that that was a request from the state and not a requirement. I believe that moving forward with 4F would help counties budget not only by streamlining for staff hours, but also to help move forward with phase 3. I have personally discouraged many potential applicants as well as phase 3 applicants from turning in applications because those licenses are simply not being processed. So it's a waste of time and money to apply. Please vote yes on 4F.
Thank you. So phone number ending in 6514.
Can you hear me? Can you read me over?
Yes.
Name is Alan Stein. I'd like to add a dimension of reality that hasn't been discussed yet, and that is that the state of California now has a $26 billion deficit. And yet the priority, and we discussed priorities before for expenditure of public funds, seems to be to get $100 million out to pot growers. And that was done under the Local Juris Assistant Grant Program Application Manual of 2216 of this year. I want to call your attention to the paragraph from Ms. Elliott at the State Department of Pot. And she says, should the board, your board, approve reviewing of streamlining concepts under item in 4F, the department respectfully requests the county refrain from distributing additional funds under the $100 million grant program, of which the county has $17 million. Now, out of that program, each applicant is entitled, correct me if I'm wrong here, to up to $100,000. So we've got some potential pot millionaires who are going to be getting up to $100,000 to assist them to essentially get people intoxicated. I don't know if you know how this is playing out in people who have values other than the potheads and the pot lobby, but it's not playing well. It's not playing well at all. People aren't happy about seeing pot promoted and having to keep their kids from getting addicted. How is this keeping kids from getting addicted? How is this helping the sheriff control the drug problem in the county? It's just promoting. Now, I know your values, you're committed to getting pot through, but if you insist on going along with the state on this letter of suggestion from Ms. Elliott, I request that you make it crystal clear that the pot lobby and the pot applicants will not be getting $100,000 out of the grant program, that ends, because that could be their motivation. I mean, who wouldn't want to get part of $100,000 in this environment? We've got people struggling at all different levels of society in this county, and we're giving these pot lobbyists the opportunity to get $100,000. So please make it clear if you want to streamline this thing, and I'm opposed to doing that, but if you're going to streamline it, they don't get any of that $100,000 money from the grant program of the state. Thank you.
Next on the list is Corinne Powell. Corinne, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. That is sort of a hard commentary to follow, and unfortunately, I don't think the previous speaker is aware of some of the complexities and details from which he was discussing, but that was not the purpose of my comments. I want to apologize for my first reply after this agenda item was first made public last Thursday, because there was so little definition. It was really quite shocking and disturbing. So one of my cannabis colleagues said to me that if you put that in caps, they'll think you're shouting at you, which I wasn't. I was just kind of frustrated and upset. However, all of the positive things that have happened between then and now are also providing some optimism for me. And I completely support the comments of all the previous speakers. I don't want to reiterate their eloquence. However, I believe that the problem we may be facing with the dual track scenario is the same old, and that Director Elliott had offered assistance in streamlining. I think that a very rapid and grateful acceptance of her overture, which is unprecedented in our local history thus far, include the request that she also address streamlining immediately. I support this concept. I hope to see the county move forward as expeditiously as possible. I know that there are communications out of the public eye, and that there is hope among most sectors of the community. So let's form our negotiators. Let's bring the details to the table so that we can have a more rapid solution to our permitting bottlenecks. Thank you all for helping support this concept. Stakeholders from the community are an absolute necessity in the mix of understanding how to resolve the impasses, and transparency is also involved. I think had we received reports from MDC as requested months ago, some of the embarrassment of an error and some of our concerns about how funds are expended would not be discussed at this moment. Thank you very much.
Next on the line is Fair or Real.
Hello, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Fair Real. I am a cultivator from the original 2017 applications. I'm also born in Mendocino County and have been a part of this community my entire life, along with many other occupations. I've spent the last 7 years trying to get all of my ducks in a row to come into compliance. I am first and foremost a farmer and an environmentalist, and despite some people's opinions, this is not a drug. This is a medicine for our society that is having, definitely has its own complications on a larger scale. And what most of us are trying to do is trying to create an economic industry that can not only provide jobs, but can also bring tourism into this county. There have just been an enormous amount of onerous and unnecessary steps that we've had to take with very little direction and with a lot of moving targets. Whereas initially we were required a fence that was 8 feet tall, and then it changed to 6 feet tall, and then it was see-through, and then it was not see-through, and then it wasn't required at all, and now it's required again. And if you're familiar with fencing costs, that can be very expensive. On top of, a lot of us have had a learning curve with dealing with architects and different processes that we had not had any previous experience with. One of the biggest hurdles is the building permits for hoop houses that require specific, that have specific requirements for twinkle lights. And I've been into a number of restaurants recently that have twinkle lights overhead that do not require permits, even though they're above people eating. We're required to have permits above plants where typically nobody is actually underneath the lights. I am extremely grateful to the people in the cannabis department and even in planning and building who have done their best to show us compassion, despite the fact that they haven't actually been able to help us achieve much. The equity grants in this county they're faulty. All of us have PTSD from living in a world where we were considered criminals and outlaws. And we are not even able to apply for grants, even though on a state level, we do qualify for grants because our income has just shrunk. Every single penny that I have made has gone into this business, and I barely make minimum wage. I don't make minimum wage actually, but I love what I do and I love this county and I want to raise my children here. And it was the place that I could afford to buy land. And I just hope that the Board of Supervisors can hear that we are real people out here. We are not hoodlums and criminals trying to bring drugs into the streets of the children. We are raising children on farmsteading properties, and we have done, I personally, and I know so many have done everything we can to come into compliance. So please just remember that we're real people out here. Sometimes I work 18-hour days and I haven't had a vacation since 2019, and I'm still here doing it because I believe in this process and I love this county. Thank you very much.
Heidi Wordhouse.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for coming up with this idea and discussing it so thoroughly. First of all, my understanding is that Phase 1 permits are ministerial in process. And my understanding of that means that if the paperwork is deemed complete and a cursory examination of it finds no significant problems, that it can be granted. So I would suggest that if an application is in the portal and deemed complete in the portal, that all of the paperwork is there, that the LSA is either signed, a signed agreement, or complete itself. They can take a look at the satellite software to make sure that you've already paid for, by the way, to make sure that the site plan meets what's going on, and just grant that. Grant a permit. Give the permit out. Maybe y'all don't know, but the state has to do an on-the-ground inspection anyway. They're going to catch any inconsistencies. So why don't we remove that duplicative effort off of the county's back? It's a big expense sending somebody out 2-3 hours sometimes just to look at somebody's garden. Let the state do that. As for the LJAGP, I know a fair number of farmers who are working very hard to get quotes in for the LJAGP grant, to get their numbers in a row, to remove all of the page numbers from the formatting, to make sure that their documents are labeled the correct way. And so if the LJAGP is not going to happen for the purposes for which it's currently described, please, board, you need to let the applicants know now so they can stop all of this preparation. They can stop getting quotes. They can stop researching which regulation numbers apply for which request, whether it be for a water tank or they need to know that they can stop working on this LJAGP if the funds need to be reserved for working with the state. So I ask you, I beseech you, if you're going to hold on to those LJAGP funds, to work with the state on environmental issues that benefit the small farmers, make that decision now so that applicants can move on to other things. Thank you very much for your time.
Next we have Paul Hansberry.
Hi, this is Paul Hansberry, Lovingly and Legally. I noticed when you were talking about who would be in conference with the state that you mentioned either county council or the executive board. I viewed a state economic business and economic development session yesterday. And one of the senators mentioned that when they were doing the regulations, that the people were the lawyers and the bureaucrats were the people that were charged with writing the regulations. And there was nobody that was actually involved with the industry, was involved with actually formulating these regulations. So I would strongly suggest that there was a couple of people that were conspicuously absent from the recommendation to be involved with the conversation with the state. While county council and the executive office may be, important part for the county, the people that are really involved, the stakeholders, for instance, the people involved with MCA, but just as importantly, the department. The cannabis department knows what the problems are. They're the ones that are faced with the problems, and they know where the issues are. They do what they have to do because that's their job to do it, and they've been instructed to do it that way. However, if you're going to be streamlining, I think the best suggestions would be first and foremost from the stakeholders, and secondly, from the department themselves, the people that have to implement what's going to be put in front of them. So please try to include the stakeholders and the department in these conversations. I think that's critical that happen. Thank you very much.
Patrick Sellers. Patrick, can you unmute yourself?
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. Hi, thank you, Chair McGordy and honorable supervisors. My name is Patrick Sellers, and I support the direction of this proposal. About 1,300 phase 1 permits were applied for, and the February MCD report indicated that we're now down to 832 active files. It also provided a work plan accounting for only 358 of those files to meet the CEQA progress benchmarks that change on July 1st of this year. That's almost 500 more permits slated to be gone by July 2024 because they will not be eligible for their next provisional license renewal. This is why I believe that this type of extensive analysis of the inefficiencies in the ordinance and in the cannabis department procedures is imperative. A coordinated effort between local and state government is essential in order to mitigate this coming crisis of licensing discontinuity. The letter by DCC Director Nicole Elliott indicates that the proposed direction is a viable alternative to the status quo and worth pursuing. Specifically regarding the request by DCC to immediately stop the use of LJAGP funds, I have to agree that this is the appropriate thing to do. The current plan by MCD for the use of these funds has not established a track record of successfully getting people compliant with CEQA in a timely manner, and there are elements of the plan which may predictably lead to major issues. For example, there are no posted criteria for prioritization of grant awards if more eligible uses of funds are applied for than there is money available. What will happen when the money runs out and eligible applications are still in the queue for review? Pausing the use of these funds seems prudent while taking DCC up on their offer to work with the county to figure out ways of streamlining the process, particularly as it relates to the preparation, review, and certification of Appendix G CEQA documentation. As someone actively working with folks to prepare grant applications, this is a very hard position for me to take. However, I do trust that DCC will ultimately respect the sensitivity of this issue and work with the county and stakeholders to ensure that the remaining funds are used judiciously to prevent the imminent licensing insecurity and ultimately maximize the resulting state annual licenses to come out of the Phase 1 cohort. Thank you for considering my perspective as you decide what direction to take today. And I sincerely appreciate the urgent focus on issues facing the cannabis industry.
Okay, Angel Galvin Rake.
Hi, my name is actually Angel Rach, is what I am actually known by. My name, like I said, is Angel Rach. So I'm the medical cannabis patient that took medical cannabis to the United States Supreme Court and made medical cannabis a household name. I helped with Prop 215, SB 420, and Mendocino, Oakland, Sonoma County, like you name it. I've worked in pretty much all the different counties at helping create policy. I work with Sheriff Allman very closely. I was also on the Mendocino County committee back early on when a lot of these policies were first being drafted. We had a really good draft of that when we were working with Sheriff Allman, but then once it left the sheriff's office and went to the county, everything just fell apart after that. The county started making mistakes. I actually was one of the applicants in Phase 1 in 2019. I was also prior cultivation because I was cultivating in Mendocino County. I met numerous times with the county, with my lawyer, with the county, and it basically boiled down to a lot is the language that the county was using when they created the policies weren't jiving all together. And they did a really poor job of administrating that. And it was really quite a shame. And I still, to this day, am considering litigation against Mendocino County for the amount of money that I personally have lost because of the application process. I had a good application. Not only was my reputation impeccable, I was the kind of applicant that you actually really wanted in your county. And Mendocino County should have been the leader in medical cannabis cultivation. Instead, it's an absolute disgrace. And I do believe that the people that were making mistakes with the county's financial and the budget, I do believe should be terminated, because if they cannot properly manage the city's funds, how are they supposed to manage all the money for the cannabis that's supposed to be coming in for the applications? I am absolutely appalled. And I'm actually kind of glad that I'm not working on your county's policies right now, because I wouldn't want my reputation connected to it at this point. And I am still, like I said, considering to have my lawyer, Edie Lerman, who is in Ukiah, to file a legal case against Mendocino County for the fact that you didn't approve my application. You tried to do it on all the fact that the prior cultivation, and then you quickly switched it as soon as Sheriff Allman stepped up and agreed that yes, I had prior cultivation, and I was protected because of my federal case. And then it just snowballed from then after he retired. And I'm really disappointed, and I really would like to support the streamlining of this and stop getting in the way and stop crossing so many tracks, because all you're doing is rolling over us patients, not to mention the fact that I am actually just disgusted with the person that came on and tried to call us potheads. We are not potheads. We are medical cannabis patients that need medical cannabis a lot.
Kaylee.
Thank you very much for your
Okay, thank
time.
you.
And thank you for giving me extra minutes. I do appreciate your time. Thank you, City Council. I'm glad we have a new council, a new board.
Okay, so next on the list, we have Sarah Schrader. Oops. I'm sorry, we have Kaylee Perkins first, then Sarah. Did we lose her? She's moved down. Kaylee, go ahead.
Hi, this is Kali. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. I agree with Ms. Rach's comments, and I echo those. I think it's imperative to improve this process and to streamline this process. It is absolutely ridiculous that people have been waiting for permits for so many years. I think the Mendocino Cannabis Department should be omitted, and instead only a state license would be required. The DCC has proven that they are competent in processing licensing documents, and Mendocino Cannabis Department has proven that they are not. I've heard countless reports from clients. I'm an attorney that helps people to get their permits and deals with the county with all these problems. And there are countless reports of the department losing documents, requiring multiple submissions, sending erroneous correction requirements, and it's been a constant drain on our clients. We should have an exemplary permitting process. We started it off, after all, with 9.31, but ever since then, it's gone downhill. Everyone in Northern California that's in the cannabis industry knows Mendocino County is not the place to go to get permitted. It is so much easier in all of our surrounding counties to get permits, and such a cheaper endeavor to do so with much less hassle than there is in Mendocino County. And that's embarrassing, frankly. I want Mendocino to succeed. I want us to be the exemplary permitting for the rest of the state to follow. But Mendocino Cannabis Department has proven they cannot handle that. The cannabis farmers are already struggling. It's a really hard industry to make money in already. And with Mendocino Cannabis Department making it unnecessarily more costly and more difficult and more of a frustrating process, it only hurts our farmers more. And I know of countless farmers that are leaving our county because of that. So far, the Cannabis Department has been largely inaccessible to applicants. There's only a way to address them and ask questions via email, and they respond that it's going to take up to 1 week to receive a response. It's impossible to go in and speak with a live person to ask questions. They should be accessible to the people that are paying so much money to them for this service. This limited access to get answers and these complicated, confusing requirements makes it an almost impossible process. Further, the Cannabis Department has made numerous promises of increasing their staff, and that's never occurred. All the while, code enforcement has tripled their staff. And I think that is a glaring problem. I'm not surprised to hear there's only 7 phase 3 apps submitted. I think people know what a problem it's been with phase 1 applicants. These people have been going through it for years in phase 1, and they don't even have their annual permits yet. As for phase 3 applications our office has turned in, we turned them in April. It took many, many months to figure out how to even pay for those applications. And as of this date, we still haven't gotten any notice that they've even been looked at, let alone reviewed, to move them forward. So I urge the board to strip the Cannabis Department of their authority and hand responsibility over to the state. Thank you.
Okay, next is Sarah Schrader.
Hello, my name is Sarah Schrader, and I've been an advocate for medical access to cannabis in Northern California for over 20 years. Excuse me. I've worked, advocated, and lobbied with Americans for Safe Access, which is the largest grassroots organization representing medical cannabis. And I previously sat on a number of Board of Supervisor appointed positions, including the San Francisco Medical Cannabis Task Force, the San Francisco Cannabis State Legalization Task Force, as well as the Sonoma County Cannabis Advisory Group. At the time of transition from medical to adult use, the goal of local jurisdictions was to provide opportunities for existing providers to obtain licenses and permits. Unfortunately, we have seen a huge exodus of cannabis farmers and providers since the increased cost of compliance. This impacts medical cannabis patients like myself. I use cannabis for my fibromyalgia, and ironically, there are more traditional gardeners than compliant ones. This doesn't seem like the goal that we intended. Compassion is less available for patients in need. I do support streamlining the process, decreasing taxes and permitting costs, granting funds to equity applicants, reducing the timeline for permits, and increasing opportunities for small farmers. Mendocino has historically been one of the most supportive for cannabis farmers and cultivations. The 9.31 program was the first of its kind being regulated by the sheriff. And I look forward to Mendocino becoming an example of cannabis leadership for our state again. Thank you.
Number ending in 8120.
Hello, good afternoon. Can I be heard?
Yes.
Thank you so much. I'm Susan Tibbin with Lovely and Legally. As longtime medicine makers, we are often the go-to consultants for medical cannabis for people with life-altering conditions. Yet, all of us know over 90% of medical cannabis, historically made by small entities, many of them from Mendocino County, that medicine is unavailable statewide. And we think that with streamlining, we'll be able to rectify that situation and bring medical cannabis back, at least to Mendocino County, and hopefully that will trickle into other counties in the state. It's important to remember that as small businesses, we represent the largest cohort of California businesses. And yet we're continually being forced out. With streamlining, I think we can fix this. We'd like to recommend perhaps a reinstitution of the formally impaneled working groups, working with council and with the department to make things less onerous. Thank you very, very much for your time, and thank you for your continued engagement in this vital area of what we do in Mendocino County. Thank you.
Okay, so we've heard from everybody at least one time, and with that, I turn it back over to the board if there's any final comments.
Lillian Bearden, Deputy Clerk of the Board. Through the chair, if I may, we do have one more online, Edie Lehrman, and then we also have a voicemail to listen to for this item.
Okay, so has Edie been on before already?
Mr. Chair, I believe that that individual has raised their hand several times but has not yet spoken, and we also have Monique on Zoom now as well.
Okay, well, my apologies to Edie. Let's go ahead and go, because somehow I had her off my list. But go ahead, Edie.
No problem. I had to walk away for a second, and I didn't want you calling me without being here, but I apologize for that. Hi, and I thank the board for time today. My name is Edie Lehrman. I'm an attorney. I run a small firm called Emerald Law Group, and we do a lot of work regarding cannabis and have been doing it. I've been doing it since I started practicing in 2006. I predominantly do work in Mendocino County. I have practiced, and my main office has been in Mendocino County since I started practicing. I have really been disappointed with what has happened here in Mendocino County in terms of permitting. And I wanted to talk about some numbers, and then I wanted to talk about how people can possibly consider Mendocino County as a place to potentially cultivate. When talking to people who are applying, I go over the numbers of what it's going to take to get to a permit. And over the 5-year period of time that people have been paying, if you started the permit process once it was possible back in 2018, you would be looking about $145,000. And most people don't have their permits still after having paid all that money. It's impossible to advise people that come talk to me that they should consider having their business in Mendocino County, particularly when we look at Lake County right next door, which allows for 2-acre cultivations, which are relatively easy to get. And I've done trials in Mendocino County. I've had officers on the stand refer to Mendocino County as marijuana county. It is sad because we are losing that legacy, which really is something that is known worldwide. I've traveled, and people, when I tell them that I'm from Mendocino County, they almost always bring up cannabis and the weed and how they've heard of Mendocino County only because of the cannabis. That legacy is getting crushed, and this board has an opportunity right now to potentially save that. And I implore you to please do so. I know that I've talked with many of you individually from time to time about cannabis and what's happening with the permitting process. I've tried to address the board, and I'm an open book with respect to ideas and discussions. But in terms of trying to move things forward in licensing, it's impossible right now with the current state of affairs with the permitting department to advise a client that they should spend $1 on permitting unless they're already in the hole. And then usually we're talking about how they could potentially get out of it. I strongly encourage you to make some serious changes. Thank you.
Okay, so last we have Monique.
Good afternoon, Monique Ramirez, District 3. I just want to say that I'm extremely grateful to see this agenda item, to have the state also provide comment and their willingness to have conversation with the county to figure this out. I think that's great, and we need it, because I can just tell you that in the time that I've birthed 2 babies, we've processed like 20 applications. So we need help, and whatever we got to do to get everybody licensed is the main goal. And I just also want to give just a huge shout out to Mendocino County's trade organization, MCA, for all of their diligent work and trying to provide solutions. And I just want us to remember that we're here to work together with you. We want this to be successful. That's everybody's goal. And so if we can just try to work better together in the future, I think we're all going to be much more successful. So thank you so much.
We also have a recorded message.
Good morning. This is Jim Roberts. I'm leaving a comment for agenda item 4F. Good morning, Honorable Supervisors. My name is Jim Roberts. I'm the owner of the Madrones and the Brambles, as well as the Bohemian Chemist in Philo, California. As one of the applicants that has a provisional state cultivation license and has had my paperwork into the county for 6 years with no one processing it, I think engaging the state to participate in processing the secret component, as well as any hybrid for processing legacy cultivators, is the most viable option right now. If action is not taken, we are at risk of losing our businesses and putting our property up for sale. I completely understand the burdens that rural municipalities have being handed to bring provisional license holders to annual status. This tremendous pressure on the limited resources of a county such as ours sets up a scenario for failure. It is also troubling that the only annual licenses, 6 to date, issued in our county were back in 2019. Mendocino County has the poorest conversion rate of any other municipality in the state. Not a single annual outdoor cultivation license has been issued in the past 3 years, with a looming benchmark deadline in less than 5 months. It is time to take a clear look at the results to date of MCD and seek the assistance of the DCC, which seems willing to offer. The move will also contain further economic and emotional hardship on the lives of all of our small farmers, their families, and the overall economy that benefits from their efforts. I thank you for this consideration.
Move the recommended action.
Is there a second?
Second, but I have a comment.
Go ahead.
With the letter from Nicole Elliott that respectfully requesting that the county refrain from dispersing additional funds under the LJAGP. So we just approved a contract last meeting for $1.6 million for 4-Leaf to do this additional consulting. And, you know, it seems like that's necessary work to be done, but if they're saying don't spend any more money, does that mean that we're not supposed to continue on with that contract, or how does that work? It's kind of a catch-22 because we need to keep working on those applications, and we can't get behind if this doesn't work out with the state, but at the same time, we don't want to unnecessarily alienate the state and not honor their request. So I'm just wondering if anyone has an idea on that.
Yeah, it seems like we need some clarification. Kristen, do you have some thoughts that maybe you can share with the board to help us make a decision here?
Kristen Neville, Director of the Mendocino County Cannabis Department. Based on my conversations with the DCC yesterday, it does not include the 4-Leaf contract, so they're not asking us to not move forward with the 4-Leaf contract. They're asking us to not move forward with issuing grant monies or taking additional funds out of, that haven't been approved, out of the LJAGP grant fund.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so it's been moved and seconded. Let's call for the vote.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, another comment? Go ahead.
I mean, you can call for the vote, but I do think that this is not as simple as it's being made out to be today. I think that I have a lot of concerns, especially when county council says, well, except for this one thing, except for this one other thing. I don't think that this is going to streamline things as much as we would like it to. So I really would look to the full board to support really moving forward with streamlining. And that might mean that county council is going to have some concerns about particular items. And if they meet the qualifications that were outlined in the recommended action, that it's not detrimental to the environment. And I'm talking about not paying your taxes. I'm talking about your building permits. I'm talking about all the little pieces that have caused the backup. Like, let's talk about what the backup really is. And it's a lot more than just not being able to staff up the cannabis department. So I'm in support of this item. I just don't think it's as simple as it's being made out to be today. And if the board is going to support it, then I hope that we are really supporting it. And I do want to say that I am grateful to the state for being open to working with us on this. I also think that there's some notifications that need to happen. So county council just briefly mentioned that there's going to be a longer timeline. Well, we know that there's a couple of deadlines, and I think I'm hearing that we're not going to do any LJAGP grants that would have been due March 31st. And I agree that we need to let people know if they're paying consultants, if they're paying, they're seeking out all these bids and doing all of these contracts. That's work that they might be doing unnecessarily at this point, and they need to make the decision whether or not they want to keep going on that, whether or not they want to keep going on a dual track, knowing that we might not be expending those funds. Also, there are people for various reasons that have not paid for things like taxes and state licenses. And if the intention of the board with the agreement of the state is to get people through the state licensing, I mean, I don't know if the recommendation is that they need to pay, like, go pay your state license right now so that you can go through the process before March 31st. Like, I feel like it's fine to say we're ready to move on, hurrah, go ahead, but there's more to this than what people need to do than what we're talking about today. And there are more intense timelines. I mean, our next meeting is March 28th. That would give 3 people, and I don't even know what's coming back on March 28th. That would give people 3 days to get, their bills paid up at the state as well.
Supervisor Williams, you thought a lot about this. Can you respond? This is part of the problem we have with the Brown Act, is that we have to wait till we're all together to talk. And I've had some conversations with Supervisor Williams. So share a little more maybe with the board.
Well, I share a lot of these concerns, and I think it makes sense to look at specifically where the bottlenecks are and try to remove every one of them. the goal today was just to see, is there board support? I was hoping it would be unanimous. We're in a stronger position if we all recognize that we're cleaning up a mess, and what we have today is just probably not going to work. And so we have to do something else, right? So at least this opens the door to what is that something, and with the state's help, us providing technical assistance, but them really steering where they want it to go for their licensees, I'm more hopeful. But I don't want to brush off your concern about timing and the reality here of what a big lift it is. I think you're right.
And I would just say, again, politically, the state can make things happen much easier than Mendocino County can. So if they're willing to, hold out their hand and pull us up, that's a big plus. That's a major breakthrough compared to what we've been doing before, which is just sort of hoping and praying we'd get through this. So, Kristen, do you have any final thoughts on this?
I just thought maybe I could help clarify some of the state licensing timelines, just for some clear information. So currently, there are no further provisionals that will be issued unless you are a certified equity applicant that applies before March 30th of this year. If you are a certified equity applicant, you can apply by March 30th, and then if your application is complete and the state can process your licensing application before June 30th of this year, you can be issued a provisional. But it's only a small segment of our potential cultivators who would be eligible for a new provisional. So if folks don't have a provisional and they're not an equity applicant, they would not be eligible for a provisional.
And what, so basically, most of the people who have gone through the portal have already qualified as for the program as equity.
No, I mean, we have a segment of the cultivators in our application and permitting program who are equity eligible, and only those who have been determined to be equity eligible are able to apply for a provisional license if they do so by March 30th, right? And then they would have to make sure that they can meet all of their deficiencies or complete the application with the state in time for them to issue by June 30th of this year, because the state no longer has the ability to issue new provisionals after June 30th of this year.
Do you have anything to add for clarification?
Thank you for the opportunity. Chantal Simon Pietri. I debated on whether I was going to offer comment at all. If you want to start the timer, I can stay within that boundary. Otherwise, I won't know how long I've talked for. Somebody has to give me a warning. It'd be good to know, as far as equity eligibility, when Director Remodel is speaking about establishing that prior to March 30th of this year, she's referring to DCC established equity eligibility or local equity eligibility. By communications I had with her last week, the county is no longer reviewing or issuing equity eligibilities for applications under LEAP currently. We have an application that we submitted in November of 2022 that has not yet been reviewed to be determined as to whether or not they qualify for eligibility. So that person right now cannot fall into the potential provisional renewal category that she was just speaking to. In the larger picture regarding this discussion of streamlining, I also support it. I mean, any sort of streamlining is helpful and smart when you're working with government and permitting processes. I feel like I've advocated about this annually since 2017, that our local ordinance is duplicative of existing environmental regulations from the state. We have an existing water board general order that is very robust, that has been in place prior to us having 9.31, prior to us having 10A17, and it's almost as if that's being ignored, that there isn't a water board order that all cultivators have to comply with. We also have existing DFW provisions that have also been in place prior to there being any discussion of any sort of cannabis regulations statewide. Those apply parcel-wide in our jurisdiction for DFW, which is Region 1, and that covers all projects that fall into DFW jurisdiction, including sensitive species review as far as impact to species, including riparian areas and watersheds and watercourses themselves. So I don't know, I'm still mesmerized by how the dialogue happens between supervisors, the department heads, county council, the executive office as to where we go when we give comments and feedback about how to streamline things from our professional opinion as consultants that work in this day to day. And why aren't changes made in a more timely and reasonable way? It seems like there's great discussion that happens at the board level, and then there's almost no ripple effect or change in what happens on the ground. And it's really frustrating. I think that's why a lot of people don't come and participate in the process, because it's really easy to feel disenfranchised. To take the time to participate, to make meaningful comment is an all-day participation at the minimum. If you really want to engage in this process, like, the method by how we're doing this, I think, needs to shift substantially. So I echo the comments regarding stakeholder input, and may it be substantial and effective. Don't put forward changes where the conversation about what those changes should be all occurred behind closed doors, and then only publish the potential changes on the Thursday prior to a meeting where we're going to discuss them the following Tuesday. That's not meaningful stakeholder input. Hold another type of session where particular parties and stakeholder entity groups are identified, and then they're invited to come and participate in that. Make it robust and meaningful. The streamlining of the ordinance, I also advocate for streamlining of the communication process, and it has not been streamlined. We've just been shouting for years without meaningfully being engaged. Regarding the LGAGP funds, as a consultant who now has worked tirelessly since this came before the GGC, when it started to come before the GGC on LGAGP, preparing applications, taking retainers from clients, getting them prepared and thinking forward, what can go in your LEAP fund request? What can go in your LGAGP request? LEAP is really broad. LGAGP is really narrow. So there's a lot of leveraging and strategizing for people to look at their potential costs that are out there and then determine what should fall into which application. I agree with what Patrick Sellers said. Like, when I first read the comment from Director Elliott, and I attended the Sacramento meeting yesterday all day long remotely, and then to see the letter this morning was like, well, where should I go with my advocacy today to the board? What's best for this process to move forward? My business decision is not what I'm advocating for now. Like, I emailed before I came down in the afternoon session to all of my clients that are working on LGAGP and basically drafted as saying, we're stopping work on all of those projects. I've already taken your money. We've already worked substantially towards preparing applications. And I, once again, don't know what to tell you, what's a wise route to take right now, because we once again are having the regulations change live on us under our feet. This has already occurred with CEQA. We already went through this 2 rounds now of the county saying, we're going to write the Appendix Gs. Oh, maybe you're not going to need them. Or hopefully we're going to have the state do it. Like, choose a path, be smart about it, and take it from beginning to end, and do it quickly, and do it with stakeholder input. Lastly, I would suggest that in the concept of what sort of support is needed, there is a dire need for there to be quality, affordable technical support for people that are going through the application process. The Cannabis Department does not offer that. MCA is filling a gap. I've been hosting, recently I've done one, there's another one queued up for Monday we were going to do about how to prepare your own LGAG application so you don't have to spend money on a consultant preparing it for you, because that's expensive. Just, we're filling a hole that the county should be providing these services for. The Cannabis Department is focused on permitting, not issuance, but denial, and we don't yet have technical support going out to support these local farmers, and they're dropping, like, it's at 50%. In 12 months, my client base has gone down, and of those, about 30% of them have sold their parcels and moved out of the region, pulled their kids from the school, are no longer contributing to local nonprofits. Their businesses have closed. Their ancillary businesses have closed. My ancillary business is now suffering as well. So please just meaningfully engage with everybody that's involved in this conversation. As elected officials, that's your imperative. Thank you.
Okay. All right, well, we have a motion on the floor.
Supervisor Mulhern.
What are the next steps? Whom is going to work with the state? This is so unfinished. I understand that you want to get to the vote, but we are not done with figuring out what is the next step, please.
It sounds to me like the next step is a kind of a bureaucratic level discussion with the Department of Cannabis from the state to see what exactly they're talking about. That has to be guided sort of by the guardrails of what CEQA requires us to do in order to have cannabis permits. I mean, am I getting that right, Counselor?
So if I may, Mr. Chair, in terms of just changing the county's program, that's relatively straightforward. And frankly, we can start that process now. We would need an ordinance amendment that changes the permit, the application process, and we would need to also prepare an environmental document. Most likely would end up being a CEQA addendum to allow this board to essentially change the process so that the permit review is limited to those things that are necessary for environmental protection and mitigation measures. I think the bigger questions are essentially what happens in terms of the state license, what happens in terms of the state side, and I think that's going to have to be a dialogue with the state. And what I would hope is that by the time we're able to come back to you with any ordinance draft environmental document, based on the conversations with the state, we have some idea as to what that looks like, so that you're able to make an informed decision as to whether or not you would want to move forward. It sounds like the state is open to something, but they're probably going to need to figure out what that means on their side in terms of them taking over the environmental review. I do have some questions as to where this board would like us to frankly come back. I think you're correct, Supervisor Mulhern, that there's a lot of unanswered questions here, but I don't know that I think we're probably gonna have to start on some draft documents. We're gonna have to bring them back either to this board or to the Cannabis Committee, or the General Government Committee, to allow an opportunity to get some direction, decide exactly how you want to go, and frankly, we're going to need to gather more information from the state before we're able to present you anything anything that's particularly complete.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, the DCC is watching us right now, so they're going to know if this item passes, and that may just open the door to some communication. I'm a little bit tired. I came over at 4 because I was afraid the roads would have closures. The DCC is watching this right now, and so they're going to know the moment we vote, and I think that may open the door to some communication. I was hoping that we could, without distracting the department, ask the director if she could begin a document of pain points in the current ordinance unrelated to the MND that we could begin considering for removal. That I'm sure County Council will have some ideas as well. And then concurrently, have the executive office reach out to the DCC and ask how they would like to proceed. Would they like to study our ordinance in more detail? I imagine they've already done that. Do they want to talk to our director about where we've run into roadblocks? Just open the door to communication, have an initial meeting about how does the state see us moving forward, given this is their licensing program. We are the technical assistants, and we want to get out of the business as much as we can, because once the one-time state grant runs out, we don't have any general fund to continue running the department. And so we don't have a long-term game plan as it is now. If it brings in more applicants and it generates more revenue, right, that tax base may be enough to carry the department. But I think that's really looking too far ahead right now. We need to have that initial conversation with the State Department of Cannabis Control. How would they like to move forward with us?
Does that reassure you at all?
I am so reassured. I would love to see an update on our March 28th meeting. If nothing else, let us know what has happened in the meantime. I mean, as the chair stated, I think we're all very interested in cannabis, and to have all of these different pieces and different conversations going is challenging when we're trying to come up and strategize with what's the best way to move forward. And I don't think that having the cannabis items come to GGC specifically, we skipped that for this one, and I just don't necessarily know that it's been very effective. So I think if we could please have an item for our next meeting with an update, since we're all kind of meant to be hands-off. I feel like we're meant to be a little bit hands-off at this point as elected officials, and let the executive office and the department work with the state and county council. Thank you for your comments.
Yeah. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I wanted to also apologize for not bringing this to the General Government Committee because that was the procedure. And I think we recognized when we put it on the agenda that some may be dismayed. The Brown Act makes it really difficult in that we have two of you on the committee and one of us writing the proposal and sending it to you. It just didn't seem possible after talking to County Council. I don't know going forward what the right structure is, because if we have these items, frankly, if we have 2 hours of public comment, it's really hard to get a cannabis item on the agenda. And so we can't make the incremental progress. If these items were 15 minutes and we approve something and move on, I think we would be iterating on the ordinance a lot quicker. If we do we could do a workshop. We've done that before. Having the standing committee take on the items sounded like a great idea, but in reality, you have to get a referral. We have to wait for the item, not the next board meeting, but probably the one after, for it to come back to us. I don't see it actually panning out in reality. It was a good concept, but I think it's created a less efficient process than when all 5 of us were taking up the issues.
Supervisor Haschak.
Well, we started a process with the General Government Committee, and to get the input from the community and everything, I think that it's probably the best way, because otherwise we're going to spend 3 hours on the 28th. Whether we have some groundbreaking news or not, I don't know. But it seems like, as far as process goes, we should bring it back to the General Government Committee next time, and then see if there's anything that's urgent. And if it's not, then we refer it to the next meeting, because otherwise we're going to, be knocking off items, eliminating items that are already scheduled for the 28th. And it just doesn't seem, it seems like our processes need to be a little more clean.
Go ahead.
Between now and the 28th, I can see the executive office starting the communication. We don't know if the state will engage and actually meet in that period of time. Would it be enough for the CEO to report out, say, a CEO report on how that meeting has gone? All 5 of us will be apprised. We won't have a long agenda item.
Well, if it's brought to the General Government Committee, then the General Government Committee should be reporting out every time. And so it could be a report, which is supposed to happen every month.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
I just want to be clear, even my most optimistic estimates timeline-wise is that we'd probably have this implemented within 3 months, right? So if we get stalled, we get delayed, it could be more than that. And that's part of the reason why I don't know that we can put other things on hold while we're looking at this. And I think we had a public comment compared this to a Hail Mary, if I may stretch a sports metaphor. I might make it a little bit. I'd say it may be a little bit more akin to leaving the offense on the field on 4th down. It's certainly unconventional. It's putting us in a situation where there's certainly risk reward, and this is a relatively bold move, but this also has some potentially some significant benefits if we can make this work. I don't know that we're not going to have a draft document for you by the 28th. I'm not even sure we're going to know what the state wants to do by the 28th. I think realistically we'd be looking at April to be coming back for a first reading of an ordinance with a possible second reading and adoption either end of April or probably May. I would budget some time for some changes based on board direction and public input. And I would expect that there's likely to be, frankly, a fair amount of comment and interest on this one, as much as we may. Now, I'd also say we probably are going to try and keep it as simple as possible from the ordinance perspective, in that for the purposes of the environmental review, we really don't want this to be, tweaking anything and everything. It's going to have to be as close to what is there now as we can make it. Yeah, from a time process perspective, and frankly, all these ancillary things that are going to go along with it, including what the state does, including what happens with the grants, including all of these other pieces. I don't know that we're going to have those answers by the 28th. We could have an update though.
Supervisor Williams.
How about leaving it to the discretion of the CEO? If we have an answer back from the state that elicits stakeholder participation and input, she can bring it to general government, and that's great. Take the input there. If it may be that we get to the 28th and nothing has been set up, or there's been minimal exchanges, she could report that in the CEO report.
So I like your kind of progression of activities that should follow this meeting. I don't know if that was captured or recorded, but I see that as direction to staff as part of our move today with this item, if it's passed.
Can I call the question?
You can.
Thank you. Okay. Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
The motion is recommended action.
Through the chair, I think that's direction from the board.
Yeah.
Do you want me to repeat back what I have as member?
You can repeat back what you have.
Okay. I have to direct staff to prepare an environmental document and ordinance to remove or streamline the requirement of issuance for local permit for cannabis cultivation while retaining all substantive legal restrictions and environmental protection measures for state license operators, and to also come back with stakeholder input to either GGC or for the CEO to report out depending on when the state brings their input.
All right, so thanks to all the audience participation in that. We had a lot of people enlivening the discussion and giving us good ideas, and I guarantee you nothing will move forward without continued input from stakeholders. It wouldn't make any sense. So, we have a very participatory industry here, and I wouldn't expect anything different with somebody who's heavily impacted by regulations, whether it's wine, construction, cannabis. It affects your well-being and your income, and I think there's a commitment from this board to continue to support hearing from you. And with that in mind, we will move on to agenda item 4G, which is discussion and possible action, including introduction and waive first reading of an ordinance amending sections 6.32.050 and 6.32.100 of the Mendocino County Code to provide for cannabis cultivation and nursery operations, a reduction in the cannabis business tax for years 2023 and 2024, and to establish a penalty and interest amnesty program and a prior year tax payment plan. The supervisor sponsoring this is Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After discussions with the cannabis community regarding the deprioritization of applicants based on their local taxes, I worked with, and after hearing one pitch at GGC, I worked with the Auditor, Treasurer, Tax Collector's Office, County Council, and the Cannabis Department to come up with a revised plan, which includes some previous discussions that the board had. So first of all, I think one of the important things that this board has said over and over again is that we want to keep as many licensed and legal operators in our cannabis program as possible. And because of the way that our ordinance is written, if some phase one farmers don't get through their local and state licensing, those properties would no longer be able to cultivate cannabis. They are allowed to cultivate because they had historically used it for that purpose. So just a reminder that the intention of this item is to be able to keep operators in a legal regulated market and keep those properties within our system for both property tax and cannabis business tax and TOT tax and every other thing that cannabis contributes to this community, which we talked a little bit during our updates on our budget. So the taxes and interest for cannabis cultivation are, the penalties and interest for cannabis cultivation are incredibly high as compared to other crops or businesses. And the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office says we probably have about $2.9 million in penalties and interest that we have not collected. For a cannabis cultivator to be able to go through the LEAP program, they can use LEAP grant funds to pay for their taxes, but not for penalties and interest. So the intention specifically of the penalties and interest is to remove that heavy tax burden, which is, it's 10% on the first month, and then it's 25%. It escalates, and then the monthly interest is 1.5%. So those fees are incredibly high. So the intention is to reduce that portion of the burden for the cultivators. And then I went back to the April 19th, 2022 board meeting where there was a discussion about a 50% reduction in the business tax that would be temporary for 2 years. So I've included that. There was an update that discussion, of course, was about 22-23. So I've included that as action for business tax years for 2023 and 2024. 2022 taxes have not been fully paid. The true-up process is still within the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. So that estimate, the 50% could either be a reduction in the taxes that we can expect, or we could have more people paying 50% that might have otherwise dropped out of the program. And then the third recommendation is to offer a payment plan for those cultivators that have past due taxes. And there's a lot of reasons that people may not have paid taxes. Certainly uncertainty in our local licensing system should be number one on that list in all of our minds, as well as COVID and market conditions. And so I've included back taxes for 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021, because 2022 has not been fully due yet, with a 3-year payment plan, 25% being due this year, and 75% of the remaining due next year, and 100% paid in full of back taxes by 2025. The potential revenue that we could receive for the prior year's delinquent taxes or taxes that haven't been paid is $4.2 million. So that's money that has been removed from our budget. As we saw today, we didn't get, $6 million. We went down to 3, and then we went down to 1.5. So that's money that we were not expecting to receive, and could certainly benefit both the county as an agency and the community as a whole. Before I turn it over to questions, which hopefully all of the information that I provided you all have been able to read, I wanted to just comment on Supervisor Williams' memo, and I wanted to reference ballot measure AJ, which, if you all recall, accompanied AI, which was the actual cannabis business tax, and it was an advisory measure that said what the cannabis taxes were supposed to be used for. And to my knowledge, we have no documented accountability for using cannabis business taxes in that way. It's all just gone into the general fund. So my suggestion, after reading Supervisor Williams' memo, is that we specifically call out the potential $4 million in revenue that we may receive through the payment plan over the next 3 years to be used for the reasons that Mendocino County voters voted for AI, and that was enhanced mental health services, repair of county roads, and increase in fire and emergency medical services. And if we want to come up with a percentage today, that's fine, or we could just say, it must be used and set aside for those purposes. And that was just a final thought on this.
Supervisor Jordy.
So for clarification, this is not erasing the taxes owed, it's the penalties and interests on the delinquent taxes.
Correct. It would be an amnesty for the penalties and interest and a payment plan for the back taxes.
Supervisor Williams.
Okay, so I have a lot of questions and ideas. I like the idea of collecting $4.2 million of tax revenue that nobody else seems to have a method to collect. So I see that as a plus, that you'd be bringing in $4 million potentially. I've been dismayed that our tax collector has just let this go. And last time it came to the board, it was probably a year ago, I thought the number was 6.4 million. Maybe some of that's been paid down, and we're only looking at 4.2 now, or maybe it's 4.2 because we're discounting it. But my point is, if it was 6.4 a year ago, I mean, it's got to be 8 or 9 million. I don't feel like we have a solid grasp on how much taxes should have been paid that haven't. At one point, actually twice now, I've been able to get snapshots from the tax collector's office without any identifying information. So I don't know which farm it is, but I just see the entries. And there are a lot of zeros. And there are a lot of farms that claim they grew a quarter acre year after year and they didn't make anything. So I don't really believe that. I think it's probably sold somewhere. But I'm happy about the idea of getting $4.2 million. I don't think our software, Aumentum, can handle these types of transactions. And I have a feeling we're going to put a burden on that office, and here we haven't billed or we haven't collected supplemental or other taxes because we're asking for some new large workload without adding staffing. I think there's a really large cost here in implementing this in the hundreds of thousands. I mean, it may be that somebody could give a deposit, get a receipt, carry it over to the cannabis office, but to figure out that that's 25% and what the payment plan is, everything that goes into that reminds me of the ordinance that we have failing right now. It's too complicated. The interest, I'm a little bit less excited about waiving the interest because we, as my memo points out, we've lost buying power. Somebody that didn't pay tax 4 or 5 years ago, well, we didn't fill potholes over 5 years ago because of that, and the pothole is much larger now. And so that interest is just to make the county whole on what was expected. Penalties, I don't have a problem with dropping penalties. I think that they're kind of out of line to begin with. I do think people who have paid interest and penalties may ask for it back, right? You're not going to give forgiveness just to the people who still owe. What about somebody who was 3 years late and they finally came through? They're going to ask us for a refund. Why, why isn't there equity? I don't think we're in a position to pay maybe a lot of money out of general fund. We don't have any general fund. So it's like, how do you balance what's fair? And then I think there may be other businesses that come forward and say, hey, what about me? Ag has been hurting and hair salons were shut down during COVID. And I mean, everybody's hurting in our economy. And a lot of folks probably have property taxes, and they're going to ask, well, why are you giving just one industry this deal? Should this be more of a global solution? And maybe it should be. I'm not arguing against that. I think a global solution that brings in more revenue, it's a lot better than just letting it go. So just some initial thoughts.
Thank you for that, Supervisor Williams, through the chair, if I might. Those were all things that I discussed and discussed with stakeholders, and actually had a cannabis town hall and gathered some information before bringing this forward. And while I understand that there are a lot of, businesses that have been impacted, I think what we're dealing with is still a new regulated industry, and if we were having this conversation during alcohol prohibition, or if we were having this conversation about 500 tech startups that had to pay some kind of tax that nobody else had to pay, and then they couldn't because the tech market fell out, I think we'd still be having the same conversation. This is not a new industry, but it's a newly regulated market. And I think that the ability of the county to retain the industry, that this is an important step in being able to make that happen. And whether or not, sorry.
Supervisor Hasjack.
Well, I agree with with most of, well, I agree with these recommendations. You know, it came before the General Government Committee and we approved moving it on, and I think we're both in agreement that these are solid recommendations for this new industry. It's kind of like, for me, it's the trickle up theory, in that if we give these people a break right now, it will, we're gambling kind of that it will, you know, stimulate that economy and help it survive this downturn. And so why not try it? Because otherwise you know, people are going to be going out of business and they'll go into the illegal market. And I think it's worth the try of making it work for these people. And so I approve these recommendations. The one concern is that, you know, the payment plan, and having, you know, I've talked to the auditor controller about how to implement it, and there are concerns, you know, on her part about, you know, the capacity of that office and all. But at the same time, I think that it's worth, you know, trying to recoup that money and make a program that works. So I'm in support of all three recommendations.
ATGC office, because
Yes, you
I
may.
lost my train of thought there. Thank you very much. That, you know, I did meet with the office and we talked about the impact, and that, no, our system cannot do this. I mean, we heard today the limits to Aumentum, and it would be a manual process. The challenge we have with coming up with any kind of understanding about how much it will cost to implement the payment plan program is that we don't know how many people will take us up on the offer. It could be 0, it could be 279. So without even having this move forward and having some people come forward, we're really not even going to know the number of people that will participate.
Chair?
Yes.
So I don't know if there were county staff at the General Government Committee, but there's, at least for me, there's almost nothing from staff on this. So I'm just going to ask a question, hoping some staff member can answer this question. I believe twice since the 2009, 2008 real estate crash and property tax crash, that the state or the county of Mendocino offered an amnesty program for building permits, for people who didn't have building permits to come in, and they would be able to pay for their building permit, but not pay the penalty, which is normally double the building permit fee. And in those cases, I'm assuming that, because I never heard that this was the case, that the people who had paid the full price for their permit, you know, or others who had paid the penalty, you know, didn't get a refund. So I'm just going to ask the question, this issue has come up in a different venue with building permits. How did the county handle it, and how does that affect this?
If I may, Mr. Chair, it's possible that all the staff that you have in the room are a little bit too recent to be able to provide that historical knowledge. We might have to reach out to the Planning and Building Department.
This does not contemplate refunding anybody that's already paid for the interest and penalties. So if that's something that you would like to add, then I think that I do think that
So for
Shanice
clarification,
is
it's
on
not
the
something I want to add. My point is, I believe that similar amnesty program was established, I believe twice since 2008 by the county for people to come in and pay for their building permit who had not, and not have to pay the penalty, which is paying double. So, and I believe in those cases, the county did not give any rebate to everybody who had paid the double fee set in advance of that amnesty program. So I'm just looking for clarification from county
Julia,
staff that.
Lily, can you let Julia in? Julia is on the.
You might need Nash.
Actually, Deputy CEO Duncliffe is in the back of the room. He might be able to speak to that.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Deputy CEO Duncliffe. The primary piece of information that I had to make you aware of is the last time that the board had offered this type of program in planning and building, they had set aside revenue in the 1810 budget unit to backfill the department. In this particular case, I don't think that the department would be shorted revenue because we're talking about tax dollars that aren't being allocated to a particular department. So I don't know that there's a parallel with that. I don't know, Supervisor Jordy, if through the chair, if I'm answering Supervisor Jordy's question.
Yeah, so the question is, and maybe someone else needs to answer it, but I believe that when the county had the amnesty program for building permits and then let people come in and pay for their building permit without paying the penalty, they didn't write a check to those who had previously come in and paid the penalty, which was the doubling of the building permit. So I'm just looking for clarification that that in fact was true. I believe it happened at least twice since 2008.
And through the chair, I can confirm that that's true, that there was no payment made to folks that had already come in and paid penalties.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
So I think that's an interesting data point, but it's not really apples to apples. Those are penalties for not having a building permit, which is different than a tax. And so I guess what I would wonder is somebody who hasn't paid, is there an example where we've had people forgiven on fines and interest or property tax? And County Council, do you, I mean, am I completely off base? Is there no risk at all here in claims for equal treatment?
So if I may, through the chair, first of all, with respect to the property tax, that's governed by state law, and I don't know that, I'm not aware of anything that the state has enacted to that effect, but it's not something that you'd have, say, a county level program that we'd be able to analogize to. In terms of risk, I do think the board has discretion to be able to do this. You know, I don't rule out the possibility that people might be unhappy, and again, I can never say that no one will sue or file a claim because that doesn't particularly depend on the merits. But generally speaking, when it comes to tax classifications, you have the ability and you have a pretty broad discretion to decide how to draw those lines as long as it's supported by a rational basis. At the same time, the other issue would be gift of public funds analysis, and debt forgiveness can be a gift of public funds, but it's really this board to decide what is and is not a public purpose, and issues in terms of the collectability and thoughts that may improve the ability to improve collection can be a valid criteria if this board decides that that's how you want to move forward.
Well, another question for County Council. I'm thinking about implementation costs. Is there a path where we change the penalty constant to 0 in the calculation and just instantly wipe out penalties regarding late cannabis tax payments, so that there's no manual entry here? This is just a constant change in the formula. And then the same with the interest side. Is it possible to change the interest from the 1.5 per month to something reasonable so that other taxpayers feel that they're not losing the buying power, we're keeping up with inflation, but it's not a punitive rate?
If I may ask for clarification, is that asking about a change to the ordinance going forward or a change to this specific amnesty program?
Well, right now we're talking about amnesty. I'm wondering, is that an easier implementation? Sorry, it's not for County Council. It's probably for Ms. Cubison. Could you change the two constants, the interest rate and the penalty, as they're applied to the cannabis program?
Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Shamice Cubison. Well, the board can make that decision on the ordinance, but how it's implemented through the property tax and revenue collection system is a little bit more complicated. So, I mean, certainly you can make that decision. We're probably going to have to pay for configuration changes to the system.
Right.
And then how does that apply? Is that only going forward, or is that going retroactively in the system?
Do you calculate the values and then those values are added as an entry? Or is it calculated on the fly from a formula? What I'm getting at is, if we pay the consultant to make the change, just put in two different constants where we have 1.5% now, 0.15%, and where it's a penalty of X, put in 0. Seems like a fairly minor change and might accomplish what Supervisor Mulhern is after. And it would mean we're not carrying around receipts, we don't have percentages.
So
Supervisor?
through the chair.
Yeah.
The intent of this item is to work with existing applicants to be reprioritized as quickly as possible. That's why this item was brought forward, and that's why the years that were included from 2018 to 2021 while people were beginning through the licensing process, and then why years 23 and 24 were offered 50% so that there could continue to be a reduction in the taxes that were due, hopefully so that people don't have penalties and interest. But I think that long term, we should, as a board, review the base tax amount, the penalties and interest. We should review the whole ordinance.
Yep.
But again, that wasn't the intention of this item. The intention of this item was the urgency to get people reprioritized so they can get through their state licensing before the deadline, and certainly. This board and future boards need to contemplate the history of the ordinance, the will of the voters when they're making those longer term decisions.
Yeah.
So again, this is really meant for this. It's a short term fix for a problem that does need a longer term fix.
I understand. I'm just thinking about if we direct this, it may cost hundreds of thousands, and the tax collector's office doesn't have excess staff to be making these, receipts for 25% payments. So one way to implement this is competing proposal so we get people cultivating again. So they don't lose their license, and so we get some tax revenue. What if we were to allow a renewal for paying one back year? So if they haven't paid taxes in 4 years, pay one of those. Or 3, pay one of those, right? So it's almost prorated, but as far as the accounting software is concerned, it's a whole year, it's a unit, so that we're not having to do partial payments. That seems cleaner. And then ask a consultant to change the constants of the penalty to 0, that wipes out the penalties, and lower the interest rate to something that's reasonable so that everybody feels like we didn't lose buying power, but the cultivators don't feel it was punitive. That might be a more manageable task than 25% of back taxes and doing all that accounting and getting that from the tax collector to the cannabis department. That's a lot of paperwork and a lot of work with Aumentum, which we already know is a problem.
So I believe that currently, if somebody were to apply for a LEAP grant, for instance, they would have to get a tax statement that would show the amounts that were due so that they could pay the penalties and interest and then get the grant for the other amount. So that is some work that the department has done and can do. Just to comment on the paying 1 year versus another, again, the intention is to bring people into the regulated market. And the concern that was raised regarding that, which was that somebody might pay the very least year and then never pay again. So again, the payment plan would include that if you don't stay within the payment plan, then you would lose your local permit. So there's some more teeth to get all 4 years collected.
So,
yeah, Ms. Covison, can you weigh in on this? I'm just curious what your thoughts are. I mean, you've listened to the debate now, and tell me what works and what doesn't in your mind.
Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Shamice Covison again. So you had asked a couple of questions earlier, and I wanted to just respond. So we have done penalty and interest at the direction of the governor for COVID and for wildfires. And that was an impact on the county, because when we teeter those payments, we are essentially paying the interest on those payments. We've paid the districts and the schools that money, and then have to collect it. And normally, earning that interest and penalty on a property tax payment is what helps keep the teeter plan solid. So there have been instances where we've done that for property taxes. So I just wanted to bring that up. You know, any way we do this, there's going to be, you know, an impact to the department. What we don't know, what the variable is we don't know how many people we're talking about. We don't know how many applicants we're talking about that really need to take advantage of this in order to stay in the program. I have two different perspectives. Unfortunately, actually probably three hats that I have a perspective on this. The other aspect that I see is that you may have people who've left the program altogether and have a debt to the county. And if you waive that penalty and interest, maybe they would collect it. And maybe at some time you would direct us to be more aggressive on trying to collect some taxes. But there hasn't been an apparent will of the board for us to be really aggressive in trying to collect taxes at this point. There's been some discussions about it, and you know, obviously I wasn't in the tax collector's office and in that role when some of those conversations took place. I do think, you know, it is a little bit concerning to us and our staff, given the timing and the urgency of making this happen. We're willing to try to make it work because we're aware of the concern of keeping people in the program. But, you know, it still requires them to be current and pay their 2022 and their 2022 true-up. So that is a requirement. I also, Supervisor Williams, you had a question about the dollars amount from April, and my understanding when I looked at that report is that it actually included the 2021, which was in the process of being collected. So it wasn't actually due and late at that point, and we did collect much of it. The issue with the interest, while I understand that that's a desire to collect, when you look at some of the older amount of tax that's actually due, interest is 50% of some of that tax because of so many years that it's been building when you look back at 2018. So, you know, it's kind of, if we're talking about interest for a short period of time, that's one thing. But if you're talking about interest from 2018, it's still pretty onerous in terms of coming current on the tax debt. So, you know, that's a concern of mine that we may still have people who have no intention of paying. They're just out of the program. It's uncollectible. It's not as easy for us to collect it as property tax, obviously, because we have property that we can ultimately take to auction. But collecting for back tax on cannabis is going to be a challenge. So, you know, there's aspects of it that I see in terms of keeping people in the program versus trying to collect money and how much we're able to collect. So one of the concerns I have with the language, the way it's written right now, is I did want to include the option for somebody who doesn't need a payment plan to be able to still get the interest and penalty amnesty if we want to try to collect as much as we possibly can. So for instance, if they just need to pay 1 year, maybe the grant can help them pay that amount and they don't need a payment plan. But we'd like to also have that option of having somebody come in and pay and extend it more than just May 31st, 2022. We think we should offer it longer and give the option. I mean, I understand it's probably a long shot, but maybe there are some cultivators that are no longer in the program that walked away because they didn't qualify or whatever it is, but they still have an outstanding debt from that time period. So it's having that ability to maybe bring more people in who have no intention of paying at this point is an option we'd like to see, you know, included if you do move it forward.
So question, if the grant exceeds the amount due with penalties removed and interest removed, wouldn't we want the grant to pay all these taxes due rather than just a fraction of it?
You can't, well, it can't pay the penalty and interest.
I get that. So if we adopt an ordinance that eliminates the interest and penalties and the remaining balance due is less than the grant, wouldn't we want the grant to just pay it clean, wipe the slate clean and just pay the whole amount, not a fraction of it?
Right. That's why I'm saying we would like that to be an option, that you don't have to have the payment plan. You don't have to enter in a payment plan if you have the ability to just pay that one remaining amount. I don't know if they're still going, how much longer they're going to be able to use those funds for that purpose.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that people have other needs that they need to use the grant funds for as well that might be more urgent. So for some people, when they're looking at their grant in the budget, paying a quarter of the tax and then doing some other things to be able to be licensed might be important for them. I understand the county wants the revenue, but at the same time, we're putting in, you know, this this annual process where they have to stay on top of the taxes. So just as far as the grants go, people might have other budget needs besides just their taxes.
So this is an option for them to be flexible. Other comments?
Apparently it comes out of the waiver program. It doesn't come out of their direct grant, the funds.
Supervisor Williams?
What is the plan to collect? Not for the people who would like to pay or struggling and want a payment plan, but the ones 4 years in a row didn't pay a cent. And I guess what gets me when I looked at the data, there's a lot of cultivators that not only did they not pay a cent, but they didn't file, right? I can understand not having the money. You still file, right? You still file a tax return with the IRS if you can't pay it. You come up with a payment plan, but you don't just not file. There are a lot in our system that simply just never filed anything. So for 4 years cultivated in our county, and probably the property's for sale or it will be, and they're gonna leave. Where does that leave us? $20,000 minimum tax? No, we have no recourse? I mean, at some point I thought these would be tacked on as liens on property so that eventually the county would get paid.
County Council?
So if you're asking if they can be added to the secured roll, I don't know that that's necessarily going to be an option. State law does decide essentially what gets the super priority, what doesn't. We'd have to look at that a little bit more, but I believe in the existing ordinance, essentially it authorized the possibility of going through, collections processes to be a bit more aggressive about proactively frankly suing to collect the taxes.
Well, I think realistically, I think there's probably two baskets here. There's people who want to stay in the program and live in our community, and they're struggling economically. And then there's the other basket of people who tried to not pay and get away with it as long as they could, and eventually will leave town, and it kind of leaves the county empty-handed, probably with a property that needs remediation. But I guess I'm getting a little bit outside of Mo's agenda item. We're focused on the people who are in good faith trying to participate. So what are the next steps? I'm hesitant to support something that would put more load on the tax collector's office. If I hear that it's $30,000 and we can make these changes and it's a one-time hit, I'm for it. But if it means that we can't get other work done, like supplementals, you're laughing.
Because supplementals is 311,000 and we're talking about 4 million.
Well,
So I think that in the value of what we're trying to do here is not only collect $4 million, but we're trying to keep people in the program so that the property tax, so that the property values are retained, so that next year in 2025, if it's not 50% less and they pay their full amount. I mean, I understand the concern, absolutely. But again, we need to think long-term about what we're trying to do with the cannabis program. And if this helps people stay in the system so that long-term it benefits the entire community, then I don't want to, be bogged down by a small number. But again, I don't know.
How many applicants are deprioritized right now for not paying their taxes?
Is that in your item?
Yeah, 279 is in the item.
279. So it's a significant number.
I didn't mention, sorry, Supervisor Hashek, I see your pin up. I didn't mention that also in the item was included some information about additional costs to the Cannabis Department as well to process additional applications besides the ones that they had prioritized. And I think that those are all important considerations for the board. But again, this item was meant to correct some issues that have happened over the last couple of years for the long-term benefit. And Supervisor Hashek.
Supervisor Hashek, go ahead.
Well, it comes down to, Ms. Covison, you had an idea before about one thing that would work better, but can you see implementing what we're trying to do here?
I think it really depends on how many payment plans we get. I mean, the aspect of if you waive the interest and penalty, there's a greater likelihood that we'll collect something, okay? There's a greater likelihood we'll collect some of the back tax. And if we only offer it for a certain period of time, and it's also part of getting reprioritized, then there's a motivation to paying it. We can certainly look at being more aggressive at collecting back tax after that period expires, at which point all of the penalty and interest is still on there. So if we do go to the point where we're suing or we're doing liens or whatever it is, we can still put the interest and penalty back on it. But that's going to cost us money. That's going to cost county council. That's going to cost court. That's going to cost other stuff to pursue that. So I'm not sure, you got to weigh the benefit of what could we possibly collect now? What is the cost going to be if we try to collect it later, or is it just going to be written off because we can't collect it? I mean, some of those people may have been in the program initially, and maybe they were deemed ineligible at some point for whatever reason. So, I can't speak to exactly what that looks like. Unfortunately, we are a little concerned. We don't know how many people that's going to be. We're willing to try to help get people back prioritized. We understand the need for that. It is going to be an impact to our office, and we'll do the best we can to accommodate that. And it is a short window. If we're trying to get these people processed by, May 31st, they need to find out how much money it is. It's going to be 25% of their entire outstanding amount. It's going to be due. They're going to have to pay it, but they're going to also have to have paid their 2022 true-up. And that's due at the same time period. So, I can't really speak to, we will do our best to collect the tax we're supposed to collect. I'm looking at it, I can't wear the hat of how many people you want to keep in the program. I'm trying to speak from the tax collector side in terms of what's going to help us generate money. So certainly, there's a greater chance we're going to get the money if we at least do the interest and penalty, and payment plan. It's going to be onerous, but we'll do our best if that means that people stay in the program and we get, to collect more over the long run.
Just a point of clarification that occurred to me. So this plan, when we discussed it, it wasn't contemplating software changes. It was
Right.
it was a manual process, which coincides with the true-up bills that are about to go out to notify people about the 3 strategies. And so it would definitely add more staff time if there's multiple people, but this is not contemplating at this point any changes with the software program.
Supervisor Williams.
Another competing proposal. What if we were to drop penalties and interest for the next 60 or 90 days? Would that be a simpler? And there's some people who are behind 1 year. That'll make a difference to them. And the office would get to see how many show up. I mean, maybe nobody shows up, or maybe 100 come knocking. But it would, and then we could take a second pass at it if we really need payment plans. Just thinking that might be a low impact way for staff. You don't like that?
60 to 90 days doesn't get me to May 31st, which is my deadline. So the idea here and the reason that we're doing this is to keep people in the program so that they're not deprioritized before the state deadlines, right? June, July of 2023, when people need to be going through the state licensing process. May is already pushing it for them to be able to get their documents. It May just gives them enough time to come up with the money.
And the state is requiring that they have taxes paid by then?
No, we are.
Why don't we move that?
Because how are we going? We could.
We could waive that requirement and drop penalties and interest if they pay within the next, you choose 3 months, 6 months, one-time opportunity to come into compliance.
I don't know that because of the market conditions, people have the funds to be able to come fully up with everything that they owe. I would say that. I would say that the payment plans help people strategize their business and their budget.
I'm kind of curious when times were good in 2018, 2019, 2020, why people didn't pay, because they should have had good cash flow. I guess we'll go to public comment and find out. Is there anything else before we go to public comment that the supervisors want to talk about?
Mr. Chair, if I may, before Ms. Cubison may leave, I just want to make sure the board is aware there was an updated version of the ordinance that was uploaded, I believe, earlier this morning. I think it does address some of Ms. Cubison's concerns, although I don't think the May 31st deadline, I don't think there was a change to the May 31st deadline. If the board would like, Mr. Kudrowski can put it on the screen. Otherwise, it's available to all of you in your packet.
For those who do not sign up for the payment plan, that there be an extended period of time if we're going to waive the penalties and interest, that it not end on May 31st for everybody else who's not signing up for a payment plan.
Go ahead, Supervisor Haschak.
So to clarify on that, the idea is it would be kind of rolling after that point. You know, if a person doesn't sign up by May 31st, then they're risking their application and everything. And it's, but if it's ongoing, then at some point they say, hey, I wasn't going to get reviewed until January of 24. Then they could still.
We still think
Come
there
into
should be a
compliance.
date. There should still be a date, but maybe it's a year. Give them a year. And if they don't come in within that year and we want to pursue other collection opportunities, then we might. But if somebody didn't know about it or didn't think they needed to at some point sign up for the payment plan, they do still have the ability to come up with the money and not have to pay the penalty and interest. Or if there's somebody who's not in the program
Okay.
or hasn't been deprioritized.
Thank you.
Okay, are we ready for public comment?
Good afternoon again, Scott Ward, Redwood Valley. I'd like to commend Supervisor Mulherin for a well-thought-out, well-researched idea, and I support it 100%. Supervisor Jardy, I started working for the county in '88, and we were still dealing with Clean Slate and Class K. There was an amnesty program for Clean Slate, and Clean Slate morphed into Class K. There was another amnesty program. You are correct, in '08 and '09 we had an amnesty program, and then in 2017 there was another one anticipating the cannabis ordinance going through. And those penalties and interest were waived. And the theory behind all of those penalty waivers was to get people on the tax rolls, get them in the fold, and get the buildings safe, and have income from the property tax in perpetuity once those people got in and got recognized as having structures that were through some semblance of an approval program. I support this amnesty and tax penalty relief program from Supervisor Mulherin. As you may recall in the letter from MCA to the governor and DCC, there were several examples where people were deprioritized for not paying taxes, but they had paid taxes. So that is of a concern. We've gone through the people that were deprioritized and made sure that all the ones that are deprioritized for allegedly not paying taxes is at a clear and true list. What is the communication process to make sure that doesn't happen again? And how is this program going to be communicated to the clients and to the cannabis director? Because it was under her watch when those people were erroneously deprioritized when they had paid their taxes. Thank you.
Good evening now, supervisors, county staff. Thank you for continuing to discuss these important issues. MCA sincerely appreciates this item being brought forward by Supervisor Mulherin and supported by Supervisor Haschak to address several significant challenges being faced by our existing provisionally licensed operators and the speed with which it has been worked out among various county departments. Just as an update for the public and a reminder to the board and anyone listening, current taxes have been levied despite crop loss or lack of sales. No other businesses in Mendocino are levied with a multi-$1,000 tax bill before they conduct business or make any sales. Until last year, when this board thankfully approved fallowing, taxes have also been levied on the size of the permit regardless of the amount of cannabis that a farmer actually grows. And due to federal tax law, cannabis businesses cannot write off any business expenses except for cost of goods sold. These conditions are devastating to our locally licensed cannabis businesses and very different from any other local businesses. Between local, state, and federal taxes, cannabis businesses are taxed exponentially more than any other local businesses. And I share this information to let the public know that the underlying tax situation of cannabis is completely different from anything they've experienced, and I hope they never do experience it. and that's completely unsustainable. So what we're talking about here for reform is not comparable to what existing businesses are familiar with. In May 2022, the county reported that the regulated cannabis program brought in $8.5 million more than projected in tax revenue. $8.5 million more than projected. This payment plan could generate an additional $4+ million, which would bring overall tax revenues for the program so far to $12 million more than anticipated. Can't stress that enough. Surely that $4 million in potential revenue is worth waiting for in order to help stabilize the local licensees, who would then be able to pay in the future. Recent articles in local media have highlighted the economic devastation that is already being felt due to the downturn in the cannabis market. Tax reform now will enable this endangered community to stabilize. We were at a Senate hearing yesterday on the significant challenges the regulated market is facing, and the chairman made a comment that there's been too much of a focus on trying to generate revenue from the industry and not enough focus on economic development for the industry. And I think we're seeing examples of that here, and I think this proposal helps to alleviate some of that. A key component of this item is also to provide a pathway back to permit processing for those who are deprioritized. We recommend that any operator currently identified as deprioritized immediately be factored into MCD's plans for application review. Better yet, the board can direct a complete end to the deprioritization program immediately. Just stop it. Get everyone back in the queue. Let's get this, as we get this program set up, which will obviously take time. Overall, we fully support the implementation of the amnesty program, the reduction in cannabis business tax, and the payment plan. And we do finally recommend that implementation of this program also make clear that participating applicants have full access to any and all active grant programs, including LEAP and LJAGP. Thank you for adopting these recommendations.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here.
State your name for the record, please.
My name is Rick Foles, and just to give you a little background, my background is in construction, business and administration, and labor. On a personal note, Michael said everything great as far as numbers and everything are going on. On a personal note, what I see happening here on a business standpoint is appalling. My permit number is 2017-564. And to you, and I don't know if you realize and understand what is going on with the taxes in this, is that whether we receive our permits or not, we're levied with the tax. No matter what we do through the year to make sure that we get that permit, we're levied with the tax. I still do not have my permit, and I've been levied with the tax year after year after year. I've paid them. In the last year, I had 2 years that had fallen behind because I felt to myself, which I'm sure a lot of people do right now, that why am I paying this tax when I'm not moving forward in the process? Well, my patience is great, so I've been paying this tax. In June of 2022, I received a letter from the county stating that I owed these 2 years' taxes and I needed to get them current with penalties and fees so I wouldn't be deprioritized. I came in, brought them current. Got a letter the next month that I was deprioritized for a third year that they failed to put on the letter of taxation. Went in and paid that tax after I was deprioritized. It took me almost another 90 days after that to be reprioritized. So as a constituent, a citizen, somebody who wants to be in the program, who has been trying for almost 6 years, and I gotta say this, we have to stop calling it a new department, industry, or whatever. We're 6 years. At what point do we stop calling it new? We definitely need to look at the people, because that could be one of your numbers, is that there's a lot of people like me who are not going to pay that tax if we're not moving forward. If we're not moving forward, but we're still being taxed, that's a whole different word. You know, when people are paying you and you're not supplying them permits or a product that they're paying you for. So as this moves forward, not only should you reduce the taxes, but you should be giving back the monies to the people who have paid into the system but have not received the product or have not received their permits to go forward. Because as you know, if we are unallowed, we cannot sell. In some cases, obviously, we cannot produce anything, but you're still charging the tax. And that must be converted to another system. Thank you very much.
Chair? I have a clarifying question. Were you cultivating when you were being charged the tax but didn't have a permit? Or were you being taxed and you couldn't cultivate?
That's kind of like a twofold question for me.
Yeah.
Because I had one property in Laytonville that I originally put my permit application underneath, and we were growing there.
Okay.
And we, because of the changes in the program, we were forced to move our location to a Willits property that was more suited to a permitting. So my wife and I have put up about $400,000 into this endeavor to be able to participate in this program. And only from moving and dealing with the changes of the county and the county's programs through these 6 years.
Yeah.
So coming into this, we were told that we were not, even though, and I'm going to tell you, we did on our new property start producing as we were on our old property, but then we're told we could not.
Okay. And then
We were actually eradicated last year.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification. Another question, if we were to, did you say you're 2 years behind in taxes?
We're not behind at all.
You're not behind at all?
No, and we've paid all the fees and the penalties.
Do you think, are you comfortable with us waiving fee, interest and penalties for other people, but you wouldn't get a refund?
I'm actually comfortable with that
Yeah.
if I'm moving through the process. If I'm going to see something to where I'm going to see a permit. What I'm going to have a real problem with this year is that you're going to tax me again on a property that I can't grow on a permit that I don't have.
Okay, thank you.
If that makes sense.
Mr. Chair, I might just refer the speaker to the following affidavit process if there's no actual growth on the property.
Okay, that's a good point. So there is a program where if you're not growing, then you don't have to pay the taxes through the following.
Right, and we did submit following this year, but we're still in the process of wanting to be a participant in the program. And we have already spent thousands of dollars in taxes to be able to participate.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for staying late. Hannah Nelson. First off, I want to very much thank Supervisor Mulholland and all of the staff that she worked with, and especially Ms. Covison. It's just really extraordinary, and thank you for having worked through the details as much as you have before bringing it forward. It's excellent. A few points, and I really think that other speakers said a lot of things that I'm not going to repeat. I'm just going to kind of hit on some potential topics that weren't discussed. First, with respect to this fallowing issue, I think it's a good point. I think that the date for which the fallowing notice was very limited. And so if you are trying to keep people in who are fallowing, who should not be charged the tax because they're not growing, you should reopen that date of the notice. And there is on the back end way to check whether they were growing or not. So it's just something to consider. Also, on the same thing, extend the date of which the time to appeal the tax imposition is, because I know a lot of people owe back taxes because they missed that very, very short window on tax appeal, and they did either have a fire or they they weren't growing or whatever it was before the fallowing. So that's another thing. Again, if the multiple goals are keep people in the system, collect as much back taxes in as reasonable a way as possible, and design something going forward that is intended to encourage participation, then these are some of the things that you should look at. Additionally, I just want to point out that the equity grant program took 2.5 years to implement. So a lot of people became delinquent because they were told that they would have equity funds, and then it took so long to get checks out, and even still is taking a long time to get checks out, that they fell behind. With respect to Supervisors Mulheron's point about the grant budgets, it's not even so much, and I really appreciated that comment, but it's not even so much that they might prefer to operate their business in a different way. It might be that there are other competing required costs for compliance. So again, if we're trying to keep people in the system and compliant with everything, they've got other mandatory expenses. So the grant funds sometimes have to go to that. So for example, the LSA costs, that was statutory in state as well as a requirement locally. They sometimes had to attribute some of the grant funds to that, so there may not have been. So that's just dealing with the attributing of grant budgets. Other counties have eliminated or severely reduced the taxes, and most other counties are not doing a mandatory minimum based on the application size rather than the actual growing, and take into account a gross receipts, or at least provide for some mechanism to not charge if there were not sales or there was crop loss or something that we don't do. And so those are fundamental considerations. I also want to, in addition to thanking everybody for their hard work, I want to apologize to Supervisor Williams for my late night snarky memo. I saw somebody forwarded me your post, and I felt like I had to address it, but I think it was a bit snarky, and I certainly didn't mean it in that personal way. I just feel very passionately that a way to fill budget gaps is not to plan on people failing, and that the alleged loss of interest that you're concerned about, as Michael just said, the additional revenue that has been brought in through the cannabis taxes more than makes up for that. And there is additional work that's going to be required, and I very, very much appreciate the willingness of the tax collector's office to engage in that work. But this is a long-term project. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're trying to get Mo out of here by 6:30. All right, so let's, if there's no more comments in the room, let's go to the phone. So the first one we have is phone ending in 6514.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Name is Alan Stein. The Mendocino pot lobby, some millionaire landowners, some 279 tax scammers claim they cannot afford to pay their 4 years of back taxes amounting to $4.2 million. They claim terrible market prices should compel the county to allow delayed tax payments without penalty, which I predict they will never repay. You're going to be taken to the cleaners. To test their claimed inability to pay taxes, I suggest two things. First, I request the CEO provide a table with the left column listing pot license holders or applicants, and the side-by-side column on the right showing the name of the payer of the taxes on the land where the pot is grown for each applicant in the left column. Second, to determine if the Mendocino pot lobby really needs their taxes forever forgiven, I look at how big California pot production is and how much it is worth. The DCC, or the California Pot Department, seized $6.7 million of plants in San Bernardino alone last year. Also, they confiscated $737 million, or 220,000 tons of illegal pot that year. It's a big universe, this pot growing thing. Mendocino produces just a few drops of that big ocean. That was the prices that the pot growers are complaining about come from before January and February. When wholesale prices rebounded to $750 to $1,100 per pound, up from their seasonal slump. You can read about that from February 18th, MJ Biz Daily, California wholesale cannabis prices rebound from slump. Given the variability of the markets for pot, the pot lobby members can pay their taxes. They want the rest of us taxpayers to pay for their obligations to the government. That's a working definition of socialism, which is take from the loggers, take from the fishermen, take from the widows, and take from the saloons to pay the pot farmers' taxes. To say the market needs more pot purveyors is a joke. The market can survive with Mendocino pot growers. Can the county balance its books if it permanently writes off the taxes to the pot lobby? That $4.2 million they owe could pay for more than half of the county road repair budget. It could buy down the debt of hospitals. It could remove the property tax for hospitals, unburdening hardworking seniors living on pensions. It could help pay for outrageous gas taxes. But the pot lobby only cares to get public assistance because they could not budget and save money to pay their taxes. I might add, for decades, I ran a business that harvested a wild product. And in bad years, I relied on my savings, not the government, to bail me out. The pot lobby is really socialist. They want all the benefits from government, and they don't want to pay taxes to help run the government which regulates them. If they did, those 279 people would have paid up their taxes.
Okay,
They would
Alan,
have gotten jobs.
Alan, you're going over your
Other
time
people
limit.
have gone over. I just have two more sentences, if I may.
Okay,
I
sure.
hope you reject this measure, which will further weaken the county budget. I hope all the untaxed land in the county is assessed and taxed. The fact that an estimated quarter of the landowners pay no taxes is staggering. On how much of that untaxed land is pot grown legally or not? Thank you very much.
Okay, so next we have Lisa Lai.
Hi, yes, thank you. This is Lisa Lai.
Yes.
I support the reduction in cannabis taxes, all three proposals. There has been a significant drop in the profit margins for cannabis businesses. The true up tax of $5,000 was too high when it was written, and it's much higher now proportionally to how much people are making. I would prefer to see this tax based on gross receipts because then it will fluctuate with the market. However, I do support it as written. 2016 and 17 were the last good outdoor years. In 2018, there was a drop in the market. And that was also when people were coming on board with their state licenses, paying for the LSAs, paying for their state license fees, paying for their building permits. So this is not malicious. If passed, I propose that a credit be given to farmers who already paid their fees or paid on time, as this was a great burn to their families, and they did make that sacrifice. That way, you don't have to go, into the general fund for refunds. It's just a credit. So it benefits people who are still in the program and still trying to, be in this industry. As this industry is taxed much higher than other industries, forgiveness and payment plans is equity and not equality. Speaking of equity, I did do several fee waivers for farmers. And when I did that, I had to walk back and forth so many times between the tax office and the cannabis department. Those departments are now miles away from each other. Staff needs to be directed to deal with this digitally, as is no longer viable for people to walk back and forth between the two departments. I would just ask that you do take action on this and vote yes on 4G. Thank you so much for working on these items. I do really feel that this will keep people in the program, will get people to be able to start making their payments, because partial payments currently are not taken in. So people might not have the whole 5,000, but they can make partial payments to get caught back up, because we do all want to continue to move forward and be processed. Thank you so much.
Okay, phone number ending in 8120.
Hello, good evening. Can I be heard?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, Susan Tibbin, Lovingly and Legally. You know, a little bit of something is better than a lot of nothing. And a graduated tax payment plan is realistic and will go a long way to save the small farmers and our small communities. Except for those fictional people who buried their millions in the back 40, the vast majority of us have not been able to negotiate the Byzantine and years-long county and state permits and fees. We didn't, and we don't have the income to pay the taxes as we would like to. However, it's really important, it's vital, that a realistic tax payment plan be implemented in tandem with a realistic streamlined permit process. One is not going to work without the other. By the way, for those who don't know this, fully a third of any grant is due in taxes. So it's not like we're frittering away money. We thank you in advance for taking MCAs and longtime stakeholders' input and suggestions seriously and in a timely manner. And a special thank you to the board and staff this evening for staying overtime. We truly appreciate it. Thank you. Good night.
Okay, next is Angel Arish.
Sorry, am I unmuted? There we go. I just want to thank the board for, again, bringing the cannabis issue up. You know, I've been working on these issues for, God, it seems like since before the passing of 2000, actually since 2015, really. It seems like so long, but we've been talking about the taxes for so long, and so many years they've been unfair to the people that are actually working in the industry. And I just want to add that though I support the amnesty, I also feel that I agree with the person that was talking about being credited for the people that were actually paying the taxes, because I really don't think it's fair to the people that have worked so hard and skimped by to actually pay their taxes. And I do believe that what the board should really think about is also suspending all taxes until the permits are issued, because it's so hard for everybody to continue to pay the over amount of taxes that we would normally have to pay for a cannabis business, which is not the same as your local businesses. And it's really weighed hard on a lot of people that not only couldn't pay the taxes, you know, those people, a lot of times, everybody's right, there are other fees that have to have the priority. But I also think that we should also not only possibly think about crediting the people that actually work so hard to pay those taxes, but I also think that they should maybe have a priority so that they can get their permits. You know, like the fact is that everybody that is in the industry, including myself, we love working with the towns, we love working with the counties, but we also not only want the equality, but we want the fairness that we are not getting. We're no longer new. We've been around for a very long time. Dispensaries have been around since Oakland Cannabis Buyers Cooperative in 1998 when they got raided by the federal government. We've worked really hard on the front line, a lot of us, and so many people have voiced their concerns about the fact that it's really taxing the people. And the fact is that the people that have millions of dollars are not bringing their money to Mendocino because we know, or they know, that it's not viable, that we can put all this money into getting a permit, and then we don't actually get our permit, and then they have to continue to pay. It's really a burden. Though we really want the Mendocino County to have the taxes it deserves and the money that it deserves, because we actually do really love Mendocino. And even though I'm no longer living in wanting to live in Mendocino County, I love Mendocino County. I worked hard with Sheriff Allman to pass the original ordinances, and I would like for you to continue to lift this industry back up and bring us more into an equal business footing and work with those people, make arrangements, maybe sit down with the people that are not paying and not only work out a payment plan, but maybe take it on a case-by-case individual basis and find out why they can't pay. Is it because they don't have the money, or is it because they're just not paying? Thank you for giving me the extra time and the courtesy. And I do want to thank you again for the time and the consideration.
Paul Hansberry.
Good evening. I want to thank you again. This is Paul Hansberry, Lovingly and Legally. I want to thank you, as others have, for staying extra late. I want to thank Supervisor Mulheron for her well thought out proposal. And I hope that that it does pass. I think it would be it was well thought out and a great benefit for everyone all around, even though it's extra work for everyone all around. I want to echo one more thing that Susan said, that for people that don't know, people that receive grant money, that money is taxed and considered earned income, and taxes are paid on that as well. It's not just a simple free ride, it's help where it's needed. Other than that, in the interest of brevity, I want to echo word for word the eloquent comments that Michael Katz stated. He hit on so many great points. He's such a fast talker. He probably could have spoken for another 4 or 5 minutes, but he got it into the 3 minutes, and I'll just, what he said was exactly what I was going to say, only I would have taken a lot longer. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Michelle Schott.
Hi, thank you. I want to thank Supervisor Mulhern for this. It's going to be very helpful. I have a long list of things, but I'm just basically want to say that I support 4G as part of an overall comprehensive long-term policy to preserve, protect, and grow a healthy cannabis industry. It will help a lot of people. It will help people get into the equity program, that then they can use equity fee waivers to pay for these taxes. And the county will benefit pretty immediately if we can process the equity applications swiftly. So it could have a pretty immediate positive effect on the tax revenue, not to mention all the other things everybody else has said. And I just want to thank you.
Okay, David King. David, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, everyone. This is David King. As a farmer permitted in 2017, I had to wait as the County Board of Supervisors constantly changed their rules. And because I was so far ahead of various county agencies, I had to wait for them to enact rules and systems for me to proceed, initially being treated like I was part of some pot lobby during the process. And during the process, I was not able to cultivate. And I could have gotten away and cultivated outside of the scope of my license and sold in metric with little chance of reprisal, but I chose to follow the rules. In the process, I've lost my residence and my life savings and incurred debt to cover all the back property taxes, and I have nothing left to offer. All my money has gone to these state licenses, county fees, and whatnot, and I'm tapped out. A previous caller brought up an issue of litigation. I hope you all know me well enough that this is the last thing I would ever want to personally do, nor is this what I want for our county. Simply put, with the size and scope of this issue, cannabis tax, it may be the gateway to a substantial increase in litigation. If farmers have no other option, they might be forced to litigate. If they are forced to litigate, all their other well-documented issues, taxes aside, can be placed on the table. Due to the extended period of time of this process has taken, I am out of money. I am not alone. We need help to get through this final hurdle. We can work together or we can work against each other. The choice is yours. Thank you very much for bringing this to the table. Thank you kindly.
Heidi Wardhouse.
Hello, thank you, board.
I support 4G. I support the tax reduction. I support penalty amnesty. But I also want to put a word out there, and this is something I've mentioned before, that I want you to please be very careful when you use punitive language talking about the applicants. Earlier, a supervisor was saying there's a lot of zeros here. I'll bet that product is going somewhere. So I want to share a quick story with you about an applicant who was first licensed in 2017 for a little outdoor garden, no more than 5,000 square foot. She grows about 4,000 of it. And when the deadline came for phase one, she said, you know what, I really want a mixed light too. And so she applied for a mixed light, little 5,000, not very big. But you know what, she never built out that garden. And so for 3 years, she has been submitting zeros and paying your tax. 1 year, she went for the tax return, or you could appeal it, but you can only do that for 1 year. In 2022, she went to apply for the fallowing and discovered that she missed the deadline. So now she needs to pay those taxes again. By the way, that fallowing deadline was never officially announced on any MCD website, on any MCD paperwork, on any MCD webinar. It was never announced. But they refused to give her the fallowing because she missed their internal deadline. So she'll be paying your tax again this year. Second farmer, put a bunch of zeros. A second farmer had a greenhouse malfunction this last year. Closed up, never opened. He was gone for several days. The entire crop molded. He has nothing. So he submitted a bunch of zeros. He buried the whole crop. Didn't sell a thing, submitted zeros. So I would request that when you talk about these applicants who have stuck with the MCD, who have stuck with this complicated system of getting licensed, that you please give them the benefit of the doubt. Err on the side of respect and not insinuate that they are criminals, not insinuate that they are doing it wrong. Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate this tax reduction idea and penalty amnesty put forward by Supervisor Moe. I think this is a wonderful first step. And by the way, that second farmer, I had a talk with him, and one of his tax payments was late 1 year due to COVID. He couldn't get in to pay it and then forgot about it. He paid those penalties, and he says he wouldn't mind a bit if other people get amnesty. Farmers need all the help they can get. Thank you again.
Hey, Patrick Sellers.
Hi, thank you again, Chair McGordy and honorable supervisors. Patrick Sellers again, and thank you to Supervisor Mulhern, especially for crafting this proposal. Look, we all know that people fall behind financially, and good-meaning folks need a lifeline sometimes. I've been consulting with Mendocino cultivators since 2017. My clients have found themselves in arrears with my business, the county tax program, and various other accounts. In response to this reality on the ground, I had to reduce my rates, discontinued late fees and interest, applied discounts on prior invoices, payment plans, et cetera, et cetera. And at one point, I had the equivalent of more than 1.5 years of revenue in unpaid receivables, but have since been able to collect over 65% of that, and it keeps trickling in. My point is that this type of relief is not unprecedented, short-sighted, or unfair. This type of program is a common method for collecting a portion of uncollectible receivables from a population experiencing hardship. It increases revenue. This opportunity to receive amnesty and the risk of having that amnesty reversed will certainly motivate increased tax compliance. It also requires an immediate 25% payment on delinquent prior tax years, often dormant accounts, and ongoing compliance with the tax program going forward. This proposal is carefully designed to increase tax revenue and provide that essential lifeline that people really need right now. And while I would absolutely love to see this board move to reprioritize all operators regardless of this proposal, that move alone would not provide the economic triage that is needed for cultivators or the revenue collection potential for the county. I think this is a truly effective solution, and I thank you again for the urgency with which the board is considering this issue.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure how much public comment we have left, but we're still going to need some time for to take direction from the board on any changes that you want to incorporate those. I just want to ask if the board wants to consider continuing this item.
Well, we have one more public comment. I have one suggestion for a change based on auditor, treasurer, tax collectors' advice. And if my colleagues don't think we're going to be able to get to a thumbs up or thumbs down in the next 10 minutes or so, then I'm happy to postpone it. Otherwise, I would like to hear from the last caller and then.
Maybe we could ask the next caller if they have nothing new to say, that we could just go to the vote.
Lily Reardon, through the chair, if I may. We do also have 3 voicemails for this item, so that will also need to be heard for public comment.
So this is not a public hearing. Can the voicemails be sent to our email accounts?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and open up Pixel 6 Pro. Pixel 6 Pro, can you hear us? You're on mute.
Maybe they're going to spare us. Maybe we could just get to the vote.
Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, based on the feedback from the ATTC, I was looking at the red line ordinance that was provided by County Council, and I wonder if underneath the penalties and interest section where it says limited amnesty for tax years 2018 through 2021, after the section that says persons seeking a waiver of said penalties and interest shall be required to enter into a payment plan pursuant to paragraph D of this section, if we could add or pay in full by June of 2024. And that would give people that don't need a payment plan 1 year to pay off their back taxes and still participate in an amnesty program. And I don't know if, Shamice, if that's the language you were looking for?
And while we're waiting, if Mr. Kudrowski could share his screen, if the clerk could give him access, I think we can put that up on the PowerPoint.
Pardon, give me 2 seconds to get through there. Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, through the chair. This is the Word version that was uploaded that has the most updated language from yesterday. I wanted to confirm where we're adding this. We have the language here about section D. We had added language that says, a person seeking amnesties must make the request no later than May 31st, 2023. And the bold language up here that shows the added language posted yesterday. We possibly could just put that date out further.
Correct. Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Shamice Kebison, I think that's where we talked about it. Matt, they're still gonna have to fill out a form requesting the interest and penalties be waived. So that's what that section is allowing them. That's before we even get to the payment plan. So that's saying they have to submit the form and pay the payment by June 30th. Is that what we're saying, 2024?
Okay, yes. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll second the motion.
Any other comment? Supervisor Williams?
I just have one question. If we don't get many applicants taking us up on this plan, there's not much load on staff, but cutting the taxes for the next 2 years to 50%, I don't think we will bring in enough tax revenue this year as a repeat to pay for the program. So has everybody considered we may be subsidizing the program out of general fund? This year we're not. How do you see the financials working if we cut the tax revenue in half? It may be that you bring in $4.2 million, but it may be that we don't get many signing up for this. Thoughts?
do want to just have a brief thought. I think that not much has changed in the market conditions since this was contemplated in 2022. And the actual cannabis business tax was never meant to pay for the program. The voters voted specifically for the places where it would go. So I think that, yes, we may have a reduced tax. We may have more tax than we would have gotten otherwise. And it is a bit of a gamble, but that 2 years of time would give the cultivators a little bit of breathing room, and it would give us some breathing room to figure out what we need to do moving forward if the program, or if the department still exists. If it exists in a smaller form, we don't really know that right now. So I think that, again, this is a more urgent need, and we can certainly work on other renovations to the tax code at a later date.
Can we call the question?
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
No.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
And Supervisor Gordy?
Yes, with reluctance.
Motion carries with Supervisor Williams abstaining.
Not abstaining.
I'm sorry, with no.
Okay, well, that finishes that agenda item. So now we move on to agenda item 4H, the Chief Executive Officer's Report.
No report today.
Okay. And then agenda item 4I, which is, I'm sorry, discussion and possible action, including review, adoption, amendment, consideration, or ratification of legislation pursuant to adopted legislative platform.
No report today.
Okay. Supervisors' reports. I just want to wish everyone a happy St. Patrick's Day coming up on Thursday. I wore green today for all the Irish out there. And look at Mo, she's got green too because she's Irish as well. Anything else? It's been a long meeting. I thank all of you for your patience, especially all the people who participated in the meeting. Much appreciated. And with that, I will adjourn the meeting at 6:34.